that.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of playoffs here at Game Changers EMEA. We're gonna be looking at both the lower and the upper bracket, which means unfortunately one team is gonna be sent home. I'm Jenny, your host for today, joined on the desk by Tom and Inami. How are you guys doing today?
I'm really excited. You know, it's been a while since I've managed to do some game changes. I've been keeping an eye on the matches as we go along, but I'm quite lucky because you guys brought Inami, so I kind of just get carried, you know? I'm gonna get carried. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward to carry you, I guess. And yeah, I'm so happy to be here once again with you guys. Yeah, excited to be talking about this amazing team and see their progress through the days.
Yeah, guys, as a reminder, I know we've already talked about contenders. We've explained it, and I'm pretty sure because of the fact that you have more than 2 brain cells, you do understand how it works. But as a reminder, you can sign up for contenders from May 22nd, 24th is when the competition will be held. These are the open qualifiers. You can scan the QR code, like take your phone out. Don't actually take a picture, but just like open your camera, scan it, it will take you to the website, and you'll be able to sign up and participate. Looking forward to seeing you guys, but let's jump straight into the recap from yesterday because Tom, unfortunately, we sent 2 teams home. Karmine Core Game Changers as well as CBA are unfortunately no longer here. They placed 5th and 6th, both of these teams. But it was a grueling fight.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's always sad for me because I basically come in the day after Klaar's gone, who I think is always one of the most exciting players to watch in the entirety of Game Changers. A Raze main from start to finish, but it was a match that was very exciting to sort of watch as a viewer, one that started off incredibly well from the Ascent side, again showing that they're incredibly strong when it comes to the attack side, and then maybe having a few troubles here and there when it came to that defensive side. I think Jade went from having, I think it was 15 kills in the first half to getting 0 in the second one, so slightly slowing down a little bit, but then when it came to the next couple of maps, that's where they really looked strong.
Yeah, it feels like Heaven was their map. They came in strong in attack and then they just finished off with 13-3 score. And let's talk about Hated the most. Her stats and honestly, overall the entire team came in positive. And you feel like that momentum, they took it to Lotus with an insane attack and they kept their momentum through the defense. And yeah, we saw in the end CBA fell short. They couldn't really make it. But in the end, I think the better team won yesterday.
Yeah, the better team did win, but CBA as well, a team that doesn't quite have an organization, so I think they need to be very, very proud of what they've achieved. Same thing for Karmine Core as well, Tom, because of the fact that this is their first time in Game Changers as a 5-man, and they've absolutely killed it.
Yeah, again, it's sad for me coming back from the last couple of Game Changers, seeing Nello and Nino always sort of like popping off with their new roster now. Obviously one of the most popular ones, but wasn't quite there for them, at least yesterday. Even though, at least on the first map, we saw a pretty close game in the end, they did let it slip.
Yeah, it feels
that was
again,
an oopsie too.
I'm sorry. It feels again like the second map was really the strongest map and where the entire guild lineup showed up, especially Karina. We talked a lot about her not being there yet, but it feels like in that map she was able to connect.
Yeah, and looking at the bracket, because maybe you didn't like our podcast style of walking you through what happened yesterday, it was CBA up against Ascent Rising, and as you can tell, Ascent went through, which means they won. Surprise! GuildX went up against Karmine Core, and GuildX going through as well, so that means that today we get that rematch from Group B. Looking at the upper bracket, it's BBL Queens up against G2 Gozen. That's what's going to be happening today. Now, we're going to be starting off with our first game of the day, Ascent Rising up against GuildX. And we're going to start with Ascent Rising because when we got into Game Changers 2023, Tom, I don't know if a lot of people had this many expectations from this roster specifically because they have improved so much over the last year.
Look, let's be honest. I've said this before, I'll say it again. There is one country, especially within EMEA, that is always going to be a good place to look for talent. We're seeing it in the VCT at the moment, and we're now seeing it in Game Changers as well, BBL being a prime example of that. You want as many Turkish players in your roster as possible, especially when it comes to those jet mains. So I think that although definitely some fantastic pickups coming through from Ascend, I think they went the easy route. They went for a Turkish jet.
Yeah, and in addition to these new players coming in, honestly, the oldest players are also stepped up so much. We talk all the time about Amy being one of the best skill droids in the tournament. We also talk about Hated the most, about Jade that we heard from yesterday. You feel like the entire team find what they were missing this year, and that's what led them to the top 4 of the tournament.
Yeah, they're going to be going up against GuildX, but that's the story to unwrap a little later. Looking at Ascent yesterday, And even the interview after that, they were in very high spirits and they're looking to carry that over into today. Amy as well, Tom, one of the players that we've highlighted time and time again, if not #1 killjoy right now in Game Changers.
I don't even know if it's arguable. At least on the statistics, she has been truly incredible. And when you sort of sort by ACS, you're going to the top of the leaderboard, you're looking at like Mary are playing that duelist. You're looking at the Turkish players I mentioned earlier also playing that duelist role, and then right in the middle of all of them, you've got Amy playing this killjoy, looking fantastic on Viper as well when it comes to these lurks and just catching players off guard. And then when it's onto that defensive side, some of the time the side that they do struggle on a little bit, that is where Amy sort of truly pops off. A fantastic individual player, and I think the only worry I have today is if Amy doesn't show up, then maybe there'll be some problems for Ascent.
And it also feels like Amy, even on Viper, you spoke about it, even on the maps that like they are getting destroyed, and like in Bide against G2, she was still able to make the difference. The only round they won at some point, it was an eco round, and it was because Amy was able to find these 2 kills opening, and she just led her team to win in the round. So yeah, I feel like this team counts a lot on Amy performance overall, and yeah, if Amy shows up, I feel like we will see a whole different Ascent today.
As much as we're highlighting Amy, Tom, it feels like all the puzzle pieces for Ascent Rising has fallen into place because of the performances that we've seen from them in the last couple of days.
Yeah, for sure. I think that ultimately we've seen them sort of rise up over time, and honestly, well, I feel like the stats almost speak for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is
and
the first time they hit the top 4, so yeah, of course.
Looking at the stats as well, it does bring the question of what exactly was the secret sauce that made it go so well. We've heard them saying a lot of praises about their coach, but also as Tom highlighted himself as well, you have the Turkish players coming into the mix. So all in all, as a team, they're gelling what it looks like both inside the server, but also in real life.
Yeah, it also feels like the confidence is here too. You feel like they're also trusting each other even more. So when it comes to these contests, to playing together, you feel like they're looking more like a team this year. So there is no surprise in them being on the top of their group.
Yeah, speaking of being in the top of the group and the goals that Ascent Rising probably had coming into 2023, we have an opportunity to sit down with Hated the Most herself, the absolute phenomenon yesterday, to see how she's feeling about everything. Thanks, Jeannie and the analyst desk. We're here with Hated the Most from Ascent, and we're going to have a little talk about your own performance yesterday, because on the server, you were popping off. You were on fire. So what mental state were you in to be able to do such incredible things?
I think the fact that we played our game helped a lot for me. We were just doing our stuff, and it helped me pop off.
So as well, yesterday after the game, after the win, we had a little interview, and it seems that the vibes with you guys as a team are going really, really well. So give us a little insight. What's it like playing together?
I think it's very nice. We have, yeah, as you said, we have really good vibes in the team. We are always cheering each other up. We are always memeing about stuff. Yeah.
What's your favorite meme?
Okay. My favorite meme is when we win the round and we need a drop. We always say, "Nice round, can you drop?" Whatever happened on last round, we just say, "Nice round, can you drop?"
That's really nice. Keep the positivity going. I mean, that's going to be needed as well. You have your game up against GuildX. Last time in your group, it went in your favor and you guys won it. But GuildX also seems to be getting that momentum over their last couple of games. So are you looking forward to today? Do you think maybe it's going to be a little different than last time?
I think it's going to be a close game today. Last time it was also close. And it went to third map and ended like on last map. 13-11, and I think it can go either way this time too.
All right, well, we're going to have to wait and see. But in general, when we're looking at your performances, guys, you have been doing incredible on Ascent Rising. You have just gotten win after win after win. So coming into Game Changers EMEA 2023, what was the goal for you as a team?
I think we changed players and we tried to build structures this time with our amazing coach. He is helping us a lot. And I think we are not focusing that much on the wins as on playing properly, playing good with our structure, doing good rounds overall.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time for the interview. We're going to see you on the server, so good luck today.
Thank you.
Well, it seems to be a theme here, Tom, from every single team that we've spoken to so far, that as long as we stay calm, collected, and we play our own game, we're not focusing on winning. We're continuously focusing on just being the best version of the team that we can possibly be.
Yeah, I will say the play your own game quote is something that I think we've heard since the beginning of esports, and we'll hear till the very end of time. It's something that doesn't really tell us too much as analysts, but it is a very good thing that if you can sort of work off your own vibes, you're not really too worried about who you're playing against. It's more so what comes from within, then I'm sure the team is going to be doing well themselves. So yeah.
Another interesting thing as well, Inami, in the interview was the fact that it's very obvious that Ascent Rising, although they've won against GuildX, they're not underestimating them. I mean, Hated the Most said it herself. It can go either way. We don't know that. And that makes it even more difficult to kind of set the expectations for what's to come.
I love to see the respect every time from the teams to the enemy team, because yeah, it's true they won on an overtime in the second map, and that's what led them to the third map. So yeah, you have to always respect your opponents. And what I like also in that interview, that's something that's honestly has been repeated every single interview of this team, is the respect, the amount of respect they have to their coach and to the structure that he's bringing. So yeah, it feels like these teams are mostly focusing on themselves, going one step at a time, and I can't wait to see what they'll bring to us today in the server.
Yeah, talk about respecting a player. Hated the Most is definitely one of the players that you want to respect, because yesterday, when we went on to that second game, she had 331 ACS, Tom, on a Sova. What?
Yeah, like a lot of the time, you're not going to expect your sort of more supportive player in the form of like a KO or a Sova to be having these sort of crazy pop-off games. It's actually quite interesting because you look at the average assists as well. I think in the first match, 17. In the second one, it was, I think, 4. So it was just that she took the game into her own hands, decided it's my time to dominate, my team needs me to step up, and if that's something that she can have in her back pocket, well, I'm sure Ascent will take it all day long.
And what's interesting for me, by the way, is that even if she has these high stats, her entire team was positive. So they were all doing good, but she was slightly doing better, and she was that factor that really gave them, or that made the difference in this game. You feel like their attack was so strong, and it's, of course, thanks to this Sova taking the informations, all the details, and yeah, it seemed like the whole team found their real structure in the second map, and that's what led them to win the third map.
Yeah, as much as structure is important, you're going to be heading up against another team that's very structured, and that is going to be GuildX. We said it before, we'll say it again, it's a rematch, but this team is the former Stage 3 2022 winners for Game Changers EMEA.
Yeah, no, they're a roster that has obviously changed quite a bit since then. IGL dissipated, and they've lost a superstar in the form of Roxy as well to their bitter rivals who they managed to beat last time out in that final. So I think it's a very different looking team. It's a team that has definitely been having a few teething issues here and there, but to underestimate them at any point, that would be foolish. There's still a bout of superstars that they brought into this roster, some players that have also taken up some very different roles, and although I think that they're sort of learning their way through things at the moment, they could still devastate anyone.
And one thing I love about Guild is that you can always count on every single member in this team. Like we see here, like the opening of Smurfettes with the op, we see Karina coming up and popping in that map. We've seen all the team members coming in strong. We were unsure about the new difference, especially since it's like a new IGL and Karina coming in basically new without that much experience. But it seems like she eventually found her steps. And yeah, the last map, I feel like it was just a domination on Ascent. They were able to like bring to us what we were expecting from GuildX of the last year. We expected them to top their group. They didn't, but I feel like the level of GuildX yesterday is a team that can win.
And as much as change is scary, there is one thing, Tom, that remained very consistent, and that is Anya, a player that's been with them for a while, but also when we're looking at the changes in terms of the agents and the role that she's been playing, her stats don't lie. There is consistency throughout. It doesn't matter if it's a duelist, whether she's playing Flash or smokes. She got it all.
But that's the thing. Like, you go back to one of the sort of like the first game changers, and you look at Anya, and she was a Jet main. She was someone who was obliterating on Jet. You could say the same for Ness. In fact, both of them have shown that they can do damage when it comes to the duelist role. But the exciting thing about these stats is this is a very recent change, going from an initiator that sort of played Sage as well and had a few varying different roles to now mostly, well, the majority being an Omen main. And at least statistically, she hasn't changed at all. If anything, maybe even improved slightly, which is a wild thing considering it is a completely different job for the team.
Yeah, I love the growth of Anya, going from the first game changer ever, telling us she's here to show everyone that she is the best duelist on the server, to now showing us that she's one of the best players overall in the scene.
Yeah, and I think that's a theme that stays consistent with Guild X. We already touched upon a little bit as well in terms of the changes, in terms of the roles. You now have an IGL change as well coming through. So if you guys missed it yesterday by any chance, I don't know why you would have, but that's okay, because we're going to replay the interview from Speedowka where she gave us a little bit more insight on what's been going on behind the scenes.
I mean, you touched on it a little bit. I just want you to go into a little bit more depth about, you know, your change in IGL and how has that kind of changed the team? Because obviously with someone different leading and someone leading differently in a different role than what you had before, that can kind of switch things up a little bit, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think currently our IGL is like obviously not IGL experience, but that didn't stop us from trusting in them. And I think the main thing is that we are all good players. I think that's what plays the good role. We all can adapt, we all can like give ideas, and that's what really got us that far, in my opinion.
But the team that you're up against next is going to be Ascent Rising. You guys were in the same group as them, and they did go undefeated. So how are you feeling? Are you looking forward to it?
I'm looking forward to it, definitely. We want to definitely have a revenge. I think we're very strong. Our mental is really good right now. I think we're all confident in our game. We also watched some game backs, so I think we're ready, definitely.
Well, it looks like Guild X wants that revenge, and you know, we wouldn't expect anything less from them, Tom, in this regard.
Oh no! If that question was asked to any team and they went, "No, we're actually all right with the loss. We were fine with losing that game. We don't really care if we win the next one, and honestly, just having a party." Then I would really be worried for the squad. But yeah, going in for revenge, the fact that they're feeling confident about it, and as you saw mentioned, it was a very close game last time out. They're now going to have learned from their mistakes, maybe even change up the map pool a little bit, and this could be a very, very different series.
And
yeah,
it's
and if you guys are wondering,
experience. I'm sorry. It's a learning experience, right? Their IGL had no experience coming in. So you want to believe that these players, of course, they are good. They improved. We've seen Karina also improve. But the IGL in will also change in the next map. So yeah, that will matter.
If you're wondering why we keep reiterating the fact that it was a close affair last time, we have a little highlight, well, graphic to show you, where we're going to be showcasing the 3 maps and the scores specifically from this one, Tom. I mean, when we said it was a nail-biter, we were not exaggerating.
Well, yeah, and the fun thing about this is, since then, Guild have actually moved away from playing Lotus. So the one map that was actually, like, one-sided in any manner is probably not going to be in this series unless Guild have a change of heart and there's something else they don't want to play here. So I think that makes this match even scarier, because I think the only thing I'm confident that we're going to see is the 2 maps that went either way. So then it just comes down to, can Ascend throw out another pocket pick? Do they have anything else hidden that might actually work out for them?
Are we expecting a pocket pick, Nami, by any chance?
I'm more expecting maybe a change of the map pool, because last time they got destroyed in Lotus, so maybe we will see it again. Okay. So maybe we will see new maps coming in, yeah.
That's interesting to see. But another thing that we would really like to highlight here is the fact that when we're looking at Group B, which was the group that both Ascent Rising as well as Guild X were part of, Ascent Rising went undefeated. And on top of that, there's going to be a little circle around Guild X, which does mean that they are the only team remaining from Group B that was an invited team. So, Tom, it brings the question, is this the end of an era? The competition seems to be so fierce, even if you get invited, other teams are just topping the leaderboard.
It's an end of an era to a degree. I think the thing about Game Changers have been so exciting from its inception all the way to now. I'll still remember, I think it was one of the quotes from Juliana when she first joined, and she was talking about the number of teams or number of signups that we had in Game Changers being more than she'd ever seen before. And for someone with a career like hers, that's incredible. So the fact that those numbers have only gone up and up and up means the talent is only going to improve the same way. And, well, let's put it this way. If you don't move with the times, you're going to get left behind. Luckily for teams like G2 and Guild, they have moved with the times. They made roster moves. So they haven't been left just yet. So maybe it's not an end of an era, but maybe just an adapting one.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to touch up on as well. It's not really an end of an era, but you feel like it's just more talent coming in, and these talent like really want to compete, want to show up. You spoke about Turkish players coming in, young talent coming in. So yeah, that's mostly new talent coming in, making huge changes. Also, all these roster shuffles. So yeah, you feel like it's the whole changes in the teams and in the new talent coming in that's led us to this.
Well, to start the revenge arc for GuildX, first thing we're going to need to have a look at is going to be the playgrounds, the maps that both of these teams are choosing. Tom, we've already said that Ascent is probably not going to be coming through. We're going to have a look very quickly what the first thing is that they're going to be banning, because
But it should be
if
Pearl and
Ascent...
Lotus, right? That's the way I would go with this. I think Ascent and Haven I do expect to come through. And then that was it. It was, is there a pocket pick? So I can only assume the last map is also going to be Ascent. And, oh no, actually, okay, that's the interesting part. Because I'm surprised by the fact that Ascend are not willing to play that. And they have completely changed how this map pool has gone. Haven is the only map that remains. And even that was an OT. So I feel like Ascend have taken this to the place where they want it to go.
To be fair, Ascent, like that was the map where Guild shined yesterday, so maybe we don't want to give them so much of the comfort, but in the same time, I'm surprised to see Fracture, because that's a map we saw Ascent once playing, and they had played it against one of the weakest teams. They didn't have the best performance, so I'm excited to see what's the new things that they're bringing in this map.
Yeah, it feels like we can't actually get rid of Haven. It gets picked continuously, but Fracture is a little breath of fresh air into this one, Tom. So when we're looking at Fracture and the performances from both of these teams, how are we feeling in terms of expectations?
I'm scared. I'm just looking at the fact that Anya plays a Gecko on Fracture, and I don't think I've actually seen a team run a Gecko on Fracture. So that's something that not only, if you're picking into it, you probably have some counters for that, because I feel like repeatedly playing Gecko on a map hasn't shown a lot of success for any teams in Valorant just yet, because the agent is very counterable. So I can only assume that that means Ascender coming in with one hell of a game plan.
All right, well, maybe innovate, adapt, overcome is going to be a strategy here. But the first map that we're going to be heading to for this revenge arc will be Fracture. We're going to be heading over to our lovely casters for today, Pansy and Ash.
Thank you, and what an incredible time to jump into this. Around the elimination marker, it just feels wild that this is the first time I get to really look at this one. Ash, you've obviously had a hands-on experience with this already. These two teams feel super close by all accounts, right? They seem pretty well set at the moment. Would you say, on paper, in your mind, one is above the other? I'm putting you on the spot straight away, I'm sorry.
You really are putting me on the spot right away here, Pansy. And that's a really tough question to answer overall. I think that, at least for the side of Ascent Rising, they were looking really, really good, right? You know, 7-0, a monster within their groups in Group B, up against Guild X, and they've gone head-to-head a few times, and Ascent, they won out 2-1 the last time they faced off against each other, that being in that group stage, and we're already seeing some of these agents coming through. How are you feeling about this Neon pick for Schnell?
I'm not too fussed. I mean, this map is pretty good for both of them historically. I'm pretty sure the last time Ascend lost, it was to Guild on Fracture in this map. They run the Neon Cypher pretty often. I'm not too surprised, right? It's not blown me away. Seeing the Gecko, though, I kind of would have liked to seen maybe Anya potentially on the KO, if I'm honest. Bit of a specialist at times, could have done quite nicely on that, but as it stands, hey, I'll take what I get given. I'm not too opposed to this. How about you, though? Because you've, as said, a little more hands-on. Does this play to your expectations?
Well, it's kind of hard. We didn't really see either of these teams on Fracture yesterday. Very much so, actually. Both of them leaned more into their stronger maps, being Haven and Ascent, and I think that's also why we're seeing Fracture come out as well, right? But we're not going to wait too much longer because we are going to be getting into this game again. It's the lower bracket here between Ascent Rising and Guild X going into Fracture.
Big matchup now, elimination matchup.
Yep.
It just feels criminal that we're seeing these two teams who are so talented already being put in this position, right? But I think the Death summarized it very well, and I'm sure you echo the sentiment that the quality of capability is just continually rising. So there isn't going to be that safety of like, oh, it'll probably be G2 and one other team. Now there's like 4 or 5 dangerous teams that will put you in these positions. So straight out the gates though, as we look at this on paper, do you see a little bit of a one-sided affair in this already? It looks like there should be a pretty comfortable setup over towards tower.
Really comfortable setup. That Dizzy just did so much there to take Schnell out early, you know, denying her that point of visibility and now slowing down that roll here for Ascend, right? Initially starting off with that high tempo, but now actually going to look to re-clear. Worried about that flank just a little bit. The trips are set up just for that south side. So there is a bit of that threat here for Ascend. But overall, that spike's still going to hover towards that B side where Guilds, they remain stacked.
Yeah, I love that. Actually playing off of Anya's utility. You saw, I think it was Smurfette kind of tucked in, ready to swing off the contact of it. It was actually playing behind the utility with intent. And speaking of utility, the camera's still in play. So all of this should be noted. I don't think they're going to pull too many bodies away. I'm seeing if they do... it's not an over-rotation. I mean, you can see it's a fake they're trying to sell here. Amy's still stuck around. They're still holding towards the side. But now with the contact, there's still 4 players here. They haven't drawn the additional player over towards A. This is going to be brutal for Ascend, as Guild look very comfortable here.
Really comfortable. I mean, losing out on that space, right? And HTM's not able to get those trades to come on through. The first pistol round here for Guild X and Ascend. You know, I like the idea, going to re-clear, ensure that flank was free. But for Guilds, they just held steady. They held that gamble very much so, just playing for the retake over towards that A side. I wonder if that does play into later rounds, if we are going to see that Guild just generally favors A retakes over B. But time will tell on that. And for Ascend now, Spike postured back towards A, switching things up this time, and Guild just playing a bit of a default for that A-Hall control.
Yeah, again, you look at the utility they've got to play with. They're going to be taking that A main space, so as long as they don't get cut off at the knees, they should be perfectly fine. Now, as it stands, just going to be trying to get the orbs, so they can just go around the world, do a little bit of a tour, trying to gather it up, and obviously you're looking to see if that Neon can maybe get that ult online nice and early as well. You want to be building that up as quick as you can, but I kind of like this counterbalance that we're seeing coming out from... I guess Guild on this kind of, as said, we saw the previous round just leaving Ness soloing towards A. Happy with it, seeing the kind of counter to this now of her towards that B site, singled out. Happy to kind of play it pretty easy in this round, but they are getting, I think, actually, rather than the Neon getting the ult, they're looking for the Sky to get the ult online. So not far off from it now. 2 away.
2 away. Spike in hand as well, if they can manage to find a plant here with a numbers advantage up against Guild over towards this B side.
Good timing on the smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to make it tricky. One off now. They've literally done the Grand Tour. They've got everything they wanted pretty much. That's a win in their books at least here. Because you're coming in, what, a classic Frenzy, I think a Sheriff for Amy, and that's about all she wrote. So if they get any more than that, it's a bonus, right? Because you're looking just to get those ults building up. But as it stands, you're seeing Guild looking super diligent, very disciplined, not really over-peaking here. Want to see how long Smurfette sticks around on this, because this could get messy. She's fine, you got the swing from the door, yeah. Super clean in the end, not too much of a threat, but for Ascend, actually they were looking to build up those ults. So trying to create that as their main target in this one, just to get those online. I think they got 3 basically around this, so they'll be pretty happy coming into their first buy round.
No, for sure. I mean, you're really just bolstering into, you know, the mid part of this half, right? Here, starting on the attacking side for Ascend, and already Seekers are up going into the anti-eco. I'm curious to see if it would actually come through. Sure, Ascend, they could just look to get the Seekers as quickly online as possible as they go for this Logitech G power up. But consistently going for a bit of that 4-1 split there. You're going to see Amy always lurking over towards that north side. And for Guild, they're just been playing for the extremities. You know, they flip-flop between one or another. Previously it was A-Halls, this time looking for Dish.
Yeah, I quite like it. I quite like that they're trying to prioritize taking space somewhere, be it towards Dish, be it towards A main. I'm happy enough to see that wherever it is. Now, bear in mind as well, this is just the bonus round, so they do still have Smurfette 1 away from the ult as well. So Smurfette did pretty nicely in those last rounds to at least be farming up towards her ult. Now, looking at the power they bring in, you still have 2 additional Bulldogs and a couple of Spectres, so it's not a bad purchase. So don't think it's going to be too comfy just yet. It could get a little bit dicey, but removing Ness at least takes away one part of the equation. They've got the plant down. They should be quite comfortable in the post-plant. I don't see too many issues coming in towards this, unless Smurfette, who's now got the ult, can actually do some damage.
I mean, there's paint shells online as well. I think we just heard those thrown out in towards backside there to door, and there's the showstopper to come through.
Yeah, but look at the flank as well. That's going to be in place pretty soon, and you've already kind of switched around positions into a 3v2. Any more damage actually isn't bad. You're going to be forcing these uncomfortable repurchases. This isn't meant to be a win. This is a bonus round for Guild. And as it stands, one more kill and they'd have been happy, but I doubt they're going to be able to achieve it as no. Ascend, keep hold of the 3 players alive. They've got the plant. They've got everything they wanted out of this. Yes, losing 2, but not the end of the world. They'll take that and be able to repurchase after this.
Also nice because, you know, Smurfette uses that showstopper into this round. Sure, it does find the pick at the very least, but that means it's not carried over now into the anti-ego of Guild, whereas that was more of their bonus regardless of how strong it ended up being. And really nice how Ascend's able to flip that round on its head as Guild were looking to convert. And now we're actually seeing that stack back over towards this Dish side, and Ascend will be going head-to-head here with Guild.
Just want to see if Anya's utility is as good as before. Perfect from Smurfette. Doesn't even need the utility. Now you can see Wingman put in, you see the Boombot going in, and Guild have just got a stranglehold on Dish. Perfect play from Smurfette. Gorgeous work. They can try and slip back towards this. I don't think Ascend can backfill this quick enough to do any damage. No. And keep in mind, the spike was by Dish. So by all accounts, they've absolutely won every extremity you could imagine in this round.
No, and then on top of that, with the Cypher setup from Ness going over towards that B side, there's no work potential to come through, right? The read is that Ascend will be pushing here in towards Defender's spawn, and Amy trying to find one despite being low. Can't find it. It's all up to HTM now to find as much value as possible.
Still a flash to play, but it doesn't matter. Smurfette's on a tear here. That was, what a round to play out as well. I thought it might have been that combination again of kind of like Dizzy coming in, maybe just a swing off the back of it, but basically a dry fight at the start, forced inward. This is after the first kill, keep in mind. This is the second that came through with the Boombot there and everything else. This was really nice, and I don't love Gecko coming in that much, but seeing how much intention they put behind it, how much they're setting up Smurfette here, that's everything. They've broken Ascend's funds instantaneously. And that's why I'm a little surprised we didn't see them maybe looking to try and build up, you know, the Neon, for example, you know, trying to get that into play as fast as possible. This, you know, it's what this map's good for.
Oh, but that fast lane, just to go straight, or the high gear, I should say, coming out from Schnell, just trying beating that timing, it just doesn't pan out. First blood goes in early to the hands of Guild, and now it's Amy again on these lurks. She's found a lot of success on lurk positions over on Ascent yesterday versus KC, but not able to get into those same kind of positions here. Guild very much so have been holding steady.
Yeah, the molly's quite nice. It does isolate Amy a little, but Amy delivering above expectation. Finding 2 where she probably shouldn't have found them, but will get them. Ult now comes in, so the remaining 3 will be absolutely considered. Plant's going to go down. They should have another recoverable rifle, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not, maybe a little too deep, maybe a little too dangerous to get hold of, but they did at least get one, so Amy's going to go on towards the Phantom, and the retake gets really dicey.
Retake might get dicey, but you've also got a wingman you could rely on to try and protect getting that defuse in, but look at this positioning. HTM really good here to catch the team off guard, and Amy's just going to clean up across the board. That 4K, it's all Amy here for Ascend for round number 2.
Kind of wild, the difference that 3 seconds on a Molotov would make. Amy gets to slip ahead of it, they don't quite expect it, and the punish off the back is perfect. Some lovely aim, obviously, is certainly helpful, but Amy finding just the right timing to slip ahead of that, and surprised they didn't instantaneously molly on that push up through towards main. So a little bit of a mistake, but you give them an opportunity, they're going to take it, right? So already seeing that diligence coming in, and I'm glad to see Amy kind of stepping into that role a little bit. Heard the desk highlighting how good they were in those early couple of games, get to see them really find their form. Glad to see that here. We are actually going to see the ult coming back through for Smurfette. So this could be red alert because they are carrying on with that A main pressure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that ult was also just online a couple rounds ago. We're only 5 into this matchup here, and now Sewers to retake control into Arcade, looking for a pinch in case anyone on Guild did have that tendency to push out here in towards Dice underneath tower. But overall, I like this slowdown of tempo coming out from Ascent. You know, previously Schnell was getting caught off guard there with their timings in towards site, and you know, so far Guild, they've tried to answer in that sense, and Ascent, they find the response.
The timing here is going to be brutal because this flank's got 3 players on it. Yeah, there's utility, but they're still going to be boxed in. If Ness can hold just for a couple of seconds, which he does, this is now terrifying. They don't know it quite yet. They will now as the utility has been broken, so they should be aware of a flank coming in. And with the Seekers obviously confirming it now. But this post plant is tricky to hold. They need another Amy round. They need someone to hold on to this because Smurfette going to get the rocket ready. Posts it, gets it. That's Amy now gone. They're down to just a couple players on the side here. This is getting me a little nervous on the way back in. You're going to get the rest of the team now working together. Dizzy comes in, going to make it even harder to hold. But they're actually managing to hold on to this. Guild aren't having the easiest time of displacing these final couple of players. And you're going to have the orbital strike coming in. You've got that late round utility. This is perfect. There's nowhere to go. Anya's dead. You could swing out, but you can't get the defuse. Surely not. They're just going to pressure at the right time. Pop flash goes in. They know they've got this one. Wrapped up, bow on it, Ascend. Make that work. Considering that flank was going to be deadly, they handled it so well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just being able to convert that round into their favor with all the pressure being put on early onto that plant, especially with that showstopper coming through too. But a big factor of that was the flashes coming out from the side of Ascend. You had hated the most. You had flashes coming out from Jade as well, and that caused a lot of chaos for Guilds, unable to see going into that retake, and they have to call it early timeout now, being forced onto an eco.
Yeah, and I don't mind it. Try and get a grasp on it, because if you're looking purely at the early game, right, if you look at what's kind of going on in the early parts of the round, to my eyes, Guild are doing everything right. They've been taking space, they've been proactive on the defensive side, they've been getting the reads correct, but the amount of times Ascend just in either a post plant or have an Amy round, I don't think Guild are even doing anything wrong at this point. They literally had a round turned by utility being a couple seconds late, Amy playing ahead of the smoke there, gets the benefit of it and punishes, what, 4 off the back. That's fine, you can have those rounds. Frustrating, sure, but that can happen. The second round, they got the read right. They did everything else right. They pushed out A main, they pushed out Dish, they cleared it. Yes, there was that Cypher utility in play, so a little bit frustrating, but they were still in the right place. So I don't think there's anything that they need to worry about just yet. It is 3-3 still. I think Guild is still pretty much doing as much as they need to. Ascend have had a good couple of rounds, but I'm not really seeing that Neon pick coming into effect at all, if I'm honest.
No, because, I mean, as I mentioned before, it was just that timing. Schnell would get shut down early on for those first few rounds that Guild were able to find, and since then, slowing things down. Meanwhile, you know, when you're thinking of Neon, you're thinking of that fast-paced play coming out from her, right? And it's just been very slow so far. We haven't really seen the impact even coming through for like fast flanks or just causing that sort of chaos that you normally want to see a Neon having an impact in a game.
And again, proactive clearing over towards B, but this round, they're on the sheriff. So I'm not as bothered by this, but on paper, what Guild are doing is very nice to see. Now, whether or not they get a catch on anyone, we're yet to see. Amy's the one who's going to be receiving this and knows there's going to be a follow-up as Dizzy comes through. A little bit of an Eco Cobra in this one that shouldn't be too much of a threat. No, very, very comfortable there. Clean rounds is what you want to be seeing. Amy, what, took half damage, basically? That's about it. But diligence in an anti-eco is always going to make me happy.
Oh, no, of course. And this is where we've seen Amy shine in the past, right? In previous games, sure, an eco round there for the side of Guilds, but overall, I want to talk about Amy's playstyle in that sense. Always being on that lurking role, it feels like she just has a really great internal ticker, knowing when to get that timing down to catch the rotations off guard. And now splitting things back up here A 2-3 split across the north and south side of Fracture. Guild, they go for that A-Halls control, again, always with a deep smoke as well. But at the same time, that early smoke, while it does garner you that A main control, puts that pressure down, you also have less cover going into the later part of the round.
Yeah, with Anya's ult, though, they can kind of explore further, right? They can explore through the smokes. They can pressure a little bit deeper. Starting to get the read on this, but again, no follow-up behind Neon's wall there. So kind of maybe just posturing here, and Amy playing a very dangerous game. Does get away from it, and they're going to adjust towards Dish, it looks like. But the reclear, it looks like they're aware of this, potentially coming back from A main, looking up towards drop here, but there is no follow-up. I'm looking for the third player to be already starting to rotate. They're not. They've lost track of what Ascent are up to. This was quite nice from Ascent. They're trying to keep them on their toes, clearing towards site. They see nothing. Now they're in. They should be able to get a plant off the back of this. I doubt they're going to swing the smoke. And finally, the rotation arrives, but it's way too late now.
Anya gets caught out by that aftershock as well. Just so much damage done with sprays, and the plant's still unable to go down though. Guild, they're here for the early pressure.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, but Ascend have every single kill basically. Guild, I'm a little frustrated by this because they've been getting the right reads and then they don't pull the additional player. They don't do the next step, right? It's like all that early round looks great, even using the ult to explore a little further, but there's no follow-up, there's no push behind it. They just kind of let them slip away on the rope. I'm really surprised that Guild haven't tried to capitalize on some of those opportunities. Like, yes, Smurfette's having a great game, but where's everyone else right now?
And
give me a little more here, because if I'm going to say that, you know, I want to see a bit more from Chanel, I'm going to say the same for Guild. Smurfette's having a whale of a time, but the rest of them are absent. I want to see a little more from him. We've had Amy having a round. HCM looks solid as a rock here. We've had everyone else kind of doing okay on Ascend. And by all accounts, they're doing everything right that they need to be doing, but I'm just a little frustrated that Guild, as I said, take those right steps and then just falter at the end. But as it stands, this should be another for Ascend. This should be 6. They're against Sheriffs. They don't have any proactive ults to play with. Yes, Anya's noted the early presence, but what does it matter at this point? They've been kind of messing up at this point going forward. The ult's even going to come out a little maybe overzealous here, but why not?
Oh, not even looking though. Smurfette with that first blood shuts down the initial push on towards site. Amy's still able to come through, but now only a minute left on the clock here. Sen still trying to funnel out.
I just praised him for clean anti-ecos. There we go. Okay, I got a little nervous. There we go. Much better. They really got a grip on them, but they're keeping 3 alive, so this bolsters their money. You're going to start seeing those ults kind of coming back through as well. Yes, Chanel just burnt theirs, but outside of that, you got, you know, the Rolling Thunder almost there, a couple of others. But Guild have a snowball round, right? They've got 3 ults, 2 impactful, 1 irrelevant. Sorry, Ness. Sorry, Cypher, I guess. But this is a round I want to see them do something with. I want them to follow it up here, because Ascend have had a couple of moments where they look very vulnerable and then just walk on by. They, you know, they adjust towards a nice little play out of Dish. I want to see something a little bit more, I don't know, intentional. And with Smurfette with his ult here, this could be big.
Well, I mean, you're talking about intentional. It's a fast flank right off the bat here for Guild, as Ascend already have Sans control, and Guild, it's almost like we've completely flipped. But Amy looking for that backstab across the rope. It's not going to happen.
Oh, the spacing. They look frustrated themselves, and they're making poor choices. But Smurfette now on the case, swings through, does manage to at least clear towards A main. But now into the post plant, it's a 3v3, right? One still towards side, the orbital strike going to come in. Clears, but we know there's still a player towards Cess tucked on the corner. Great opportunity now as well, with that molly going in to buy a couple of extra seconds. This is perfect. Zen getting closer. Smurfette, I don't know if she realizes how close. If she just posts it, she'll probably get one right now, but it's such a dangerous game. A 1-for-1 trade, but where are the final 2 players? Guild digging them out from the smoke, but Schnell, absent throughout the early part of this game, very present in that round.
7-3 in Guild. I think the struggle there was, the idea was a pinch, you know, you cause a bit of chaos, you fight a little bit too early for that A-Halls pressure. Would have rather seen Util going out to try to slow down that push instead of committing the 2 bodies when you already know you have a fast flank coming through. And I think that's a bit of the issue with Guild, is that disconnect. And, you know, Smurfette, she's leaning into the IGL role for the first time ever, and doing it on a duelist is definitely very difficult. You can see the calls being made to help her out, but micromanaging the other portions of the team has looked like a little bit of struggle for that synergy.
Yeah, there's some some issues. Considering, I'd say this map is certainly, it sits well with both teams. Seeing the disparity to this extent, I'm curious about the rest of the game, let's put it that way. For now, Smurfette going to deliver on the first, but the site's free, right? You've got full access here. That should be a plant coming in. There's some utility left, but nothing that should really deny this plant. So unless someone pulls off a miracle, this post plant should be... Oh, there's the miracle. There it is. All right. Ness blind firing through smoke and a box will deny the plant. Second time of asking, but now a little fewer smokes to play with, a little tougher. And it looks like the investment of the ult. Oh my gosh, no. How has that just occurred? Sorry.
No way. I actually have no words right now. We're gonna have to see the replay.
And still lost.
I mean, the ult was there. Speedowka just shot and ran out of it. I don't think it was quite deep enough, but...
Where and how? 4 to 7. How are we here? I don't think they saw one of those players.
No.
Surely not. Surely not. How?
I still don't know. I really still don't know. We don't even have a replay to go back off of, unfortunately, which is tough, but I don't know. Maybe we can see it from the perspective of the teams after this.
They better clip that.
I hope so.
That was ridiculous. That was like an unlosable. They had sheriffs and you're in a post. Anyway, back into the action. Last time around, this worked well for Guild, and it looks like they'll at least have a fair fight on it until then. The ult going to tip the scales, but can they close the gap fast enough? Yes. Already Ascent getting in there, getting things done, and the split coming in just perfect. Amy's timing, fantastic.
It always is. That neural theft comes out too, and it's all the information needed here for Ascend. You know that the last two players of Guild will be hopping out here from Dish, and Guild, they throw their own, now taking that rope across, but that sound cue is already going to be heard here from HTM sitting into that defender spawn.
Here.
Good luck, Amoy back in. 2v3. Basically all players playing for this at this point. Now, they don't know, I think, how many are here, so you can still see that flash being sent out towards Dish, but now everything's known. Still a flash to play, still a stun to invest. Ascend are perfectly situated in this post plant. Shouldn't be a threat, and it isn't. Again, I'm getting more and more impressed with Ascend, but my disappointment in Guild is still very much there because they had opportunities, actually had so many chances in this, getting the right reads, good flanks, great position, you know, taking space, everything that you put on the little checklist, and then it just didn't, they just absolutely whiffed it at the end. I don't know, a little gutted by that.
It's been difficult. I think, I don't know, some heartbreaker rounds there for Guild, to be honest.
Yeah.
Overall, it's just lackluster communication, I feel like, has been the issue that we've seen so far. It feels like some comms were definitely missing, but now swapping onto the attacking side, I'm curious to see if we do find a bit more success, whereas Smurfette can much better control the tempo of the game, being on that duelist on the attack.
Okay. You know what? I'll reset mentally. I'm coming back in. I want a close game here. I was excited seeing the adjustment in the map veto. I was like, perfect, because Lotus looked kind of poo. So I'm down for this. This looks much better. And I'm getting a 4 to 8, barely? Come on. I need a little something out of Guild. Give me a little spice here. Oh dear, that was a lovely shot initially, but then Anya somehow bests the opponent, left alive on 17 HP, but that should be pretty indicative of the hit coming in, so HTM good positioning, Frenzy there looking pretty okay, shouldn't be isolated like this, there's no one else to support, and they've got the plant.
Got the plant, got that aiming control as well, at the very least on this retake. Ascend do have all of Jade's util to work with. That fault line into A halls could do so much right now, just matters if it's on the mark, it only finds one.
Yeah, so you're not going to see as much of an easy point of access for Amy, who's sadly fallen, but Ness pretty happy with that. Jade not getting any of the fights she would have wanted either, so Guild managed to stabilize in the first tier of the second half, but 4 alive, not bad, and clear cut, right? It just felt a little isolated in some of these fights. Again, I kind of wanted some more support systems there, better spacing, better trading. But Guild, if you give them isolated fights, obviously they're going to be happy with that. You're not going to sit there and go, actually, no, we'll wait. we'll honor first. No, you're going to take what you're given, but I just want to see a little bit more of that spacing correction there. But coming in now, what, 4 Bulldogs and a Spectre up against Frenzies? This should be not too much of a problem.
No, definitely not. And if you can get away with all 4 of those Bulldogs into your bonus round, it's looking really strong against the Rifles too, right, into the next. But Ascent, they've gambled over towards that B side, and Guild anticipating actually aggression coming out. I guess especially with Schnell being on that Neon pick, they're expecting for her to get aggressive. And like you said previously, she has been quiet into this series so far. But it's just low contact up here. Sure, Dizzy has a sound to be made. The camera for Ascend on the side of Amy could hear this information if she's in it. But otherwise, Ascend playing for that full retake.
Yeah, this, I doubt there's going to be much to stop the clock. So, no, it's all good. So at this point, the pennies dropped, right? They're fully aware that there's probably going to be a large amount of players coming from somewhere, and with the utility broken from the Cypher, they should know the flank is on the way. Smurfette, the one to try and handle it. The Eco Cobra wants to build up towards that ult and gets the first step towards it. Needs some support here, though. The stuns come in. Everyone else is a little further behind. Okay, don't worry. Wingman's on the case. Dizzy's there as well. And this is just perfect. Smurfette absolutely mopping up. And they didn't find the final player, but it's all right. Ness, diligent, smart, big brain. Ness got it.
Ness got it. It's kind of funny, though, just seeing the two just, like, sit there like, okay, well, I'm alone now. But, you know, flawless round to come out here for Guild. So starting to close this gap. And the bonus is going to be really, really strong with all 5 of these weapons carried on into the next. But again, with rifles coming out, the Bulldogs, it's essentially a full loadout, right? The contention is going to be really good to contest. And Guild, they seem a lot more in form, at least on the attacking side. We'll see what happens, though, that now that Ascend have weaponry on hand.
I want to see if there's a little gap in some of the utility, though. I think Schnell might be lacking a little bit. Some of the others might have some of the pieces missing here, but it's not the end of the world. But obviously, when you have such a couple of clean rounds against you, you don't get that full benefit of all the utility you'd want. But I don't know if it's going to be a hindrance yet. You know, could still just hit the shot, no worries. For now, Smurfette trying to bait it out a little bit, and they actually do manage to catch on towards Schnell, so she needs to be a little careful here. Does back away and pulls to attention the other 2 players, and actually good timing on the rotation as well. Bringing over a 4th. You're going to have HTM, I believe, ready, probably flashy in hand for a swing or to try and bail out some of the pressure. There was the attempt at it. Oh, didn't find what they want, but Smurfette, it couldn't be better. Almost passing each other like ships in the night, and the timing that Amy wanted to get then was to go exploring. Backfill. They felt so much pressure towards A, but look at where they're heading. Straight towards B. Fantastic timing, and a little unlucky for Amy.
Oh, that is for sure. And the spike was super non-committal the entire time, right? You knew that for Guild, they were just trying to feel out that A site and, you know, call for the pivot if need be. And now you got Sewers control here. Smurfette's going to have really great timing up against the 2. And actually, it's going to be Ness instead for the trade.
All right. Stealth rifles. 2 flashes to play. Tricky positions to pry people out of, though. The second flash, but look at Ness. Gorgeous repositioning from Ness there. Love that. The timing, they were so hyper-focused, clearing out towards kind of B main, right? Trying to clear as best they can. Her timing was fantastic. And I've been noting that a couple of times now with Ness. Really heads up, even just re-clearing, making sure no one's come back towards A main, as we saw before when they were cowering in the corner. But nice work for Ness there. But again, quite liked what I saw. The look of pressure towards A, kind of, you know, smokes down, looking pretty committed through by Sand. But as you highlighted, the spike wasn't there. They weren't fully investing into that. And as soon as they catch Amy, it was the green light, right? They just flooded towards that B site. And now the scoreline's almost tied up all even. This is wild.
Especially because, you know, for Ascend, the way that they play, Amy's always going to be that hard anchor no matter what. Sometimes she might have 1 or 2 people with her, but she'll be left alone for the most part if you make enough noise. And again, Ascend now onto an eco round here. Guild just slowing things down. Really nice A-Halls control at the very least. A stinger here for Schnell could do enough. And you got the fault line too. Maybe looking for a swing, but instead Ascend, they just continue to play patient. And a lot of util invested here by Guild to clear out these angles.
Yeah. No one to go behind it. So I credit to Ascend for the quick kind of flip of the switch. They've seen nothing else behind that smoke. There's no more audio cues. It's looking like it's a B piece. But Guild playing almost a contact hit, right? They're this far, they're this close, they're going to just burst off the back of contact. They're already there. They've cleared as they've gone. They couldn't have gone better for them, and they just got ahead of the curve of the flank, right? Like a couple more seconds either way, it could have been different, but being decisive has won them at least the site and a more established post plant, whereas you look at what they're going to be coming back in here for Ascend, you've got Sheriffs and Frenzies and the Stinger. It's not going to be easy to close the gap.
Definitely not, but I like the Sewers control. The guild always keep a hold on here, right? And again, like you said, that flank to be punished. Not looking, though. The timing could be everything here.
Last player standing.
Oh, no. It could have been everything. Unless it's a Ninja Diffuse. That's a very ambitious Frenzy. A little heady on the way out, but yeah, gonna give it up to the Spike. That's perfectly fine, but what a night and day performance here, Ash. You're looking at Guild, who looked a bit out of sorts. Some correct reads, as we highlighted in that first half, but never quite had it together to kind of formulate the plan. Here, much better. I guess you could say, though, they have won that economy game, right? They convert the bonus. They barely let them get a kill in those opening rounds. So it has been really difficult, even in that essence, for Ascend to come back in. This has to be the switch point, right? They're maybe a round away from ults coming in. They're going to have that snowball round soon, but they've got to stop the bleed. This is 4 in a row.
I do wonder if Ascend take the time to call a timeout, maybe on their next eco for that reason. Slow that momentum. And the first time that we're seeing Chanel kind of be noisy into this round, and she takes the upper angle somehow. She wins that fight, stunned up at the end too. And now Guild's forced to flash through, to re-clear, take the space back, put the pressure back onto Ascend's side, who've completely fallen back. They're playing their lives, playing it smart, not overextending.
They're using a neon like a neon.
Finally.
I'm stunned. Finally, we're getting to see it. That's what I want. If you've got a neon, use it. Otherwise, I don't know, pick something else. But there, we finally saw it, right? And maybe just throwing it in once in a while is the way that they want to achieve it. They don't want to depend on it every round, but I like it. I like the idea. You might as well. It's great. It works. And managing to punish Smurfette out of everyone, you couldn't find a better target. Because now, I mean, now we have to see what Smurfette's like when she doesn't get to lead by I guess, at the front. Gets out, she kind of micromanage. And Ness got it. Ness is just can opener style, just cracking open these sides. Already a big pick there, but they note the additional player. They've noted the Sky Flash coming in. They've got to know that Chanel's not too far away. They've drawn these players back over, but Amy is still locking down the other side of the map. So it will be at least a favorable fight towards B as it stands?
A somewhat favorable fight. I mean, the Mosh is going to go out for this push.
For the smoke fade.
No, the timing.
The timing's devastating. Yeah, this is going to be gutting. They're so vulnerable. Too many angles to worry about, and they simply don't have the time for this. 10 seconds, and they've got to make a move, and it's only going to be Ness left. The smoke just dissipating as you saw that Mosh going in, as you were just about to note. Smoke fades, and they are so vulnerable on the cross. A little unfortunate there, but we are starting to see maybe Ascend getting a bit of a grip on things. This is what we were looking for. Them maybe stopping the rot, and they've done just that. On that 5th round of asking here in the second half, they've managed it. And now, Ash, what terrifies me, we've got a snowball round for basically both sides. But you've got to say Ascend's ults, a little bit more impactful. Once again, Cypher, not going to bring much with that.
Definitely not. But I mean, there's a lot of potential for Smurfette to connect off of the Rolling Thunder, right? With the Showstopper, great potent combination. And they are going fast right off the bat. No Showstopper out though. Everyone's stunned up. Amy has to get out, but she can't see. But somehow the trades are still coming through. Ascend coming out on top.
They're trying. This has been beautiful counter work coming in. Yeah, Ascend just, by all accounts, slowing this down perfectly. Ness is dead and gone. So much of that just went absolutely corrupted for Guild. You saw the fight ahead of the utility. So Anya's going to be frustrated with that for sure. You saw Dizzy just about to be invested, and they're swinging ahead of it. Again, it tees up all the other players on the other side to take a fight they can actually win. You're not meant to stick around. And even the counter ult, right? The Rolling Thunder gets invested. Everything else coming out. All the utility they just put in gets halted, because then you'll have the Orbital Strike coming in. This is an incredibly frustrating round if you are Guild, because you had a lot of ults coming in for that, you know, not a lot. You had Speedowkas coming in, which could have been really valuable. You drop the ball, you get countered hard. Now, you've at least got a buy coming in, but seeing that little bit of, I guess just the lack of synergy playing behind the utility is going to be frustrating, because that's kind of the whole point of even having Anya on Gecko, right? Because I'd still say Anya's fantastic other agents. I prefer seeing her on something like KO, but sure, Gecko's usable. But you better work with that utility. Otherwise, you're investing everything towards Dish. You saw it there. I think Amy was like turning every flash, not too fast. Dizzy came out, and they just went ahead of it. And it's a little bit like,
no,
don't make it harder for yourself.
The timing's just been off. I feel like the amount of times that we've seen a splash go out, and unfortunately, you know, Smurfette just a little bit too early to that push, and that was just chaos. And I feel like overall Ascend, when it comes down to those scrappy fights, they still somehow find a way to make it almost clinical with the way that they are zoning into Guild to find picks or push them into their crosshairs. But this time, they're looking for the pinch play, and Ascend, Schnell's just on the roll here on defense.
I asked for the neon, and I have more than received. This is perfect. Anya is in a whole world of trouble. Schnell, that was a brave attempt. But throwing one round like that every once in a while, perfect. It just shatters Guild right off the back of a timeout too, right? It's the instant one where it's like, if you're Guild, for example, you're coming to this, okay, let's kind of come up with that plan. Got a decent buy here, or, you know, we're going to be working towards this is our goals. You come up with whatever the counter is, and if you're Ascend, you go, awesome, we're going to just rush. We're going to use some nice utility, but we're just going to fly at you. So it completely offsets off the back of that timeout. And now, at 11-8, Ascend, massive upper hand here now. They've worked out that game plan. They've been showing diligence in these gun rounds. They've also got the economy behind them as well. So this is massive.
And then chipping away at Guild as well, right? But Showstopper, nobody's home here towards that A site. But now, Ness is the one in danger. The timing, though, again, is everything. Just missed. And they're falling back. Ness is actually safe. The pinch not committed.
If Ness can backfill this could have to.
The backstab.
But it's all about timing, right? Yeah, and now with the Rolling Thunder sent in, does she miss that window of opportunity? That's the big question we're going to find out here. Still going to be standing towards this. Ness, I think, might just miss the timing on this. Ness has to be perfect. Anya's fallen, and now Ness has to go beyond. Now, the plant's not terrible for her. It does have an opportunity, and it's just squandered. There was just that window of chance there, Ash. There was an opportunity. It was tiny, it was minuscule, but it could have had such a different outcome. For now, falls by the wayside.
Again, it feels like that communication, right? Sure, Ness might be trying to go slowly to avoid being heard, but there is no opportunity at that speed up. You didn't really see her, you know, feeling the urgent need to get over towards Dish, lagging behind a little bit in that kind of sense. So maybe Guild felt that their post plant was going to be a bit more strong on towards site. Regardless, though, match point here for map number 1 of this best of 3 series. It's elimination on the line again. We got to remember that we're in the lower bracket.
I think this game, or at least this map, is highly frustrating for Guild. This is the one that can really, really mess with your mind. Now, this is all a fake, right? They're trying to pull the additional player. Now they don't know this, because they haven't done this enough yet, or at least that much, that they're actually drawn 2 players over. It's only going to be Schnell towards this side of the map, which is wild to me. They've done fantastic here, pulling this rotation. Plant's going to come in. They're going to be instantly in the post plant with a lot of utility, but same can be said for Ascend on the play back in. They should have a lot of kit to work back in towards the site. Even just one smoke towards on. What's the plan beyond this? You do have the ults. That's what's going to be trying to deny the defuse.
It's a nice early tap to come out, though, from Ascend to force it out early on. The guiding light as well to try and push in towards Amy, knowing it's planted, and it's just fights across the board here.
Yeah, it's super messy. And they're still hyper-focused towards B main, and they've forgotten to note about tower. This is a huge slip from Smurfette. Great positioning to slowly go all the way around to be the safety net, to be the one player to make sure that if someone's on the spike, if Anya falls, I'm still there. Guild, that's the first time we've seen them kind of run that fake right now. They don't know how successful it's been. We do. That managed to get 2 players in addition to rotate towards A. Normally you get that one player, right? You get one player come across, and that's still a win. They got both. That's a huge tick in the box. That could be massive going forward.
Especially with the conditioning done, right? Guild haven't really pivoted away from sites that they've shown that heavy presence toward, and that's why we haven't really seen Ascend feel that need to spread out in that kind of way. And now it's that 3-2 split here. In Guild, they're speeding things back up. Once again, Smurfette's already on towards site. Paint shell available here for tower.
But what's going to displace these players? Last time, they've gone back into what wasn't working, and that's devastating, because they just got that they got that right solution, right? They found the equation that worked for them, and now they're being brutalized. Schnell almost overcooking it, but they leave them with so many players alive. Karina can do nothing about it. Ascend outclassing Guild here by quite a substantial margin, Ash.
Yeah, I mean, 13-9, sure, it is Ascend's map pick. Sure, 13-9, that's not too far of a scoreline, but when you go down to the meat of the plays that we've seen come out, for Guild at the very least, it was all Smurfette across the board there that found those rounds, found the impact with those frags. For Ascend, it was everyone. Everyone was putting in the piece of the puzzle that they needed to find solutions. And Guild looking one-dimensional on their attacking side.
And that's the heartbreaking part. It was the fundamentals that were lacking in some occasions, some of that spacing, some of the just working off each other's utility in a really refined way. But again, gotta say it, Ascend for me, I loved seeing the way they played that, the way they approached it, the occasional throw-in of the aggression with the neon, the kind of, aggression off the back of a timeout as well. I love looking at that sort of thing. I think that to me is like, it's so good to see them take control of the tempo of the game and the kind of momentum, right? Play that momentum game, and they played it really well. Yes, Smurfette had a great game. That's outstanding. Yes, you could say Ness had a couple of rounds here and there, but overall, everyone from Ascend had impact. They played a fantastic matchup there, at least into map 1, which I thought was going to be a little bit closer, but it certainly wasn't.
Yeah, we really did think it was going to be a lot closer. And the thing is, you can't just rely on Smurfette if you're Guild X. You've got a potential 2 more maps to go here in this best of 3 series. Everyone needs to start playing out all of those stops. And I think you made a really good point there. Anya on that Gecko pick just didn't feel nearly as good as the other Flash initiators we've seen her on before.
Yeah, she can be an absolute superstar. Des said it, we said it, we'd love to see more of it. We have that chance. Haven will be coming up next, but before then we have the desk and all the other good stuff, so do not go too far away.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What? What is this from Jade? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's Ye. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
13-9 is the way for Ascent to secure themselves a lead in this matchup. On their own map pick, Tom, Fracture, it's looking promising so far.
Yeah, no, it looked good from them. I think especially towards the end of the game, it seemed like they really got into the rhythm with that Neon, which was definitely something exciting to watch. But I do also think that they managed to exploit a fair few of the gaps when it came to Guild's own Fracture.
Yeah,
we were at
gaps. I'm sorry. Again. Talking of the gaps, I think Amy was always able to find these gaps and utilizing it so well. So, yeah.
Yeah, one thing that we were a little question marky about when we came into this game was the fact that there was a gecko. Well, when I say we, I mean Tom, because
I'm a pessimist.
Expressed it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so, I mean, when we're looking at Smurfette, she has done incredibly well. And some of these statistics are off of the back of that Gecko utility. So are you convinced, Tom? Are you joining the Gecko camp?
On Fracture, no. I'll be honest with you. I think that Smurfette had an incredible map. I think that she proved herself again to be one of the best duelists that we have in Game Changers as a whole. But ultimately, I think you could have done probably everything and more with the Sky. I don't mind some of the ideas they had with the Gecko, but I don't think it was game-changing by any matter.
Okay, looking at the util as well, Inami from the Gecko, we have a couple of clips that we can get rolling just to dive a little deeper into the setup that Guildex had going on.
Yeah, talking about the setup, I wanted to talk actually more about Amy finding this opener in the side and killing 2 people and then getting also the spike and getting the plant. It's something that we didn't expect. Looking at this, you see Ness and Karina, you see they had their setup inside, but they were unable to at least trade off each other, and that's something we didn't expect from them. But also credits, of course, to Amy for being able to find that opening, being able to find the spike. And I feel like after that, a timeout was needed from Guild, and it feels that they just lost the momentum.
Yeah, Amy was one of the players, Tom, that we highlighted coming into this, saying you were a little worried if she didn't show up from the side of Ascent. And it did feel like it took her a bit to get warmed up into the game, though.
I would say that they're both. In fact, the Sentinels on the attack side actually did all right, like with some of the lurk plays. I think the main thing for them, though, was that because you had these sort of contact plays, so what we sort of, I guess, weren't able to show was that what they were doing was they were using Gecko util to basically get contact, Smurfette would swing, and that was how you were going to get a lot of these sort of openers. And so, for example, in this clip is where they managed to find the gaps, which was basically done by avoiding that setup. If you can get away from Smurfette, if you walk into what was the Cypher setup and walk into some of the other players around the map, that was where the gaps were really found on that attacker side. Now, the sort of polar opposite to that was actually done when we saw Smurfette, which was Smurfette was almost used to sell this idea of, I am the whole round. I'm going to run into the site. I'm going to take that space, and you're almost going to basically just have to fight me, and then they would use that to actually throw a lot of these fakes in. So this is sort of the contact play that we were trying to show just a moment ago, is that a lot of these sort of early Gecko fights were being used just to throw the utility, and then Smurfette will go kill. Now, can you do that also with the Sky and potentially get more in terms of passive information? Yes, you can.
All right. I mean, look at the Smurfette stats as well. Something I want to highlight already, Inami, earlier bit is how she performed and how incredibly well she's done. We're attributing it a little bit to the Gecko utility, but also just today on the server, it was headshot after headshot after headshot.
Yeah, Smurfette was 11-2 in round 5. This player was insane. You can see the percentage of first bloods. She was doing her job, honestly, and it feels like it's coming from the setup of Gecko, of all her teammates playing for her. But in the end, she just fell short. It was just not enough. And sometimes you see them randomly change their playstyle in the middle, and it was a little questionable because we were using sometimes Smurfette to fake go into A on the attack while we were going B, or like at some point we were pushing her to go alone without having the ability to trade on her. So there were some question marks on the Gilex playstyle, but overall Smurfette feels like it was her game. It was just sadly not enough.
Well, Haven is going to be another map that we're going to be heading into, and Tom, real quick, how are we feeling about it?
It's going to be a close game. I think both are very, very good at this map in general, so I think we got a banger on our hands.
Oh, love it when casters use that sentence.
Banger.
We're going to be heading over to our actual casters this time around, Ash and Pansy. They're going to be covering the second map of the series. So far, Ascend in the lead, but guys, take it away.
Yeah, you just did Tom dirty there. Like, poor old Tom. Like, he's devastated with that. I mean, I feel bad, but yeah, it could be a banger. Map 1 didn't quite hit what I wanted, right? I was kind of expecting a little bit more from that. Yes, it was top heavy. Yes, Smurfette had a wonderful game, but I was kind of hoping for it to be a collective effort. But do you think that maybe Haven will give us a bit more of that closer affair that we were kind of hoping for?
It's kind of hard to say, I think. Guild X, yesterday they played Haven against KC, right? They did win out the map, but it was a big comeback. They were down 10-4 originally, were able to take it with the momentum that they found on the defender side. But again, it was a lot of the same story of, okay, when they're on the attack, Smurfette is going in, but where is the follow-up was the question, to find those actual trades to go through and find the synergy for the team. Of course, Haven is a lot more played by these two teams. They've got 8 reps of Haven each, actually within VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 1 alone. And the stats are more on the side of Ascend for that. 75% win rate, 63% for Guild X.
Yeah, I think it being a close affair, I don't read as much into the stats, but I'm liking what we're seeing. That we get to see Amy once again kind of picking up that KJ that highlighted to a lot of people how talented she could be. I kind of wanted to see Anya slip into more of a KO role, not here, but just in general, because I'd love to see that matchup of Anya fully taking on Amy, even when it was on the Cypher. Lovely little head-to-head there. Didn't get what I wanted, but Smurfette on the Jet, we've got something quite exciting, I guess, and how does Schnell compare to that now?
I really like Schnell on the Jet. I think we'll see her getting aggressive on it for sure. I remember when she played it on Ascent yesterday, she was taking a lot of mid control. Curious to see if it will be the same story here, but with Ascent starting on the attacking side first, it'll be a little bit of a different change up because that was aggression that I was seeing more so on that defender side. But for Schnell, she's very much so that duelist that likes to take that space, you know, very typical Jet play. You're going to have that cloud burst on, dash into sights, and avoid that KJ util kind of like skirting over top of it. It's going to be about if Ascend can actually follow up on those executes.
Guilds and Spawn. They're moving now, but I'm slightly worried when I just see Smurfette sat in Spawn.
Nobody garage. You know, they're just chilling. Actually,
that's normal behavior.
Stacking towards the KJ site. This is something we saw from them, though, yesterday, actually. Guild very much so, like, leaning into the KJ, put the turret somewhere where their opposing team can hear them, that being Ascend in this case. Almost baiting in that sense, because you expect it to be, like, maybe a solo anchor or the weaker side of the map. Instead, they bolster it. And Karina has actually been more consistently that lurking presence to very passively anchor for just information in general to call for the rotations.
Walking in so blind, though, they have very little information on Garage, for example. They have no utility down towards it. Schnell has fed in that instance, though. Decided she wanted to push CT, and the timing was atrocious. It couldn't have been worse. So now gets punished and gives them a springboard, gives them a chance to move forward. Now we look at the post-pond setup. 2 towards long, 1 Garage, and 1 going all the way around. Now, luckily enough, there's still utility in place, so they know there's a big flank en route. Smurfette does get taken off the defuse, did not get it towards half, and now things start going wrong. This is all going a little bit up in the air. Defuse is going to be sat, and they get across the line. Very unorthodox pistol round, by all accounts.
Unorthodox pistol round, but for Schnell, at the very least, I know it's pistol. You would expect, okay, maybe the duelist overheats a little bit, pushes in towards that defender side spawn, but that's actually something that she does pretty consistently. Often someone does follow up as well, but it hasn't panned out in the past. So I think a big question here for Ascend is going into the remainder of this series is, are they going to actually tighten up in that kind of regard and not overextend and overheat in those situations that we've seen them do time and time again here so far? And now into this eco round here for the side of, oh, actually nobody. Everyone's forced up across the board. You get that plant down, you got the extra money in your pocket, might as well.
All right. The only difference being a couple of Bulldogs, really, I guess, and that's about it. So Smurfette and Ness with those. On the other side, it's mostly just Spectres and Stinger, I believe. So a little bit of a burst towards the B side. Looks to be the intent. 2 sitting a little deeper for the post plant, but they still need to secure this plant, which they should be doing. Now, hearing a couple of these shots, you're going to be curious as to what the hell that is, because it was meant to be your eco here, but this is dangerous for Schnell. Yeah, gets noted, can't back away in time. Perfect little combination between Karina and Anya there, just working off the utility. Presence towards Garage handled, and a new avenue unlocked. Now they can break the back line, and this is systematic destruction. This force-up has gone terribly for Ascend.
No, that's a huge risk. Now you're not going to have the anti-eco you would normally rely on if you're Ascend going into round number 3. Flawless round for Guild as well means that there is really no value found here at all by the side of Ascend going into this attacking side. You would expect that in this round they would find more picks with stronger weapons to contest, but Guild, they just flooded back on towards that B side. Ascend almost caught with their pants down in some situations with the util out just for the post plant.
That's a tilter for Ascend, for sure. And light armor and sheriffs coming in. I'm worried they're going to put themselves in a little bit of a hole eventually, but we'll see if they keep investing. Now, going for an early fact-finding mission. If they can clear some of the utility in play. And the answer is no. Everyone's set to swing off the back of certain pieces of contact, so this is very nicely handled. I like this. This is wild. After seeing map 1 where Guild's synergy was pretty rough, spacing, trading, kind of, you know, all the stuff we look at, apart from like setting up, I guess, Smurfette. It was dribs and drabs. This is much nicer, and I like to see a good anti-eco, something clean enough. I don't see them making much of. They can maybe get a plant out of this. That's not terrible. And actually, they've got a pick, so unrecoverable weapon, but still, not bad.
No, I think Guild, they have really interesting protocols on the defense here on Haven. That was the half that they came back on after being down 10-4 yesterday versus KC, so feeling a lot more confident in that regard, but no help positioning for the side of Jade means that she's not really going to be able to set up to stall that push in from defense. Cobra. Yeah, that's tough.
Smurfette, just every time there is like someone on an eco, it's just like, it's my time. I will find you wherever you are. Gun rounds, not for me. Pistols. Now we're talking. Look at this fiend. Absolutely. Smurfette, I love it. No one, it's like everyone's kind of. It was, map 1 was really bad for us. Can I just go on the board? No, it's a pistol round. I'm on it.
IGL too. Gonna pad her stats. You know, you gotta show up in all aspects here, right? But it's a rough start.
Hey, we get the buy round. We get the very extended bonus. Because, I mean, Speedowka, I guess, has the upgraded rifle, but it's now hitting in, what, round 4? So, nice extended lead for Guild here at the start.
Yeah. I mean, she didn't even buy up in round number. She was left with the ghost in hand, I guess, to be that rifler if it came down to it. But just a slow play here for Ascend. Interesting, you see the drone go out towards short, but no one follows up. So although information garnered, Guild could have easily gone to reclaim that space.
Yeah, patience and discipline.
Blocking sight.
See if they managed to clear this diligently. Okay, lovely. That was good enough. Oh, having a little bit of a spin around on a dime. Ness somehow gets it. It should be traded, so that shouldn't be the worst in the world, but they have taken away one of the rifles. Not easily taken into the hands of Guild, though, so should be all right. Now, keep in mind, Jade also has all... You've got a lot of things going right for them here. They've got a lot of tools in the kit that they should be comfortable with. Yes, Smurfette's got the knives, but it's not exactly enough, right? That shouldn't be enough of the ignition to this. Now, the timing, trying to bait on the TP. There's the paranoia gets sent, and there's the counter ult. So again, completely kind of displacing the timing really well. So this should be comfortable now as they push through. Lovely crossfire work. Smurfette, though, made something out of very little. Brought it down to a 1v1, but Ascend do get through. Not unscathed, but they do get through.
They do get through. It felt a little bit closer than you would expected with that Rolling Thunder that just delayed this push in from CT, right? What I really liked was Speedowka sending out that Aftershock into Hell to zone out the side of Ascent from that positioning, knowing that Jade would be holding for that breach util. Unable to capitalize off of it still because Ascent were just very much so holding into that CT spawn, not allowing anyone to flood out. But now going into this next round, it's again, this heavy contention over towards that A side, but the operator is online this time around for Smurfette. She gets smoked out right off the bat. Actually looking to maybe even push past it after the recon tags up nothing.
Okay. Operator in play. Show me what you got, Smurfette.
Here.
She's got a lot of space is what she got. She got half the map right now. Now, sadly, the owl drone is anti-fun, and here it comes. But
she stays
back away. Yeah, so she can re-clear after this smoke. It's a little bold to do it, but happy enough. So she holds this territory, allows them to have this 3-play stack towards C. They have the utility in garage. Ash, they've got everything they could want in this so far. By all starting accounts, having that operator just down on A long is massive. They should be able to handle the C hold, or at least the C hit. And yeah, absolutely up to the task. This is perfect.
Really like how responsively Guild is playing right now, just waiting for that point of contact to be made, throw out the utility, slow things down. That Nano did so much to zone Latu and Chanel on site, and now Jade's just gonna try and hold, or HTM gonna try and push in towards Garage. That means Ascend, they have no map control whatsoever right now aside from their spawn.
And if they try and drift back, Smurfette would still be holding this down. Any audio cues towards middle will be heard, and they have that utility from the KJ still in position. Yeah, this round is absolutely wraps. They need to identify and deal with this, right? Now, fortunately enough, in this round, at least, they did note the operator early on, so they should know that's still going to be in play going forward, but it's like, what do they do to deal with this? They can't have Smurfette take that much space down long. You simply cannot have that happen, because then half of the map is unavailable to you. There could be a flank on the way. It keeps one of your players tied up towards it. It simply cannot happen. So, okay, what utility are we going to put towards it to try and displace them? How can we force them slightly deeper so then we don't get the instant pressure? This could be the timeout. This could be time to discuss that. But then money's also, like, pretty shaky here.
I think the answer really is using that owl drone, using those flashes from Jade to try to push Smurfette off of the positioning. Owl drone more so to find out if she is posted up there, and then you pressure back on that space, because Smurfette, that last round, completely got that space into A lobby for free. Ascend, no contention whatsoever. They, they heard the off, they backed right off, and like you said, half the map into the hands of Guild in that situation, leaving you nothing to work with if you're Ascend, with how easily Guild can just post bodies up towards the weaker side of the map, and all of a sudden you're in a pinch.
Okay. What do they do with the buy? 1, how do they deal with Smurfette? 2, these are the questions after this timeout my brain is going to be looking towards. It's just, what is the plan? And again, keep in mind, I think it was Ascend actually last time on the first map. Coming out of that timeout, completely switched it up. So do they do something different now, right? Do they flip, the script a little bit? Now, 1, the buy we were looking towards, it's rough. Chanel doesn't have blades online, so nothing nice is what it is. Nothing nice. And it looks like a pretty standard C take. Not breaking any of the utility towards B, not pressuring garage at all so far. This could be for the orb, sure, but this is going to take a lot of your time, and once again, you've lost all control over the rest of the map.
Oh, I like this drop and tuck, though, from Anya, knowing that Ascend looking to scale up here towards the C side. Aftershock, really great to zone out. Does a little bit of damage, but the paranoia is bigger to buy more time.
Oh dear, Ness on the bailout. Couldn't have got there at a better time, and Anya's spray is perfect. Ness felt no pressure. This is what, pause and hit the brakes here, Ash, because we got to talk about this, right? If you're a defending side on this map, some of your key win conditions are 1, your utility stays till the very end, and 2, a little bit of map control, right? That's about it. At the moment, they're getting all the map control they want wherever they take it. They aren't being pressured back by a default. They aren't being checked on. So we've seen a couple of rounds. Either Smurfette went towards sewers before. She went towards long last time. I think she's in the wrong place this time, so this could be their best opportunity. But again, I want to see that 3rd player rotation quickly, because they're not dealing with the KJ setup. There's a lot of faults in what Ascend are doing at the moment. I need to see that addressed here.
Yeah, there's not a lot of pressure being put out, and that's why I like seeing this split default, playing a bit more for picks coming out from Ascend. just to pressure on a little bit more because, like you said, that KJ util gets uncontested often into the late round, and all Guild really feel the need to do for the most part is throw out rechargeables, throw down those smokes, and maybe an owl drone is the most that they'll put out, and everything else is usually held. But with the way that Ascend are playing a bit more quietly and a bit more split this time around, Guild, you already see the effect that it's starting to take. They feel the need to invest a little bit more to check out through those corners. But Ascend, they're just so patient, and they've actually found the map space this time around.
This is better, right? They've at least applied a little bit of pressure towards Garage. They've taken away the turret. That's fine by me. This is great. Now lean back in towards the A piece because you've drawn those players away. You've got 2 players now having to respond to this. Yes, they still have at least the alarm bot, a little bit of utility in play towards B, so they don't have to be too worried. But it's given them access to the site, right? Now, yes, one player could sit and swing. That's going to be Karina, but gets caught. Not as clean as I'd like, but gets caught, right? It's no man's land. There's nowhere to back away. So this is a much better round from Ascend. Now it's going to be a 4-player retake, but look at that utility, Ash. There's lots of them. There's lots for them to play with here.
Yeah, you got the Rolling Thunder on deck, just waiting for the pushback in. That's the Blade Storm to come out, and the green light for Guild to retake in.
All right, Smurfette's got the first, and waiting patiently. Schnell, oh, it's gone. This, I don't know what I've just seen. It's all gone terribly wrong, and it's just Anya, and Anya's dead. What just happened, Ash?
How are they not clearing that corner? Chanel got a pick as well earlier on, and nobody checks left.
No one. Oh, that was weird.
Oh no, she just dashes through.
But she shot.
I don't know what's happening.
She shot. No.
It's just the one by one.
Neither does Speedowka. Very confused. Yeah, a little unforgivable at that point. Obviously, yes, it can happen to everyone, but you can't be having that. 5-2 though, but let's ignore the ending that was terrible. Let's roll our minds back to the beginning, which was fantastic. They did everything we wanted, right? Utility cleared, default, took space, all of the good stuff Ascend just did. Love that. Now, can they replicate it again?
Thing is, Guild, I think we'll be a bit quick for that response. A site being left extremely open at the moment, and I guess because you do have that lockdown in hand, so playing a bit more passive. Ness very much so playing her life in that situation. Turret to watch. Sen though already all scaled up. No information aside from a clear sight for the most part, and Chanel, she's already in, and there's no late flank that I'm actually used to seeing coming out from Ascend into their post-plant round, especially on A. Usually maybe see Amy lurking up in towards B looking for a backstab, but not this time.
Ooh, the KJ ult didn't get dealt with, so this will actually do what they need. It gets them back on the site here. One player gets detained. This puts a lot of the pressure towards Jade. This is a problem. Yeah, Diffuse does go all the way through. What was the plan there?
Yeah, that investment with the lockdown as well, that's just not it. You're so far back, you can't actually capitalize on any pressure that you're putting. Nobody was in a position to even slow down the attempt. And Ascend leaving a lot of questions for us right now, I think.
Ascend look really out of sorts in that. Again, Ness had that lockdown for a couple of rounds. At the same time we saw, I think, Speedowka invest theirs. So they've had it for like the last maybe 3 rounds. So again, there's always that opportunity. I was wondering if maybe just because we saw the Hunter's Fury coming out, that they decided that's a perfect opportunity to use it. There was a counter lockdown though, so a lot of issues with that. And again, getting caught and no one be able to contest the Diffuse. Yeah, not ideal. Now, we see the switch up. It seems like they've got this preference, this penchant towards the A site. So Ascend can be heading right back this way, but look at the positions this time. Much better. One way just went up towards the suicide as well. You're going to have one player, which is going to be Smurfette, playing from site. Fortunately, flashed off and followed up on. Does have a shorty, though. We've seen that running rampant throughout the VCT. This time, not going to get what she wants, but still standing somehow. 4th time for Anya. And now this is all going a little bit topsy-turvy. 2 remainders for Guild, but the plant now for Ascend. They've got time on their side.
Even though things got a little bit scrappy, I think that Chanel really thrives a bit more in that chaos, the faster executes that have been denied to her with Guild's playstyle, where they're just so responsive and she's not usually able to find that space. And time is ticking away. You have a flashpoint out, the recon does come through, and Ascend, they have a very comfortable close plant with these crossfires.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. That one.
Hippity
Couple
hop.
of close calls on these. Couple of close calls. All right, we're getting a bit of a game now. We're starting to get there. Like to see them maybe try and, I don't know what the money's gonna be like, I didn't actually note it, but I'd like to see them try and post up maybe Smurfette again to try and take that long pressure, or at least to try and take a fight maybe towards Sewer.
Okay.
Love to see a bit of it. Maybe we get that now because they kind of adjusted the KJ to kind of put the utility towards it instead. I'd like that to go back to standard. I want to see if Smurfette does get the impact here. This is what I'd be kind of looking towards. Now, of course, there's lots of utility for Ascent here to clear and pressure Smurfette early. I should be seeing darts. I should be seeing all of it. She could have potentially got in there with that nice little smoke of her own, but decided against it. But this is what I'm talking about. Her doing this gives them that early information. It's not an A piece, right? You can just hit that rotation for one of those players to lean towards B, lean towards C.
I think that's a bit of the struggle. Ascend, you know, they put out that early information, find nothing short, and then don't have a body to actually hold to see if anyone's crossed over. The read, really nice. You can see Guild now leaning towards the seaside. Snell is alone on site, and Anya constantly pressured out by this aftershock. You don't know why she keeps holding that position.
Yeah, but Ness doing really well here. Constantly done very well. Mostly coming out of Garage as well, punishing that cross so perfectly. That's going to force her hand a little bit here, but you can see them trying to encroach towards the side. This time didn't get what she wanted there. Amy outdoes, and now Speedowka trying to backfill the position. Holding towards it, noted Amy early, and the follow-up from Karina is sharp as hell. Guild, much better that time. And again, for me, it always winds back, Ash, to that early round play. Taking space, taking information, having those additional bodies on that rotation path quickly.
It's been such a big difference maker here. Now going into the remainder of this half, you only got a couple rounds left before we swap sides, and Ascend, I mean, Haven, usually touted as this attacker-sided map, right? Need to ideally find a few more. Not to say that they wouldn't be able to close it out or bring it closer on the defender side, but Guild now shaping up into form. I don't know, seeing them on the attack with the synergy that they have, and...
Ooh.
Here.
Oh, hold on. This is fun. This is the first time we see Smurfette challenged on long like this. We've seen a couple of times again away with Murder, but there's a pinch. Look towards Sewer as well. Anya's there. This is the synergy we've been waiting for, to see if Ascent can actually handle it, and they can't. Smurfette has support. She has her team with her. It's not just her on an island. It's not just her on singular efforts. This is Guild playing way beyond their means. Map 1, they were all over the shop. This is way better in Map 2. And Ascend haven't had the answers here. They simply haven't.
That's tough too, because the two, you know, opportunity to try and help out, but even with that paranoia, it would have caught up her teammate as well. So in that sense, now trying to push in towards CT, finds Karina, which is a nice pick. Now pivoting over towards that B side, but it doesn't matter, Guild. They're still swarmed around Ascend in this situation.
Right, plant is there. A little bit of kit to play with, not much. Smoke. Ooh, shot like that will certainly help. Need a couple more of those, though. All players coming from this. This actually could work. Wait.
One enemy
okay,
remaining.
hold on. This could actually work. Yeah, the positions. Oh, dear. It's a fumble from Guild. And a devastating one at that. That round should have been theirs, Ash. And they let it slip through their fingertips.
You can't be losing a 2v4 situation like that. Sure, huge for Ascend, but Guild, you got to tighten up. A different look from the earlier pinch that we saw, this synergy to isolate two players into a lobby. And I do wonder if that is the front foot that Ascend needed to find themselves on to swing the momentum into their side, going through with things, because Ascend, they very much so talked about it in their interviews and whatnot. Jade talking about how, you know, they can be an emotional team, and what's important for them and their performance is not getting nervous, keeping spirits high, and hopefully a play like that is able to turn them on their heel.
Okay, so they've committed down towards long here with players behind it, but this does leave one very isolated. Ness has been golden at this, though, but utility there gives them the upper hand to take garage control, right? You've got Schnell taking that space behind the owl drone. They can clear through garage. The setup's mostly towards site and B, just to make sure they have some presence. Now going to know another player. They know two have at least made it towards hitting that C rotation. There's a bit of stall as well. Buys a couple of seconds, but not a great deal. So this is actually a very good round potentially for Ascend. They've put themselves in the right position. I hope Schnell doesn't overextend here. I'm worried if she goes walking towards CT again. Last time in the pistol, she got punished for it. I don't want to see that happen.
I don't know. The overheat has been there in the smoke. It fades just at the wrong time.
That's It's opened up a chance, and there shouldn't have been one. Ascent fortunately have some great players really dug into position. Oh, they've just passed each other. We get drawn on back, and how much can Smurfette do here? The fuse is coming in, buying those precious couple of seconds. And that's done more than enough. So, Guild maintaining a little bit of an upper hand, at least on this half. I'm a little worried at some of the habits I've seen coming out from some of the Ascent players. It's such fine margins, right, of like when to be aggressive, when it's worth taking that risk. But in a round like that, it feels a little bit overdone.
I really want to see Schnell pulling back in these post-plant situations. A little. Yeah. It's just overextension and no one's able to trade out, and it's something that we saw from her yesterday. It's something that we've seen from her before. Again, I mean, she is one of the newest members here to Ascend as well, alongside Latu, coming from the same team there and Fireflux Fierce. But when it comes down to it, she's been quiet. It's not been the same kind of show-stopping plays we've seen from her before. She's a very aggressive duelist and hasn't really had the opportunity to shine so far up against Guild. I do wonder if it is a little bit of that confidence thing, because we did see her coming to light on the Neon on Fracture just into that second half. But again, starting out in that first one, it was a very slow start for her, very quiet rounds, and same thing here on Haven. Granted, she is a duelist on the defender side, but still difficult.
Fresh side, 8-4.
Plant the spike.
Get that pistol, maybe even do big damage on the bonus. There's still some possibilities here, right? Like there's some room for it, but you lose the pistol, I'm out. I'm looking somewhere else. I'm looking at map 3. However, Schnell, eyes on the prize. Does at least find the first, taking down Smurfette, but a quick trade. They are able to clear behind this. Are they walking that smoke? No.
Surely not. I feel like they were thinking about it for a second there, and then they're just like, okay, you know what? Never mind. That's not the best idea. A bit of a change in smoke, though, this time now to actually hold for that choke here, so Sun can't get isolated into 1v1s.
They've got 15 seconds.
It's a game of chicken.
One of them's got a plant.
10 seconds left.
So one will lose by default, and that's Spike now down. And do you have time to plant? No, you do not, because you have no bodies left to plant with. Not sure what the plan was there. I hate seeing rounds being left that late, because you are leaving everything to a roll of the dice, right? You're hoping that someone doesn't deny this, that someone doesn't have a little bit of kit left to maybe deny that initial attempt at a plant. So it's like, maybe go a little early, maybe explore the map. There's other options. You've got 3 sites to pick from.
Lack of information too. I mean, I feel like you could swap out that alarm bot for garage door and have the turret holding into a lobby instead. You get a bit of extra information so that you at least know if someone has peeked is coming up. But Smurfette a little bit too high on that crosshair hold here in towards backside of C. The 2, very nice paranoia to try and get out, but she actually goes closer instead, and she's low.
Gotta risk it for the biscuit. Just sit and hope. Spike is heading back over towards A, so this will put it more towards, I think Schnell's over towards there. Yeah, so could be good for the first, but how long does she hold this angle? See if her patience holds true. The jump peak on that was lovely to try and set up the swing. And you can see Smurfette happy to chase this down. Wants to take that space. Rotations have come in, though. I think it's HTM's already made it through towards CT, so this is going to be hard for them to break in on. And yeah, you can see the position from Schnell. Nice little crossfire they set up. And the swing. Yeah, this is much nicer. Excuse me. Smurfette, thank you.
A little too close, but...
This round's getting a little too close. Why did the rifle just lose that? And yep, they are low
30
HP.
seconds left.
Oh dear.
I don't know.
Not what I want to be seeing. 25 seconds. This becomes... it shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't have been possible. With a little bit more time and a little bit of chance on their side, they could make something. Anyone out of position? 10 seconds now. Nah, not going to find it. A valid attempt cost them financially quite a fair bit.
Right down to the wire. I mean, it really shouldn't have gotten that close at the end of the day.
Nope.
Yeah, okay, of course we're going to have that replay. That is just God, the right click. I know it's been nerfed so many times, but still, I feel like balancing that is always going to be difficult. And the RNG to come through, but Logitech G power up to come through again here for Ascent Rising. They've got a hero rifle going into this round, still able to afford. So Latu is the player that we're going to be looking towards. And as far as ultimates, nothing across the board right now.
No one, I guess it's like the weird downside of like, yes, everyone's doing okay early, but then you don't get the like early like Blade Storm or lockdown.
None of the fun stuff.
So, no, you only ever get Cypher ults, so it's not even here. But as it stands, just default, maybe trying to work out what the hell the buy is going to be against them. If they've gone for a stack, are they going for aggression? Just trying to work out their expectations going into the round and just taking that default time. But I put the similar position towards the likes of Guild as I did Ascend. I want to see them go through a good protocol list here. I get worried if they don't deal with the utility the KJ's put down, or at least make attempts at it and go for late round hits. I'm worried at the tempo that I'm seeing Guild operate under. I'm hoping they don't stick to this very slow tempo. I don't mind if they hit in the next 10 seconds. That's fine if it gets towards 20. I'm deeply unhappy. Lovely work there, though, just kind of going through the motions. They have indeed teed up Smurfette for success. That's Amy gone, and the site's there. This was very well handled, actually.
That turret was recalled, so it's just going to be all ears. I mean, everyone's stomping along, right? It's all Ness, though. She's going to get caught up in this fault line. It's the Paranoia instead, and Ascend, they're coming here now onto this flank 3v4.
Yeah, still good for a kill, which is quite surprising. Rifle recover, though, so that's an upgrade to try and work this one back out with, but look at the crossfire setups. As soon as someone takes contact, there should be swings on this. Pressure really on Speedowka. Yeah, lovely from Guild. Beautiful, beautiful post-plant setup there. All ready and waiting. Guild stabilizing a little bit, it feels. But again, I'm waiting for Ascend to get that full purchase beside them. I feel like that's been absent. These kind of like bits and pieces buys have been coming in. Yes, a couple of scavenged rifles, but not enough to really contest these rounds with yet.
Yeah, some funky buys coming through. We'll see. I mean,
there we go. Here we are.
Finally. I did recall that Ascend were leaning into the light shield kind of situation yesterday as well. Very much so trying to stretch that economy too. But right now, Guild, they're still keeping things slow. Rifles in hand is where it gets a lot more dangerous, like you were talking about. And Chanel finally up online. Is it a collateral? It's just the one. But some damage done.
Good chip damage too, yeah. Followed up towards Karina. That could have been too, for sure. Massive start. You'll take that every day of the week. You'll be happy. First time we see that come out, and I'm kind of surprised they didn't put more utility in front of it, knowing the opportunity that there could be this operator coming out, that financially they could afford it. You kind of need to invest behind it. I want to see maybe an Aldro and a smoke, your actual utility to force Schnell away from this. You can't just go and hope for the best. If I see Smurfette walk through that smoke, I'm gonna lose my mind. There we go. Dashes in. Dart should have come up, but Amy catches on the cross. Almost reminiscent of what we saw from Ness and Smurfette on the first, and the follow-up's fantastic. Amy doing well. The space in there a little off. Karina just a couple of seconds too late to try and be supportive in that regard, leaving just Ness alive in a 1v4. Horrible position to try and work from. Not gonna happen. Wonderful debut on the second half here of the second map here for Schnell. That was lovely with that operator, playing it well, but again, needs to see a little bit more diligence coming out from Guild. If there's even a chance that's in play, I want to see some kit behind it. You've got to respect that, and now they must do.
Yeah, there's that slow peek around the corner too. Even more difficult when Speedowka gets taken out early. She's been an enabler as far as using those flashpoints to get onto its site. The fault line being really important to help Smurfette find space. And this time, Guild's actually looking to switch gears. Might be a blitz towards this A side.
Chanel's got to be careful not to get caught here. They've identified where that operator is early just because of the cloudburst. Do they continue this train of thought? This is...
it misses!
Yeah, and then nothing hit. Nothing hit. The flash didn't find. Neither did the paranoia, but they overwhelmed quickly. Luckily, Jade's there for the bailout, but could be in trouble. No, perfectly handled. So diligent on approach, but finally isolated. Karina closes the gap. Plant comes in, and there's going to be the lockdown. There was a Hunter's Fury, but without the Sova, without HCM standing, that manages to go all the way through. This buys precious time.
Buys time. Karina, though, still does have the Owl Drone available. It does get shot out, and they're pushing for this Defender spawn control instead of playing towards site. I don't know why they're aggressing in towards Defender's side spawn. it's not like they knew there was a flank impending or anything like that. The gamble was completely unnecessary. It's a 2v2.
My ultimate is ready.
And you had Hunter's Fury, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure Karina had Hunter's Fury, and at worst, could just sit back, right? Like, at worst comes to worst, you lose Ness. Oh dear. That should be a timeout straight away. Whatever that decision making is, needs to get put in the bin. Yeah, you've just done the hardest part of that is what you talk about the steps to get to that point, identify where the operator is. Okay, cool, we did that early on. Great utility, slowed down Schnell. She didn't get that first chance to really springboard into the round. Great. Closing on the site. Yeah, we did that as well. Perfect. Get the plant. Cool. 2v2 now. Let's push CT. What?
Yeah, I mean, looking for the info early, could have just droned from a safe spot and not committed to that. You find the info, back right off. You know both of them are there. Okay, now you don't have to worry about that flank. Play very comfortably into short and long. And now that's a free lockdown into the hands of Amy as well, going into this next round for Ascend's opportunity to tie things up 9-9 and Guild on a broken bye.
And I do worry about the mental after that round, because it's one that you're going to feel frustrated at, and it was clearly a call that they made, and it just wasn't a good call, right? Like, is what it is. But the problem is, it's broken their money to an extent, and it arcs back to map 1 that had some very frustrating rounds into it. So I worry that this opens up a window of opportunity, and then add to that, Ascend have a snowball round in hand, right? Almost every single highly valuable ult is online now. They have a buy basically in hand too. So you think about it this way, Guild could have just potentially opened up a massive wound for them to really exploit here. This genuinely worries me. Genuinely.
Oh, so much early pressure already from Ascend as well. That dark cover, earning so much respect into a lobby. Ascend don't even have to invest bodies. Guild are already worried about it. First blood coming out from Schnell on Ness. Now the flank, an even bigger problem here for Guild on their eco round.
And I quite like what Schnell's been doing. Highly mobile in the way she's been approaching the map. We saw her initially towards C-Long. We've seen her towards Sewer. We've seen her now towards B. Just being a problem. And now she's taking the space towards the top. That's I don't want to see her going overboard. Again, when you talk about like young players and confidence, you kind of need to let them make the mistake to learn from it. The paranoia does not find its potential target. Schnell gets to watch that cross back out. Doesn't see the hop up towards window. And while this has happened, Smurfette's taken an entire site, but that Spike looks massively hesitant. Why is the Spike not just like gunning it down right now? Like, get the plant. Maybe Smurfette could get a little deeper here, but keep in mind, they are watching this push through. So that's why I want the Spike already to be here.
I don't think they cleared out short. She took the entirety of site, but no one actually went to re-clear. They could have pinched it together, and instead she gets completely isolated. That's what I talked about beforehand. Smurfette looking to find a little bit too much, and sometimes the read is really great coming out from that Hunter's Fury right on the mark. The guess for the Hell plant is huge instead of default.
And now down to 2. Speedowka needs a round. Needs a big round. Only going to get one hit, putting it in the hands of Anya. Sheriff switched out to... Oh, it's a great attempt. Dip it between the smokes, but there's just too many bodies. There's too many players. There's going to be now too many rounds. It's going to be tied up at 9 apiece. Guild's advantage has been absolutely and utterly dismantled. And this is Ascend, yes, taking a low there. They still recover the operator. We'd noted they had good funds. But I am now just worried. This is where I want to see Guild stabilize. Otherwise, this could be GG.
I actually can't. I can't wait to see the replay of this round. I mean, Anya got too much here. Sure got the 2 picks, wasn't able to close it out, but a lot of damage done over towards HTM and side of Latu as well. Now tied up, and Ascend, they still continue to have so many pieces of tools into their pocket at the moment. And speaking of which, that first blood coming out from Amy is going to be a huge opener, because that's all of the entry power down.
Shell's going back in. Yeah, the confidence is brimming now. But one benefit for Guild, they won out in Garage. That is the huge benefit. But keep in mind, Schnell didn't outstay her welcome this time. Sat back a little deeper, but wanted to re-aggress. There's the punish for it again. No chance of a trade, no opportunity to springboard off the back of it. That's where it's that balance of like the aggression. I'd like to see them try and work out a bit more, but wait and see when that plant comes in. Tap on the spike, see if anyone swings. No one is entertaining this idea yet.
No, and they're all together, all clustered at the moment as well, waiting for that smoke to recharge. But you've got lineups abroad here for HTM. The recon to come through and Ascent looking to flood in.
Yeah, and so far, 1-for-1 trade out. Lovely on the dart as well, just revealing every part of the plan. HTM doing wonderfully, keeping very composed at the end then as well. Operator back into hand. They're going to start really applying the worst kind of pressure to Guild here. They are going to be struggling under this. They haven't found that full solution. I think if Schnell can work on tempering that aggression in just the right way, Ascent are a terrifying team to look at.
Oh yeah, I mean, aside from Schnell just overextending a little bit, for the most part, Ascent, they're playing the ebb and flow of the map really, really well. Just pressuring back in, playing responsively again towards the side of Guild. Very similar fashion that Guild did to Ascent previously. Though Ascent does find slightly bit more aggression, I think, here on the defender side. But Guild now back into a playing for picks kind of default situation. First point of contact is going to come out from Anya and Smurfette. I do like this. Two very aggressive players with Anya to enable, and she has to get out again. That's a great trade to come through.
Yeah, almost kind of offering Anya on a plate and be like, actually, no. Actually, not going to happen. So, yeah, first pick found. That's huge for them. They could probably pump the brakes here for a second, see if they could catch Schnell potentially overextending or over-peaking, because bad habits really do come through in situations like this, because you want to get that pick back. I want to see if she can maintain some discipline here, keep that composure in place. Because the kind of, I guess it just now, the penny drops that there is always going to be a gap. It's just where do we find it? They're trying to walk middle. And this is why you pause when you have the 5 alive, because there's always that want, there's always that intention of trying to get that pick back somehow. And Jade's the one to be almost enamored by the idea. And this plays to what Guild would have wanted, but do they check this? Do they have the wherewithal and the discipline? They're going to try and get the attention on Schnell, right? That's the idea. Shot does not come through, and they check it. Now, fortunately for Jade, still gets away with daylight robbery, and the follow-up. 2 big picks. They've somewhat tried to trade this back to a better scenario for themselves.
Anya's down to 17 HP as well on top of that. Completely now falling off that B side, knowing that Guilds have attempted the quick plant previously. Will be a similar situation to come out. No nanos there for the post, and HTM just got to buy time. You got that recon already up, the lockdown to come through here. Retake should be really nice and easy for Ascent.
They could be...
Never mind.
Karina just made it very...
Okay. You know, I was like,
Look,
okay, caster cursed it. Didn't caster curse it. What is happening? I don't know.
And the wild part is there was someone else on that side of the map. I can't remember who it was, because like the ult came through, obviously got the team kill.
Yeah.
And there was someone sat on the A side of the map. I'm like, oh, they're dead either way, but they actually didn't die, which is yeah. Watch this round back. So like, this part's all cool. This is nice. This looks good. This part's weird. Yeah, like the fact that Ness even got HTM in that regard is actually kind of ridiculous. But well, that's 5 in a row. Ascend might have just broken the spirits of Guild. As Guild do have a buy here, but no ults to play with. So it's just the rifles at hand.
Oh, the aggression again coming out. It pans out. Really great combination coming out from that aftershock and the push. The aggression here from Ascend. They're changing up the tempo, taking control of the speed going into this round. Guild can't really find an answer. And they're stuck. Because right now, Amy, she's already walked up all the way through C-Long.
Ascend are playing like they've already... This isn't an elimination game. They're playing with like mad confidence here. And rightly so. They've deserved this confidence, but gotta be a little careful, close it out cleanly. But you saw that aggression on Long, right? So it's such a like double-edged sword when you talk about Schnell, because like in rounds like that, you want that aggression because it feels so out of character. It's like, that's so risky to just charge down. Yes, obviously you get the ping off this, right? You get all that information, that's cool. But still, look at the utility combo. Look at all that utility that puts Schnell in the right position to do that. Again, the work coming out from HTM has been fantastic as well. Really great work. And now they've got the nice Hunter's Fury there in case Ness tries to use that lockdown. Heavy counter towards that. They've got a lot of the equipment they need to handle anything Guild's gonna throw at them. Smurfette's only got a rifle. No armor, nothing else. Wow.
Well, early Hunter's Fury doesn't really find too much, though, here for HTM. Nothing on the board. They do have, on the side of Guild, though, the lockdown to work with at match point here for Ascend. But this is scary. Again, this is not just map point, it's series point here. Lower bracket Pansy. And off this, guilds are at risk of going home.
Yeah, right now, their own worst enemies, it feels, in this game. But a couple opportunities. They have a buy here. They have a site. So it all comes down to the retake, essentially. That plant shouldn't be really threatened.
Right there.
Let's see. Where do they opt for? Okay, going for the plant towards Hell. Now we can see the backfill here.
Spike.
Three players going to be put towards this. It's going to be Ness on the other side. Does have some support maybe from Sewer? No, the timing not right. Caught just backing away. So actually, Jade gets the upper hand here. The next layer to this, another individual fight. No one playing together on this one, just hoping for the timing and it works out. Anya's got it. Okay, Amy's down, much better. That takes away at least the lockdown from play. That's going to be removed, but Chanel finding it hard to find any momentum with that operator here. Anya is doing some heavy lifting to try and get back to this site.
A lot of heavy lifting, and it's down to a 1v4 situation. Right, Latu trying to find the picks, but just that 1-2-3 swing coming out from Guild. They reached the double digits at the very least. But going into this next round, it did get a little bit dicey. I want to see Ness playing a bit more safe into that post plant if she's not going to use the lockdown for the execution, and have somebody else watch a bit deeper into that flank if necessary alongside her utility. You don't want to put your life at risk when you have that ultimate online. That could be the huge difference maker, especially when Ascent have a Rolling Thunder in their pocket.
Yeah, you're right. I was worried about the money here, but they've been able to scrape together a buy. Yes, there is that Guardian, but otherwise they've got kind of what they need. This is okay. It's certainly serviceable. And Smurfette, you've got to be careful now. Off the back of that ping. You've noted it before, and you can see how heads up they are about it in case Chanel comes running down A long. Not the case this time. She's overtaken that space by C, but everyone else sitting a little deeper towards that A site. HGM is there. Still a fair bit of kit to play. Chanel just going to hold down towards C long yet. They haven't got that full confirmation of a site hit. They might start getting that indicated now. The paranoia going to slow down a little, but as you said, Speedowka can set this whole thing into motion. They're already expecting this and sitting deep CT.
I mean, I'd rather see the lockdown come out almost instead. Pressure back Ascend, who very comfortably have Heaven control at the moment. Their only Rolling Thunder on hand as well here for Jade. This plan is not going to go down.
No, and slowly but surely, step by step, Chanel is getting there. Backline's now going to be tested, more seconds purchased, and a lovely swing, great timing from HCM, but a better trade. Ness comes back in, and suddenly it's back down to this 4v4. Still have that lockdown to play with. Still have chances and opportunities, but they are boxed in. There's no backing away for Guild here. They have to win on this site now. With Chanel locking down those backlines, there's going to be the lockdown as well. So that's going to be coming in, and there's a plan. And okay, the flank's been handled. Ness is on the case today. She's making this going to be potentially have a real game. We could be going the distance if she can keep that level of performance up. But here comes the other three. Smurfette, first contact falls. Amy succeeds. Good trade, though, back and forth. Down to now just one of them. Oh! How much can one do? Apparently, that much. Ascend. How have they won this round? How have they won this round of all rounds? The elimination round on the line. Guild had it all to play with. It looked like they finally got everything in order, Ash, and it fell to pieces.
You just got to play time a little bit more there. Guild over-committing on the swings to fight for that defender spawn control as we roll into these Prime Gaming match highlights. But what a way to do it. Latu closing it out in a 1v2 situation as well. It was solo swings to boot there, Pansy, and Guild's just not looking up to form.
And I think that kind of highlights a little bit of what we've seen, at least throughout this game for me, is that a little lack of form coming in. Some of those uncharacteristic errors that I see coming out, which, honestly, I didn't expect that from Guild. I put this roster pretty high up there. I think they're a very solid collective of players, but you saw them being punished time and time again. Ascend here looking really robust. A couple of big opportunities made. I'm quite impressed with the squad. Again, yes, not as familiar. Obviously, when I look at Guild, I see them as the team that, you know, had a lot of roster swaps. They lost out on a couple of players here and there, but still having some of the core members. But seeing some of these mistakes and frustrating rounds to them, I'm sure is heartbreaking, considering this is obviously their run closed out on here as well. But they've got to go back to that workshop because they are missing some of those key things I think made Guild such a great team.
I think what's really cool too is seeing Jade slot into this IGL role here for Ascend, right? You know, stepping into the shoes of Medica in that kind of sense and bringing a very nice light to Guild. She was really great with the setups on that breach, especially with helping I lost my mind there for a second. Chanel, with those openings in towards A long, was very massive as far as the coordination that we saw coming out from the utility.
I just can't believe it was a 2-0. I think after that first half, couple of the rounds in the second half, I thought, okay, cool, no worries, we've got a third map on the way, can't wait to see. I think it was Bind, I was quite looking forward to that. I genuinely am very surprised that the run got cut short, and I'm sure Guild, as said, will be devastated by this. Ascent, fantastic work from them, hitting every key component. I'm, you know, taken back by how much they achieved there. So thoroughly impressed with them, but a little bit left wanting for more when it came to Guild. But obviously the day's not over. There's still some more Valorant to be watched.
There definitely is. I'm looking forward to it. But at the end of the day here, I mean, a little bit of a birthday gift over towards Jade as well, right? With this 2-0 series. But I'm interested in seeing what the AD has to say. Let's throw it back over to Jeannie.
Hello, I'm Ginny, and I'm joined by Tom and Inami to try and break this one down. Because if we're being completely honest here, Tom, I agree with Pansy. It was 8 and 4.5 in favor of Guild X, and I was like, yay, Bind. But Ascent Rising destroy our hopes and dreams of looking at Bind, but also Guild X's dreams of being able to continue in the lower brackets. So, question remains, what happened?
Well, the thing is, when it came to that first half defensively, it actually looked very good for the side of Guild. I think they did very well to sort of control the tempo, take a lot of map control, and put themselves in a strong position to get early rotates. And we saw some pretty decent crossfires from them, but it does just seem like in terms of that attack side, they definitely struggle quite a bit more. And I feel like Ascend almost came back and went, okay, anything you could do, we could do better. Played that same aggressive style, had the same gambles, and ultimately just across the board were a better team. And I think that's the problem, is there seems to be a lot more depth in Ascend right now, whereas in Guild, a lot of the time, you're a little bit more reliant on a couple of superstars.
Yeah, it was a really good half by Guild, the first half, but then later on, we saw that they struggled on their attack, and that all started from the pistol. I think that was the first pistol in the whole best of 3 that Ascent won, and they were able to take the momentum from there and stop Guild, and they were fine with Guild sometimes even taking the plant because they knew they have enough utility and enough ults to take it down. So well played to Ascent for all these retakes and for being able to take the momentum back to their side.
Yeah, Tom, you mentioned there was a little bit more depth in Ascent Rising's way of approaching the map, but I do think maybe on their attacking side, it did feel a little bit more one-dimensional, though.
Yeah, I think they're a lot more direct in their approach. And I think that actually worked quite well for Guild, because Guild like to take map control. So if you can take a lot of that control early and they're not being forced back out of the map, you can kind of, as I said, start to gamble some of those rotations, commit a couple of players into the C and B site, because Smurfette was basically able to hold on to a lot of that map control. So it has its pros and its cons. Obviously, the pros is a lot of the time you can catch teams off guard if they're not as proactive as they were, but that might be something that I think if they play maybe a G2 or a BBL, they might be punished a little more for it.
Is it safe to assume then, Inami, that the fact that Ascend was a little bit more direct was specifically and directly to counter-strat Guild X?
It doesn't feel like it, honestly, because they still lost a lot of rounds of that, and every time they just made it easier for Guild to play the map, right? Because every time we hear some noise in A, we know they're going directly from long A. Every time we hear noise in C, we know they're not going to use the garage to take any kind of control. So it feels like they just were counting maybe on their individual talent. We only saw lurks once in the last round of the attack, so it was a bit questionable, but it feels like they were confident in their defense and they took the win on defense.
Talking about individual talent, staying on that topic, hated the most, one of the players we highlighted yesterday, considering her incredible performance, Tom. We highlighted her today as well on the pre-show, and she delivered once again. That consistency keeps on going.
Yeah, no, she was fantastic in both maps of this series. I think the hardest thing when it comes to this Ascent roster is to pick a player. Because, like, if you go back to map 1, we can easily pick Smurfette. Or in this map, you could pick Anya or Ness. I don't think it's particularly tough. But you go over to Ascend and you go, everybody's good. Like, everybody's playing well. Everybody has this solid, supportive utility. But she was the one where I was like, okay, there have been so many sort of, like, high-impact rounds. There's been so many scenarios where I feel like her utility played a lot of impact as well. So I think especially going back to that first map, you can almost see the parallel differences between a Gecko and the likes of a Sky, because she does that role so well. So I think that definitely someone to highlight within the series, and she did a fantastic job.
Absolutely. One thing as well that we need to give GuildX a bit of praise on, Inami, is the fact that when we're looking at their defensive side of things, they were very proactive. Round 5 being quite a great example of that as well.
Yeah, round 5 mostly showcases that Smurfette, her ability to be aggressive on defense with the op, like, you just can't go on her side, and that gives or forces Ascent to go to the other side, to go to C, and once they are on C, everyone is waiting for you there, and you see, like, in the minimap, we already have Karina moving on, we already have all the members of GuildX ready to attack, like, ready for the shots in the C, and they took 2 kills, and at that point Ascent were kind of lost in the map. They can't go to A, but also they lost all their members on C.
Yeah, a little lost in the sauce, but it happens because you flip things around, Tom, and they take a page out of GuildX's book, and they do the exact same thing. The confidence, pushing out aggressively, another highlight coming through.
Yeah, it almost seems like both teams had an early round plan of basically dominating that A main control, and you've seen one scenario where they didn't run into anybody with Smurfette in the last round, and then in this next round that we're going to show, you have the opposite, where they basically run into like a full stack of different players and just have so much utility combined together. An aftershock, you see the tags coming through as well, like they are completely blind, and just a beautiful array of utility being thrown out of Ascend that a guild had the plan of going, okay, I want to take this A main control, and they were met by a full army on the other side, like a brigade just waiting to shut that down, and they don't stop pushing. They keep fighting.
Yeah.
They just crushed Guild X in this round, and that was the thing. You see in this one in particular, just all of those pieces of supportive utility. The second they get the contact of the dart, they're like, okay, we're fighting this, we're pushing this as a squad, and maybe it gives slight remnants of what they did on the attack, all grouping up together, but they are clearly a team that works very well off of each other, so they play to that strength.
Yeah, and Ascent Rising with this one, Inami, they knocked GuildX out of the lower bracket, which for GuildX mean that, unfortunately, their run ends here. Now, when we're looking at how GuildX has been performing over the last year, continuously getting second or first, so I'm assuming Ascent Rising must be very, very proud of themselves. But again, that's my assumption, which you don't want to listen to, because instead you would love to listen to Jade. So let's bring her on and hear it from Jade herself.
Hello.
The birthday girl.
What's up?
Hey, lovely to have you back. Happy birthday. What a way to celebrate. You are now in the top 3 of Game Changers EMEA. The thing that I want to really ask about is, yesterday you already highlighted the vibes and just the mood in general within the team, because again, it was a comeback, but you have an 8-4 half in favor of GuildX. Coming back from that is not the easiest. So talk us through what happens in the comms at that moment.
I mean, first, thank you for happy birthday and stuff. I was speaking to my mum. I heard there's a lot of messages in chat, so thank you everyone in the chat too. So yeah, about the comeback, right? We're down 4-8. We lost every pistol today except that last one, okay? And it's like, I don't know. We just believe in ourselves, right? Literally, like we said, like we're down 4-8, but let's go. Like, we're better than Guild. Like, it's Guild, okay? Like, we played them a lot of times now, and we know how they play. We know what's going on. Of course, no offense, right? But we were there to play, and I think we showed that, right?
Ooh.
They're our enemies now, you know? We can say that.
I've got 2 questions for you. Number 1, have you had any cake? Because if not, I feel like we might even have to cut this short.
Yeah.
But my main question is going to be about Fracture. I noticed on your defensive side, they look like they maybe had you on the ropes a little bit with some of the fakes they were throwing in, but you started doing this north side crunch, just hyper aggressive north side. I think it was 2-3 rounds in a row where you basically just stole this control away from them. Yeah. Was this just specifically to either isolate Ness, or was this something you went, okay, we can take this map control, let's just almost play this defense like an attack?
To be honest, like we lost some rounds trying to hold. We did some things. It's like, oh, they're playing their post kind of weird. They're playing whatever. Like, you know, they're playing a weird comp, right, with Gecko. So it's kind of like
yeah,
I don't know. We just forget about that. We throw it out the window and we say, let's go kill them. You know what? We're better. We're a team. We bring the energy and we go kill them. Literally. So that's what I said. We went and killed them, and it was like, wow, that works great. And I think they took the time out after the first time, right? So then it's like, let's do it again. And then it worked. It worked even better the second time after the timeout, by the way. I don't know what happened in the timeout, but yeah. And then, okay, third time, I'm like, let's go again. Like, I'm just having fun. Like, honestly, that's the way you have to play the game. You have to go, you have to send it, you play with your team, you trust each other, and you have fun. You know? No other team could beat that.
Well, happy to see you having fun. Happy to see you having fun in the server. Talk to me about how you're feeling about your lower bracket run, especially since now you're top 3.
I mean, being top 3 is great. I played in VCT a lot of time. I mean, every VCT I played in, right, with different teams, and the best I ever got was top 5. I got that 3 times now. Especially the last time when we lose to the guild, the Molly. Like, we don't have to talk about it, but it really hurts, and it really felt like for a long time that me and my team, we deserved better than that. So now we finally got to show it, and it's great, and we want to take it all the way. I feel like we're improving game on game throughout the group stage, throughout the playoffs, even now. Like, we can take it the whole way. I'm very confident in that.
And so as long as you have fun and trust each other, right? Just full send it onto the server. But there's one more game happening today. It's going to be BBL Queens up against G2 Gozen. Do you have a prediction? Do you have a favorite from that matchup? Bestow us your nuggets of wisdom.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what I think, to be honest. It can really go either way. It feels like a big 50-50. I guess we can say...
Who do you want to play?
Right.
Who do you want to play in the lower bracket? That's a better question.
I mean... I want to rematch G2, of course, show them what we're really made of, but we can save that one to the grand final. So let's say G2 win 2. G2 win 2-1. We take on BBL in the best of 5.
Okay.
As well, one more thing. We need to show who the best Turkish players are, okay? Our teammates are really, they're really on that, We need to show who's got the best Turkish players. And I mean, you guys know what I think,
Absolutely
just need to prove that, hopefully.
My final question for you is, would you like Tom and Inami to sing Happy Birthday?
Please say no. Please say no.
I mean, it sounds a bit cringe, but we can go for it.
It does sound very cringe. I agree. That would be horrific.
I'm here. Let's go.
There we go. Music is cute, guys. Come on, let's go.
We can clap.
Tom's actually out. Unlucky.
The real question is, when someone sings Happy Birthday for you, what do you actually, what are you supposed to do?
I don't know. You
just sit there awkwardly.
Yeah, exactly.
Just hide from the camera, just cry in a corner, be like, thanks, guys.
Let's go.
Yeah, okay, everybody off the screen, let's go. Well, thank you so much.
Sing it in the next cast.
Oh, I can't wait.
Great.
I can't wait.
Looking forward to that. Well, thank you so much for taking the time for the interview on your birthday as well. Congratulations on the win and happy birthday. Looking forward to seeing
you very much. I can't wait. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, did you just sit on your knees on the floor or something? What happened?
No, I sat on the floor. Why would I need to sit on my knees? It's a carpet. I can sit on the floor.
Okay. Yeah, well, fair enough. I'm really sad that you didn't want to sing happy birthday.
I'm just too shy.
Okay, you had some great musical talent in the green room, but you know what? We'll let it go. We have a break coming up because we have another very, very anticipated match, revenge match indeed, coming up from G2 Gozen up against BBL Queens. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from Jade? He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's Ye. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
BBL Queens against G2 Gozen. Another revenge match for both of these teams because they were in the same group. Tom, if history repeats itself again, like it did in the last game, that means that this probably might go in favor of BBL Queens. But if it doesn't, our reigning champs can go through that upper final.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. Well, you'll see a little bit later on, but I have always been a little bit of a G2 simp. Like, I'm a big fan of this roster. I have been for quite a while. They have dominated in more than one esport at this point, and they barely ever lose twice. So although I think this is going to be another great game, I would be very surprised if it goes the same way, and I think that will be the true test. If BBL Queens can do this again, I'm going to be very excited.
Yeah. Well, LEC didn't look too hot for G2, but that's all right because BBL Queens is remaining. We're not going to go there. BBL Queens is the roster that we want to highlight here because Inami, they came through the open qualifier, they dominate the group stage, and now they're cruising through the upper bracket, just destroying everything in their path.
Yeah, this is a team, you spoke about open qualifier, they're coming all the way along. They proved themselves in the open qualifier, winning against K-Corp, winning against other big names, throwing K-Corp to the lower bracket, and then once again in their groups, destroying every other team. And we spoke about end of era by having Guild out. I think this is the new era. BBL Queen and Turkish players are the new era. They are the future, and they're proving it every single match.
Ooh, it sounds like you're trying to sell me this roster. I absolutely love it. All right. I mean, when we're looking at how BBL has been performing, Tom, it's nothing shy of greatness.
Oh yeah, like they've got some incredibly young talent in the form of Alkia, who might just be the best player in the league. It's hard to say. Like the amount that she's able to do within the server, the amount of aces she's able to pull off on her own is just truly absurd. But they also have a support system set up for her as well, like decent utility when needed, and even just players in roles that you don't normally see popping off, such as Vania. You look back to the stats of their last game, and she was truly unbelievable playing an Omen and an Astra. So it seems like they have sort of going back to what I was saying earlier. If you want to have like some superstar players, you want to find some people for your rosters, going to Turkey is a great place to go. And for BBL, well, they live there, so it makes it a little bit easier.
Wow. Wow, it feels like Tom is trying to give us some advice.
Yeah, you should sign Turkish players. Just in any form of Valorant. They're very good, trust me.
All right, well, speaking of Turkish players, we had an opportunity to sit down with Rika, one of the players on BBL Queen. So let's have a look at what she had to say about their journey into today. We are joined by Rika from BBL Queens. Welcome. It's lovely to have you on here. Let's just dive straight into it because you guys came out of nowhere. You fought your way through the open qualifier. You go undefeated in your groups, and now you're here in the upper bracket going up against G2 Gozen. So what was your goal from joining Game Changers EMEA 2023?
We become team like 2 months or 3 months before the tourney, and 3 of our players was together, and Philippa and me came to team. At first, we knew we were gonna achieve something, and we were thinking like, yes, we can win. I'm talking about G2 because we were sure about the other teams, to be honest, and we were thinking like, yes, we can win G2. And after the group stage, and then we faced with them, now we are saying we will, and this makes us more confident about the play for other teams too. And today we will face with them again, and we are hoping to best one to win, and we are hoping it's us, of course.
Absolutely. The game today, I think a lot of eyes are going to be watching because everybody is looking forward to BBL Queens up against G2 Gozen. I mean, Gozen, they are a legacy. They won the international title last year as well. So beating them once and going up against them again, are you maybe a little nervous today?
Yeah, kind of course. For every match, we are starting nervous, but when we believe in ourselves, we are just managing to win.
Is there anything that you do before a match as a team, as a group, to get in the right mood, maybe get those nerves under control a little bit?
We have one toy, which we name is Boncuk. Everybody knows that, and we are, some of our players just playing volleyball with that. This is warm up for us.
That's really cute. That's a great warm up. Love that. Get a bit of physical activity.
Show you this.
Yeah, if you can show it, that would be amazing. Yeah.
Boncuk nerede? Şurada versene onu videoyu. Tamam. Git müziği. Bir şey olmadı şu an kayıtta. Atayım mı? Allah.
Oh, nice throw. Oh, you could flip it inside out.
And this is us on stage. It's like this.
Oh.
And this is us when we win.
Angie. I love that. That's so cute. That's a really great way of expressing your emotions. Thank you so much. That is so cute. I wish you guys the best of luck, and we'll see you on the server.
Thank you.
All right. Well, playing volleyball with your little toy, I guess that's something that we should all start doing.
My poor little
What if I throw this to you? Tom, could you catch it? Like,
we don't throw. It's a little octopus. What do you mean? We look after our little octopus friend. Playing volleyball with it is cruel. I would never.
How is that?
I would never do anything cruel to my little squid.
Just yeet it. Just yeet it. Yeah, there you go. It's a little too late. Like yours one as well, Inami. Very cute. But again, a takeaway from this interview specifically that I want to highlight here, Inami, is the confidence that we are seeing from the players. Like, yes, admittedly, there are always going to be nerves before you come into a game. But the fact that they're there saying, like, G2, we beat them once, we know that we can do it again. That's a great mentality to be coming into a game, because having that confidence translate onto the server, as Tom mentioned as well, Turkish players, great headshots. We are in for a great showing.
Yeah, this team not only has confidence in their individual skill, but they also have a lot of confidence and trust in each other, and that shows in the server. That's how they were able to win against G2 before. That's what they showed us against KC. And I feel like that's something that's happening in every single map. That's something that they're just used to, and that's something that I can't wait to see again today.
And if you guys are thinking, wow, these casters are lying, we have proof. We have a screenshot of Group A to show you and to highlight exactly how BBL Queens ended their stage in the group. It was 7-0, Tom.
That's pretty good. I'll be honest with you. I think 7-0, it's normally better than 6-1. Definitely better than 4-3. So, yeah, I think they were top. That's helpful.
Yeah, I think that's really great. And if you're wondering why is there a red circle around G2 Gozen's logo, again, just in the case of GuildX, G2 Gozen was the only team left from Group A that was invited to be here, and they didn't come through that open qualifier. So it does highlight that the competition is continuously getting fiercer and fiercer. And when we're looking at players around Game Changers as well, they're very aware of this scenario. So we're gonna have a look at the interview with Mimi specifically, where she further elaborates on the competition and just how you should respect every player in it.
I am actually looking very much forward to play against BBL. I think it's a very underrated team. We have been having the pleasure to practice them a few times in scrims, and let me tell you, they're really good. So I'm really excited to see what they're gonna bring to the group stage, and I'm sure they're gonna make it to playoffs. So people should watch out for them for sure. Any players to keep an eye on? I think I want to go back to BBL. They have their controller, Vanya, is really good. And I think that she already put up some really good stats in the qualifier. So that's a girl to look out for sure.
Vanya, the player that was highlighted, and that is someone to be scared of, Inami.
Yeah, just look at that cast, please. Like her ability to win the rounds with everything. Look at all these stats, and that's, by the way, Vanya, the IGL of BBL. So that's just shows you a little what to expect from this entire team. Her average kill is so high compared to the average death. Her KDA is decent, and her ACS is also too high for someone who's IGLing and playing Omen.
Nothing's too high for Turkish playing. I'm gonna join Tom on that bandwagon, okay? I'm gonna be part of it for now. But the thing is, you're going up against G2 Gozen. And if anything that we've seen over the last couple of days, Tom, is the fact that the strat, they have this really secret strat actually that they confided in us. And that is the strat, Mary go kill. And it's working. Perfect.
They have a lot of backup plans as well, like Mimi go kill, Petra go kill, Roxy go kill, Glass.
Yeah.
They have them in the strat book. Like obviously Karkus spends a lot of time like drawing that in like pretty word art colors because honestly, when you are the coach of this team, you might not have that much to do because they are fantastic. And the thing is, BBL kind of poked the bear. Like there are not many teams that have beaten them in general. There's definitely not many teams that have beaten them in a best of 3. So when G2 take a loss, you bet your ass they learn from it. So I do think that although this has been maybe an eye-opening experience for them losing that game, if you look at the results ever since, they have been decimating opposition. And as you mentioned, the sort of superstar at the helm of this squad, the youngster in the mix, has just been unreal. So facing off against Mary is not going to get any easier. Luckily for BBL, they do have one of their own.
They do, and we saw it also yesterday. Like, we speak about Mary ace with 2 HP, but Alkia had 3 aces in the same map. So honestly, I can't wait to see how this thing will play out, especially since both teams are playing good as a team as well. So excited to see how both lineups will build up for their duelists and how these duelists will be able to shine.
And the duelist has been kind of the name so far that we're highlighting. Mary, Alkia, we'll get into that later. But you're absolutely correct, Kinami. When we're looking at the way that both of these teams are playing off of each other, the utility usage, setting up the duelist has been really important. So, I mean, we're saying we're excited. Tom, when we're looking at Mary specifically, what she's really been excelling at as well is just the raise. I think it's a pretty great strat coming through from G2. So having a look at the head-to-head between her and Alkia, do you have a favorite? Are you allowed to have a favorite?
That's not. You can't do that to me. Do I have
a favorite?
Look, just Mary's got one more ACS, so obviously she wins, and I don't like Cass.
Amazing.
So I'm actually just gonna go with Mary because on the stats I like, hers are slightly higher. There you go.
Amazing.
Hope that
really
helps. Top tier analysis. Honestly,
that's some hard-hitting analysis.
I earn my money.
Wow.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, you know, I mean, we've highlighted these players and we've said that it's going to be very important for both of them to show up. But another thing that you highlighted earlier was the fact that the last time that G2 lost a best of 3, besides the loss against BBL Queens, was somewhere in the very, very past.
The very past.
And stuff. Listen, my English is down the toilet, okay? Like,
Double
I'm
digits
trying
in the
really
twos
hard.
is coming back from Mitchman after this. Jesus.
Having a look as well against that loss. It was against 10-star. I don't know when. Oh, there we go. 2021. That is very, very in the past, if I'm being honest here, Nami.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah. It is very in the past. It feels like that was back in the French era, right? When the French teams were the strongest. But now, sadly, we're forced to say goodbye a little early to this team. But a reminder, after that loss, G2 Gozen were unstoppable for like the entire season. And now I feel like they are in their best form, maybe. So can BBL Queen repeat that again? Because they lost against them a few weeks ago. Or will history repeat itself?
Question mark at the end of that sentence. But you said it yourself, Tom, poking the bear is what BBL Queens has done. And even the response that we got from Mary during the interview is like, yeah, we lost and that's all right. We've learned a lot from that game. So if we're looking historically at the performance on the 3 maps that we've seen G2 Gozen play up against BBL Queens, there is a chance that this is not going to be replicated today.
Yeah, for sure. I think especially when you look at these two teams as well, they seem fairly happy to play a varying map pool. So it's not like we're sat here going, like in the last series where we had high expectations of a Haven or an Ascent. I genuinely think that G2 could take this map pool anywhere they like. And even if they don't, the difference on split came down to an overtime 2 rounds. And I think Mary didn't have a quiet performance, had a quiet performance for Mary. Okay. So I don't think we can necessarily expect that. So as said, they've beaten them once. They've proven they can do it on one map pool. They might have a different one. They might not. It's still going to be tougher the second time around.
Yeah, I'm getting this feeling that you... how do I say this? You might be a little biased.
I'm not biased. Never.
On desk. No, but both of you, it feels like you're both like leaning a certain way. So I have this dilemma, right? I have spent hours blood, sweat, and tears gathering channel points, which are very important to have.
Okay.
So now I want to do a gamba, right? I want to make sure that I get the highest ROI, want to get the return on my investment. So I'm going to give both of you 30 seconds to convince me who should I put my gamba on, because I don't know anymore. This looks like a 50-50. Jade said it was going to be a 50-50. So I'm going to start with you, Tom. You got 30 seconds. Go.
Okay, I've got 30 seconds on the clock. G2 Gozen, champions of champions. A record of 70-7 across Game Changers, multiple EMEA championships, and the only team to ever win a Game Changers International. From some of the most experienced VALORANT players with close to 10 years of FPS experience to a young superstar with just a couple of years in the scene, this team is utterly stacked from top to bottom. In the history of G2 Gozen, they have never let a team beat them twice in a row. So you better be ready for the storm that is coming, because the girls and girls...
All right, time's up, time's up. Get him off. Get him off my screen. Please, can we please get this guy away? All right, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Inami, I would like to apologize for the lack of sensibility sometimes, you know, as a G2 fan. You can lose it a little bit, but that's okay, it happens. So you're more on the BBL Queen side of things, so why should I spend my hard-earned channel points on BBL Queen?
First, let me put the octopus in here. So, why would you vote for the BBL Queens? If you want to talk about stats or history, the last time these two teams met each other, BBL Queens won. Yeah, they almost lost in split, but they won the 2 rounds that mattered the most. When we saw what they showed us against KC as well. Wanna speak stats? Of course, 4 of the top 10 rated players in the server are from BBL Queens. So, if you want stats, if you want good gameplay, vote for BBL. And another addition, their win rate in every single map is just absurd.
Thumbs up.
So, yeah.
Thumbs up. The fact that both of you went overtime, I don't like that.
Wait, did I go overtime?
Right? I wanted to make an informed decision, but now I just feel like y'all are reading off a script and you're trying to sell me like some toilet stocks.
The octopus.
Like,
so which one are you picking,
it doesn't feel like a good investment.
So wait.
I don't know. Let's have a look at the map veto first.
But you
I feel like that's gonna have
which one though?
No.
Come on.
We'll see.
Come on.
You know, you're gonna see me in chat and I'll have like a little logo in front of my name. You can probably tell off of that. But one thing there for sure is the fact that both of these teams don't have a map pool. They have a map ocean. They can play them well. Haha, look, I'm funny. We're gonna be starting off with Haven again. Are we seeing a replica of last time? Question mark?
Well, I think the thing that I was sort of expecting was maybe a Pearl ban a little bit earlier on from BBL, but Split's going to go a bit earlier this time. You've also got Lotus coming through towards the end. I think that, again, it's sort of like a decent map pool for either side. I don't think either of them are going to be particularly unhappy with this one. And that's the thing, when you get 2 good teams, it really doesn't matter that much what the map pool ends up being.
All right. Inami, are you still feeling comfortable and confident in your BBL Queens pitch?
Yeah, of course I am. These teams have shown us that they are strong on every single map, so I can't wait to see them on Haven especially, because they were strong. They showed good game against KC as well, against CBA and many other teams. So yeah.
Well,
go Queens.
Oh, it feels like you're still trying to pitch.
The fun thing about Haven, especially,
you put your points,
is the fact that neither of these teams have lost so far in this series of Game Changers.
Ooh.
One team is 6-0, the other is 3-0. So it's going to be the first loss for one of these teams on Haven in the first map, and I think that's going to be exciting to see.
Yeah, this looks like their revenge match, but first it's going to start off with the fact that you're going to ruin one person's perfect score on a map. Now, it's looking great for both of these teams, and we've already highlighted everything, the strats, the players. So what's there left to do but to toss it over to our lovely casters, Ash and Pansy. And guys, let me know, who are you spending your hard-earned channel points on?
If I went against G2, it would be the wildest thing. There's no way, right? Like, you go off previous results, you go off history. Yeah, one head-to-head, come on. We've all had a bad day. We've all made mistakes. I'm going off of history here, but Ash, are you a believer in the new age? Are you on one of these new teams? Are you kind of believing in the hype here? Like, BBL have come onto the scene and looked devastating by all accounts, but surely, right? G2 we wouldn't see them lose here, right?
I don't know. I mean, sure, Tom was trying to sell us on G2 stonks a little earlier, but at the same time, he was selling us on BBL stonks even before then, talking about these Turkish players coming in, right? These fresh faces who are just powerhouses. And I think for BBL Queens, sure, you talk about Alkia a lot, but then there's also Vanya that you've got to worry about. Two extremely heavy hitters for this team, able to support each other in that kind of sense. Meanwhile, for G2 Gozen, yes, everyone on there can frag. Mary's off in the forefront that you're talking about, but I don't know. BBL, they're looking good.
I just can't see a world where G2 don't look at that loss and go, let's fix it. Because they're a team that has depth, right? They have genuine depth. We saw it even in the finals, roll your mind back to Berlin, and they were able to take the loss and come back even better, right? Like, they're the team that pulled off the first true reverse sweep in a grand final. They have resilience. So if someone's able to beat them 2 times essentially in a row, then hats off. You've got all the credit you deserve. That becomes very impressive. But map pool wise, is there anything standing out to you about this, or are you just quite happy to see it's a similar map pool, so you get to see kind of that full-on rematch?
I think I like the map pool. Interesting that Lotus does come back through. I feel like that tells you that G2 feel confident in the fact that they should be able to correct the mistakes that they made previously. That was a 10-13 loss for them up against BBL in the group stage. But I want to talk about more of that Ascent picture. We're not seeing it come out quite yet, but that's where I think it really matters in that second map to see if the side of BBL can actually flip Ascent on its head after another close matchup.
Yeah. One thing I'm looking forward to as well is, this is the first time I get to see G2 after the roster swaps, also out of the chamber meta. So Mary obviously was incredibly dominant during that era. I want to see how she looks on that Jet. I want to see Roxy in the roster. It's really nice to readdress it, and especially against a team that's already pushed them. What a tantalizing prospect.
It's going to be scary, that's for sure, and nearly a mirror matchup going into this. Actually, I'm going to take that back. I didn't see Sova on that Petra, but enough about Agent Select, because Pansy, we're about to get into map number 1 here on Haven for the upper bracket finals between G2 Gozen and BBL Queens.
Big matchup here between these two. As said, it's a very small club of teams who've managed to beat G2, and it's an even smaller one who's managed to do it twice. There's very few out there who've continually been able to get the better of them. So into this looking team, again, I look towards BBL as that new age, right? That new era, which is wild because G2 have always been that long-standing team, right? They're the classics. Yes, they brought in some new blood in the form of, I guess to an extent, Glance as well, Mary especially, and Roxy being taken over from Guild. So this looks like the complete package, but they are moving away from some of the core players we've seen them become so notoriously known for. So it's very interesting to see them continue that look here. And BBL, I want to see what all the fuss is about, right? Show me this potential.
The potential is going to get started because it's early contact here in towards Garage, and Mary's looking for the first. Somehow, Alkia finds it. A trade for a trade, though, with these opening picks into a 4v4. BBL now looking to scale off and re-clear here into A lobby.
Yeah, but Petra's position's good. Should be able to spot the cross well enough, sit a little bit deeper. Doesn't quite have any utility to follow this up with. Yes, a couple of shock darts if she wanted, but they're not really probably going to do too much. Maybe I spoke too soon. No. Not getting what she wanted, but she did buy enough time for a rotation to come in. You are going to see at least a little bit of support here. Wonderful flash. Should allow Petra to swing successfully, and the follow-up's great. Even from Mimi there, finding that position perfectly. That's the diligence from Mimi I was expecting, and I like that little synergy on the site there. And BBL unable to kind of, I guess, divide and conquer, if you want to put it that way, right? Unable to kind of slice through deeper onto the site. Didn't mind the trade out of the initial, the duelists initially. Perfectly fine. But you can see that really heads-up work between Petra and Mimi coming into effect.
So the other thing with the side of G2 Gozen is the fact that they're always going to be swinging for those trades. The synergy off the server very much so comes into their gameplay. You know, they talk about how this team is essentially like sisters. So for BBL, you have to be very strict about those swing protocols, ensuring that you are getting those trades down. As G2, they played the ebb and flow so well.
Yeah, it's stunning. A little bit of the utility coming in, maybe a touch late, but it's done enough to slow the roll down that they can't springboard off the back of contact there, so they can't really close the gap with these frenzies. It'd be very hard to bring it into a position where they could find as much impact as they'd like. So you look at what they've got remaining, a little bit of kit left on Felipe, so maybe they can still do something with that. Rika, I mean, not going to be achieving much with the nano swarms prior to a plant, so you've got to see them get on the side. So let's look towards their options. Maybe B, maybe C. A looks like, you know, the door's already shut. B's got a potential, but you can already imagine what G2 are thinking. They've already bolstered those numbers. You already have 2 players there and a little bit of utility as well, just to supplement it if they need that.
Oh, but it's the B hit that they are looking towards, and there's a nano swarm there. Glance up into that top corner as well. Something to look out for, and just not even waiting for that reveal to come through. Glance picks up 2.
Did the rifle drop anywhere accessible? Because that was the Phantom, I believe, on deck for Glance. But, yeah, it didn't get it, and both of them are now vulnerable, and position should be well and truly noted. And this is what I like the idea of, is, though, getting to see Roxy on this roster certainly pushed G2 in the past. Love seeing that little transition on towards the side. Mimi filling the void very well. And that Phantom, I think it could be recovered. Let's see. Just going to watch the side there. So both Bulldogs and the Phantom, yeah. So no harm, no foul. If they lost down the Phantom, then I'd be worried, but they've got it back into place, so they should be just fine.
Yeah, it's going to look like a pretty strong bonus going into that next one. Roxy also, you know, elected to go for more utility, saved up, and only took a pistol in hand. So another opportunity to bolster this buy here going into round number 3 for the side of G2 Gozen. Just to have something a lot more equal up against BBL Queens. And for BBL, looks like a blitz straight on towards C is the name of the game.
Oh, you got a high and low setup to an extent here, so you can at least take contact in a favorable manner. Glance has to be a little bit careful to not get caught out here, because they can close that gap, but the perfect timing for the repeat. Glance reading it so well, denying any burst towards the site. They have got bodies on here, though, and Roxy's gone down. Leaving it all to Glance. The reposition is divine. Overextends a little, overcooks it. Didn't even have the bullets to do the damage. But if they get one more kill, if they do a little bit more damage, this bonus is more than enough.
So much impact already coming out from G2, and Spike not even initiated yet. Filippo looking to try and tap that plant. She's super low at the moment. Very convertible round here for G2. They've got all of Mary's utility to work with.
Ooh, but Mary trying to shoulder it there. Gets caught up, and now it's all on Mimi, who doesn't have that much kit to play with. Look and see what's left, and the high-low setup's really robust. Rika fantastically dealing with that kind of later aspect of the round, but rolling it back to the start, there was so much potential for that to be halted instantaneously. You saw this happening with Glance with that reposition.
That's crazy.
Kind of overheated a little bit. At this point, if she had more bullets, you'd imagine she'd win that. Just didn't quite get that reload that she wanted, so that's the difference of the round. But again, they've done pretty well keeping that as a bonus. This buy coming in should be pretty well-rounded. Yeah, operator even out for Mary, so she's laughing. She's having no issue so far. Let's see how they look in unison, though. We saw wonders from Smurfette when she brought that through. Same can be said for the other Jet. So does Mary live up to that? Yes, she does. Straight away taking down the opposing number. And Petra going to kind of backfill the space and make sure no one else gets any freedom to work.
She's just too quick for that fault line to deal with as well, right? Not even stunned up, just dodges it right off the bat. So for BBL, sure, you have a dark cover gone out there into double stack to get out. But otherwise now leaving A largely uncontested. And BBL, they have a little bit of C-long presence. Otherwise, not too much information across the board, and instead it's going to be Rika looking for that lurk up here. Alarmbot is watching, so G2 very comfortable in playing the off-site retake here on C.
Yeah, they've got what they wanted from this. They have the additional body on the site. You got Mimi there, and there's the contact made. So they know it's coming this way, but Mimi now being on the site, and the supporting act of the cross being watched from Garage, this is a highly inaccessible site. So if BBL do this, it's going to be off the back of some ridiculous individual work. Glance going to tuck back in towards the back of Platt, and let's see that cross. Roxy should be good for at least one, and is. The swing, a little mistimed, but still valuable, still finds its impact, and G2 making the site very hard to access. Glance is still at the back of the site. Mimi's got the side by logs, and the last player pinned in here. This is not comfortable at all, and surrounded. Lovely work from G2. Once again, the principles of what makes this map work for them, holding firm.
A lot of patience coming out from Mimi as well. Something that you really love seeing out of her, a seasoned player for the side of G2. It's the way that they were staggering that utility on the C side, not throwing everything out in a bunch, ensuring that there would be waves to come to stall BBL out on their execution. Now, BBL have been struggling to find an answer. Sure, eco round to come out here. So with a few ultimates pretty close to being online, could be very much so a value round that we're looking to see coming out from them fighting for those orbs.
Yeah, I also just see if they... the tricky part is I was wondering if they were going to try and get a grasp on how they've been setting up that utility, get a little bit of a read on Roxy, but she's been hyper mobile as well. We saw her kind of playing towards C initially, we saw that setup out there. We've seen the setup kind of throughout B, towards middle. A couple of the different looks have worked really well. So it's actually quite hard to see where they'd be able to identify that utility. You can't really check it into this round. Mary going to catch one on the way back out. So player cams are weird here. I don't think that's what a player looks like, but you never know.
You never know. Some we might want to check their, protect their identity a little bit here, but
true.
Roxy's not going to be protected on towards site. This is tough. I mean, still good eco round so far for BBL if they can at the very least get that plant down.
Yeah, they won't be too opposed to this. That's fine. Is there any danger beyond that though? Does it go into the realm of like maybe they get a little bit of punish here? Mary's been holding this for a moment, the smoke just dissipating, but no one, standing out in the open, happy to clear first. Over towards Graffiti, drop down towards Hell, there's two. Making a little bit of something out of this. Mary has fallen, so you gotta be careful now. This is where it gets a little bit more interesting. There's been a rifle recovered. It ain't as easy anymore. And now down to the 1v1, but the HP is so low. Can they outplay the opposing number? Petra has to dip away, respect it for only a second. And then gets on the spike with time to spare, but that operator does need to be brought back into effect, get back into hand. And considering that was a very small buy-up, not much, it was like a very small investment, they made good on that.
Oh yeah, found a lot of value, low players as well, and man, I like the idea coming out from Ava there, trying to catch her off guard in that retake situation, but it's tough at the end of the day with Petra still online, and now for BBL, they know that they can find success over towards that A side. But again, like you mentioned, G2, they play their defense extremely fluidly, shifting, moving pieces around at all times. And they don't really give too much out in the early round as well. They kind of wait for BBL to go to them in that sense, aside from rechargeable recon. And otherwise, they're sitting back looking for the response.
Yeah, and the scary aspect is, yes, Roxy hasn't got it yet, but that ult's not far away. Everyone else has theirs, so they have that snowball round ready as well. And it's a pretty hard counter. Even if that lockdown's there, you've got the Hunter's Fury ready, right? So they kind of balance each other out, almost, take each other away from being something they can invest. But there's still the Rolling Thunder, there's still the knives. They've got a lot of kit in place for G2 to bring into the next couple of rounds if they feel like they need it. Money's getting a little more stable. As you can see, BBL still needs a little bit more to be robust. They've got a couple of ults, some just on the verge here. Philippa not far from her, so they could potentially play for that. That could be a big piece to bring into this round, maybe looking towards getting it on C early on here.
Could be. BBL. Interesting that we haven't really seen them default in playing for picks a lot of the time. Feels like this team has been a bit clustered up, which means they're losing out on some of that early map control on the side that they're not contesting. And that early dark cover now, it is a lot to a free Rolling Thunder here for Philippa. So that's something that G2 Gozen are going to have to look out for. You can already see they're starting to back off on site, knowing that Rolling Thunder has a possibility of coming through, not looking to get caught out.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Mary didn't go for this to be the one to try and deny that orb being picked up, but the TP is not happening. But that's a shot and a half. Roxy and Mimi just got melted. Hunter's Fury can be invested. This actually unlocks the capability of Rika as well, though. Keep in mind, her lockdown now is more valuable than ever. It gives them a little bit of freedom to work with, and they can't close the gap to deal with it just yet. Every ult is being invested. That one does not get utilized as well as they'd hope. 13 HP to play with. But they now get the plant down. This is such a ridiculous round here. But look at this cross. They're boxed in on the site.
But look at Rika. She's coming in for the backstab as well. Mary, the timing might just be off. She knows she has the itch on her shoulder.
One enemy remaining.
How does Mary read this so well? I guess from the lockdown, you could consider it a possibility. Spots nothing towards long yet. No pressure coming in. Now the game is afoot. Now the jig is up and they figure it out well and truly in time. G2 holding on to that round. You've got to remember how much BBL just put into that. They invested so many of their ults. So much of that potential has come into this. Same to be said for G2. They just burnt each other out of all of their ultimates they had in place. But look at these shots coming in. So sharp.
Absolutely disgusting. BBL, though, that's heartbreak. That's 3 ults invested. 4, actually. Forgot about that from the shadows earlier on. You don't often see the Omen committing to that anymore. And now they do have a half buy to come through. A semi-eco is the game for BBL. Nightfall to work off of as well, but again, still with this 5-person stack on these executions, BBL continue to miss out on those early opportunities to find space elsewhere on the map, put pressure on, otherwise G2, they comfortably stack.
Yeah. Mary not going to fall off from this. Petra's 1 over towards long. She can be more supportive in this now. See how they want to play in unison. Okay, so the Aldrin's going to take back that space. Does get dealt with quite quickly, but it gives over the angle. And they know enough now. They know there's more players to follow this. So, but one by one, BBL are approaching, and one by one, they're falling. And BBL has to invest all of this kit just to try and clear close. Make sure that Mary's not holding a deeper angle. There's going to be a problem to try and cross back out of. And now they're down to the 3. Vanya at least does have that rifle, so they have a little bit of power into it, but keep in mind, look how forward Glance is playing this. Very ratty. A rough position to clear. Do they have the diligence? No, they don't. Completely unawares. Glance, lovely positioning, just playing with them at this point. Sitting just a little tucked in towards middle. Very well handled.
That's the second time around side B main too. Sure, last time was on top of the box, but you gotta clear these corners. BBL, I really think a lot of these issues could be fixed if they do split up their attacking position a little bit more. They haven't even really gone for those 4-1 lurks, but this time Rika will be taking on that responsibility. BBL probably going to look for some sort of play to cut off the rotation here, but again, fast tempo here into A lobby.
And they've been allowed this 3-play stack towards A whenever they want it. Roxy's utility is doing enough to be the 6th man. They already have the push down on towards long as well, and they're actually going to go aggressive with this ultimate behind it. That's a little bit maybe overzealous. I don't love that. Didn't have to overdo this much. They've opened up opportunity. I know it's a G2 thing. You kind of kick them while they're down, but this was a bit too much for my taste. Now, Roxy's got an operator, so... Okay, fair enough. You know what? That's what I get for doubting it. Killjoy is known for the operator play.
Can't lie about that. For G2, I think would be interesting for them to maybe even just go for the exit frags here. Money situation's not looking good here for BBL, but with that first pick on Rika early, you don't have to worry about the swarms anymore. It makes this 2v3 a lot more doable.
They don't find another pick, right? So they've still got a little bit of time. Not a lot. Full kit was on Glance, so she does get to come a little bit closer here. Roxy's found one. Oh dear. Okay. They got a little too close to making that doable. Yeah, the start of that round was just a little too much. A little too rich for my taste. That was stupid. But fair enough, it happens. But yeah, the start of it with the ultimate kind of being posting it deep down towards long, there's such a fine balance of like genius and madness when it comes to G2. Sometimes I get it, you want to just play like that, you want to just, you know, make it hurt where it matters at that point, but I don't think they had to go that far. I think that was a little bit of a wild attempt.
We do a little bit of limit testing here and there, but going into round number 9 now. Lockdown is in hand here for a retake situation for Roxy. See that slightly more passive play there over towards mid, leaving it very open, relying on her utility alone. And Glance, again, always such great positionings, and it's always a question of, does BBL clear her out? An off angle to be held here in towards C long as well. Look at the way G2 is just playing that ebb and flow. They have both extremities, they just play back on mid.
And it's like technically Glance's position should be a one and done, right? Doesn't have a smoke up right now, but it seems more often than not she gets away with so much. They clear it this time, yeah, they do. They're getting a little bit more wise to her ways. Lovely site take as well. If you look at all the utility in place, that's worked out very nicely for them. Clearing off towards CT, the lockdown is there for Roxy, so they are gonna have to make their minds up with what they do with this. They have got the spike down, and you can see maybe that pain shell will be enough to dissuade that lockdown. And it indeed has done just that. Lovely work from the Rays there.
Yeah, great zoning. Alkia is alone on site though now. There is a Roomba in hand, but gets lit up by that recon, and that's all Mimi needs to know. Everyone else on BBL playing for long here in the post plant. And again, another re-flank coming in from Rika in through garage.
Yeah, this smoke's wonderful too. Very difficult for G2 to do much with here. It might be time to just save. Get out of there with that operator, probably the right cool. If you could escape, no, you can't. That was very heads up. Again, that side take is very, very well considered by BBL. And again, for G2 to open up the opportunities of this, I don't mind what Glance is trying to do, right? Like, the way they're playing, like trying to push her down to deep positions, or Mary doing something similar on the other side of the map, at least holding space. But it is very risky to do it towards C-Long, because even at the biggest reward, you either, backfill decently or you don't get checked. Yeah, you got away with it once, you're probably not going to get that chance again. Like to see that maybe adjusted a little bit, but if they keep testing A, I still don't think they get past Mary and Petra as easily.
Maybe not, but it is ecos here for the side of G2, so only Sheriffs abound. Mary's going to be playing into that smoke. The Prowler should seek her out right off the bat, and she's still going to swing.
Yeah, didn't have a chance of it, but Petra does! Back-to-back kills. Huge impact. A-Long's hers. Rifles recover. That's V2 rifles, and Glance even does damage. This is massive. Now look, Mimi and Petra both have rifles that are found over towards A-Long. And there's the right read from Roxy here. She just needs her to do a little bit of damage towards Long. This should be the telltale sign they're coming. Any nano swarm by those seconds. She's done that. Perfect. That denies a little bit of that time here. Buys time for this rotation. Now they're all packed together. They've made a round out of very little.
No, that was absolutely lovely. The delay especially. Opportunity for Vanya to maybe seek out some sort of information with that from the shadows, so long as it's not committed. Oh, but that owl drone is going to put a thorn in their side. That's both players of BBL sought out.
Okay, one caught two of them actually stunned in this. And now the push towards the side. Vanya is focused towards CT. Has to swing attention for a second, but outnumbered G2. Working back into this round beautifully. That fight towards Long, it all kind of comes together from Petra, right? Petra finding both of those. Mary happy to trade that. Put her life on the line for it, sure, why not? But Petra finding so much value, and that snowballing the impact of the rest of the round was incredible.
Everything relied on that. Now BBL, that's a round that's gonna hurt. I mean, you should have had some sort of better advantage, should have been able to get those trades down on through, and BBL, they're the ones looking to make the comeback, right? Down 4 rounds here. 2 more left into this half, including the one we're about to see. For G2, you can be pretty comfortable in knowing, okay, Mary's going to have a hold here on towards A lobby. Petra plays safe, has that Hunter's Fury to deny that plant. So BBL, they will have to find sight early on just to avoid having that Hunter's Fury delay them further into a late round.
Here we go, towards the site. Very drilled takes here. This has been quite impressive. No challenge on this, though. It will be purely for the retake now. There's the Hunter's Fury. Preemptive a little. Does it get what it wants? Big damage, yeah, fantastic from Petra. This is a problem. That was a spike drop there as well. Going to fall back into the hands, though. Eva's going to pick that one up and try and close that space in. Vanya's still holding towards B, but you have to find much success looking for this actual plant.
That's the thing. On B side, it's so difficult, right? So open for the defenders to pinch you back through, but the early fight from Ava earns her one. Roxy somehow still alive in this situation. 3 health left on the board, and for the side of BBL, Vanya, it's all up to her. She has the From the Shadows available, but where do you go?
Yeah. One Paranoia smokes back up in a second as well, so that's pretty important. Roxy's down low.
30 seconds
Wants
left.
to keep their attention drawn towards B. It's a fake smoke to keep them watching that way. Maybe trying to find an advantageous fight here, but the problem is Roxy's still alive, so she gets the benefit of that. Tag comes in, Vanya re-swings, and Glance down to nothing! Suddenly Vanya's got a bit of an upper hand here. A 1v2 has a TP, gonna take it. Over towards A and will get this for free. There's no one near enough by. Mary, no knives to bring into effect, so can't hop up and over to try and deny this. What can Vanya do? The smoke is there. Lovely timing on this, and still the Paranoia. This could be a masterclass in dividing G2. As Roxy and Mary, Roxy almost offering herself up here as, look, trade me. Mary's going to be there, don't worry about it. But again, Vanya's got to play this perfectly. That Paranoia has to be pixel perfect. Turret goes down towards Long. Oh, and she's got Roxy. And now the Paranoia comes in. I don't think it caught Mary. And now Mary wants to close that gap. And Vanya stands ready. Stands on guard. And what a round from Vanya. G2 thought they had it all. And Vanya rips it away from them.
A Red Bull clutch coming out from Vanya. Absolutely insane. It was a 1v4 situation in that. And the investment of the Hunter's Fury, Petra found so much value, but G2 giving away those ones, Vanya doing even better to isolate them. But this might be the play that BBL Queens need to upturn this momentum, upturn their emotions into the last round of this half. They have that lockdown, they have that showstopper to work with, one away from the Rolling Thunder.
This is wild that we're seeing it go to this point. Mary's got to be careful. They're coming with pace here, wasting no time. And the lockdown going to be sent through as well. Joined by Petra, though. Has the support system there, and the follow-up spray is gorgeous. Mary doing it right back to them. Deals with the lockdown. Does she get away? It looks like she does. Mary has done more than enough. Instantly answering back to Vanya after losing that 1v1 at the end. Clearly adding fuel to the fire. Leaving Eva and Vanya, good luck doing it again. You got to find just as much value this time around.
Seas is going to delay Mary from the peak, though, again. But you know, you can feel that she's hungry for the ace right now, and BBL still looking to move up in short.
Chip damage done with that shock dart, too. Oh, it's stunning from Mary. Yeah, she's got it right back. Anything you can do, Mary can do better. She goes for the full ace here. Keeping G2 with a strong hand in this. But that 1v4 is still something to look back on. That was out of this world. But Mary, again, it seems like you only just inspire her to do better with those sort of rounds.
That was also the 3 ultimates that I was talking about earlier on, taken out within the first 25 seconds of this round, right? Not finding the impact that they were looking for. And that means BBL, they head into half number 2 here, 4-8. Heading over to the defense, though, BBL, this is the side that they do tend to strive on. For BBL, they've got an 83% round win rate here on defense, on Haven specifically.
Pretty huge. 8-4, though, is a good margin to work within.
Yep.
And off to a pacey beginning. Mary trying to work in unison. You can see that synergy between her and Petra in very much motion. Now, Vanya's been handled, but does Mary get to leave with her life? No. Actually backfilling the space, you can already see it. BBL responding perfectly to this.
Yeah, but they're still scaling up here. G2, getting the ones at the moment. It's just Philippa who has to take the swings and cut them down. BBL, nice hold here towards the B side. G2 with a little bit too much gusto, felt hard set on that B take and going for swings that weren't necessarily needed. That pistol round ended a lot earlier than I would have expected. Looking towards G2 to slowing things down here in the Zico.
Okay. It's kind of wild because BBL, it just feels like every single one of them are just mechanically nuts.
Yeah.
Like it's actually what it's not like yeah, obviously Vanya was like the standout pulling off that like 1v4, but even outside of that, every single one of them is doing serious damage. And this round should really not be too much different. Littered with Killjoy utility all over the B site. This would be very difficult for G2 to get in towards. See how far they get here.
Well, it's just a little dash on towards site here. Mary clears out backside as well, so Plant can go down very comfortably right now, and BBL playing for that full retake. No one's going to be going for that. Okay, hold on. That's unlucky. That is unfortunate. Right at the end of that stick.
It happens. Unable to quite clear backside, but they seem to be quite aware of the potential of Mary being there. Yeah, dealt with so swiftly. It's just... It's weird seeing Mary just pushed aside like that. It just doesn't feel normal. You got the lineups coming in though, a little bit of chip damage towards Diffuse, but 5 still standing. And sadly for Petra, there isn't much else to be done here. Lovely work on the lineups. Little lineup Larry Petra is, but it's all for naught. So Diffuse gonna come in. They'll be just fine. 4 standing. We've got to see what the bonus is gonna look like here.
I really did think that cheeky right click may have landed Petra another kill, but BBL, I like the discipline that we're seeing coming out from them here on the defense, right? Into their anti-eco, not overextending, not looking to give anything away for free up against G2. Very much so holding on to those reins there. Now G2 onto their anti-eco round. Have the buy, going for the long angled fights there over towards C long instead. You can see though, pings coming out from both teams in towards spawn, in towards grass. Does make me wonder if we are going to see that control try to come down early. It's not actually the case, though.
What are these fights? The fact that G2 swung that with full intent, like feeling as though there was going to be this walk down long. Again, this could be from habit. This could be from knowing the team that you're facing, that you have just a little bit more of an awareness of how maybe they like to play some of these areas. But just super heads up. Yes, they lose out on Petra, so it does make taking towards site a little bit trickier. But they still have pretty much full kit to put into play. They didn't burn much of their utility apart from Glance's smokes, which should be back on soon. Let's see what the Sheriff can do, though. Philippa decides not to swing. Tries to go in, but yeah, vision gets removed and Mary gets light work.
Now it's just going to be a mad dash here for Ava and Rika over from that A site. Free plant here for G2 and can very comfortably play into this post. They keep 2 on site, keep 2 in long, just in case things do go awry, play their lives. Fault line will be really nice to stall out any push back in from Garage or CT. And otherwise, it's all mostly towards Ava here to find that opener, using this recon to come out with that haunt.
Swing to follow off the back of it. Handled G2. No sweat really in the bonus that round. Kind of seemingly preempting BBL's plan pretty early on, it felt. So not too much of a threat. Mary farming on up, 1 away from the Bladestorm too, so she'll be happy with that. As we go into that first gun round, we do see the operator coming out, so that's a big investment here.
Something I am curious about is we did see that smoke going out. The dark cover coming out from Vanya in towards mid window, trying to put some semblance of pressure in towards grass, even though it wasn't committed to. And with the fact that it had been quiet, G2 still don't really feel that much pressure. It's a 4-1 split here over towards that C side. Spike non-committal though. Vanya can very comfortably play alongside here in backside. Will be pushed out by the aftershock and steps out instead of the shredded step.
Yeah, that's great timing from the dart to come in as well, just to keep them slightly slowed down. But Philippa trying to fill a similar space, actually, this time with the judge rather than just the sheriff. So if they continue along this path without using the outdrawn or anything else, then there could be danger. But Petra heads up. She doesn't want to walk into these sort of traps. Does she check? Yes, hello. That's a player and a shotgun. I don't want any of that. And in the meantime, what you called out earlier on has come into effect. That spike was non-committal. It wasn't running up C-long. It was sitting kind of, a little bit deeper down by spawn. So looks like they're readjusting and heading back around towards A, which should at least pull away one of these players, 2 of these players, so they have a fair shot of getting towards the A side.
Really interesting how they use this dark cover to scale up into lobby as well and popping out from it as soon as that timing does come down. But BBL, they've already invested 2 players back over. There's the haunt once again, doesn't find anything. It's just pressure that BBL are looking for with time running down. G2 still have not secured the plant, but BBL, they're not going to contest any further. Just going to be that full retake situation. But it's tough. You've got Alkia on this operator as well, trying to push in as that raise and make that space. Just have a full kit though.
We'll catch them.
C's going to go in. Doesn't catch much of the players on the side. I think only catching one by Graffiti potentially. No one falling just yet. Bit of a trade. Still, advantageous numbers to G2 here. Mary's starting to step back a little, catching one of the heels. They're actually hunting these weapons down. They want this gone if they can. If they could get that operator away, it would be huge. But I think that's going to be able to be kept in hand. I don't think they're going to chase that far. Maybe they do. Let's see.
Standing.
There goes one of the rifles. Does the operator remain in play? Yeah, it looks like it will. 50 HP. Yeah, that's enough. Okay. Well, they keep the operator, but that's about it.
Anyone feeling generous?
I'm not gonna lie, I got a little bit nervous there in towards garage window. Ava just like swings back out, and you see Mary's right on the other side, waiting, arms open. But now, operator is gonna be the only thing, like you said, that we will be looking towards here to find that map control, find those picks for the side of BBL. Remainder of the team will be forced onto pistols alone, not really able to buy up with it. Rolling Thunder could be a difference maker if Rika can find the value though.
Shadows traveling.
G2 seem very aware of some of the intentions of BBL. I think this is lessons from last game. You can already see every time they're on like a lighter buy or an eco, they love to push C-long, it looks like. And again, yes, Glance took a little bit of damage. They've got the right read on this, but you've got to be careful. That operator could have snapped to attention there. Didn't quite connect the shot they would have wanted. The spike can be filtered up now. Can be brought towards the plant. There we go. So shouldn't be a problem in that regard. And the retake's pretty difficult as well with an operator. Not comfortable by any means. So Rika's going to have to hit some bangers. I hope teammates will help set this into effect. The timing's disastrous. Mary just steps out. Perfect timing for her, of course. And now they're just on those sheriffs.
It's just about trying to do a little bit of damage going into this round, right? Not going to see much else otherwise, but Vanya somehow finds 2. That could be the tide changer here for BBL's retake.
So much damage done, but they still stand. 2 players still alive. Roxy, well equipped for this post plant. You can see those shock darts coming in. That's beautifully done. Very nice. Petra, as soon as that plant's down, yes, Roxy's at least got, you know, the nanoswarms on the site as well. But Petra sat back there, being the little sweaty nerd she is, just got those lineups ready. Yeah. You see it in the last couple of rounds, especially for that B plant, we've seen it for the A plant. But some of the timing of this, and the fact it's still got this close is crazy. Like, Mary's pumping out damage, just hoping to take some down with her. I mean, so players falling to their deaths. We had some weird instances in that.
How did Glance fall there? Didn't even catch it on cam, but man. Timeout now being called here for BBL, right? G2, 1 away from that coveted match point. And for map number 1, this is BBL's map pick going into this before we head over towards Ascent, where these two have faced off against before.
Yeah, I think considering where we're at now, this is probably the right time to try and get a grip on things. And this is the depth I look at when I keep in mind G2. You can come out and win a game against G2, sure. You have to be very good to be able to do it. I mean, Guild used to do it in the past, right? The team that Roxy came from at the time. They were able to fashion that one-time win, but it's to find repetition and beating them is very difficult. The lessons learned will certainly matter. It's come into this, and some of those intentions it looks like BBL or BBL has, or some of their maybe their habits they like to do, which are very, very good fundamentally. Once they get red, okay, what's your adjustment? Do you have that depth then to go, okay, well, we can't be doing this. A really nice layer to that. The next step to that would be X, Y, Z. That's where you have to start seeing if BBL have that depth. Do they have that capability to then adjust on the fly or have anything else in the tank, right? This is when it gets interesting if BBL have that. For now, it looks like G2 have done their homework here.
They most certainly have, and inside of BBL, recipe for retake again, right? You got that Rolling Thunder. You got that from the Shadows for information into the late round. And G2, just looking to play things slow right now. Sure, they do find 1, and that's a very early Hunter's Fury, looking to try to connect on Alkia here towards that A side. Finds nothing, though. Could have been very much so safe for that post plant. We saw Petra saving it in the last round. Shock's out early, so this means that for G2, they're not going to have as much of that utility because there's only 1 swarm left here for Roxy.
Yeah, I was wondering if she was trying to clear the Killjoy utility on B, but we haven't seen it placed at the front of B main. But Mary's been able to get up this far, right? So off the back of the ult, Mary was slowly creeping towards it. Now, great work holding towards this corner to stop Mary taking that whole side, basically. Eva has to fall away. Has to respect the ults coming in. Can't really do much against it. The counter ult comes back out, and they take back the site space. Now, in 35 seconds, G2 could potentially look towards a B piece, because they did remove some of that utility potentially, but Glance opting to go all the way over towards C. Now, hasn't committed to it, but drawn a player away.
Just 1, though. Otherwise, it's still a crossfire set up here by Philippa and Ava, and G2, they're contacting up. Corner will be checked, but you got to clear out Philippa as well. Ooh. She's insane in this series.
Petra's actually cracked. Like, I'm entering myself. Oh, don't trade me. I'll get it. Like, don't worry. I don't care about spacing. I've got it all. But now it's still doable, right? You're in a 2v3. It's not like you're out of the woods just yet. It's just Petra gave you a chance. Paranoid up, gets removed from this. That means that Roxy has to fight, and then Petra doesn't get checked on, and Glance takes that next step. Nice synergy between all of them. Taking the fights when they had to. You saw that nice little crossfires in place, and as soon as one piece was taken away, Roxy had to almost sacrifice herself there, swing out slightly further from hell. So, BBL yet to really find much of an answer here. I feel like they had the upper hand a fair amount of that round, and then you had Petra just going, I'll find 2. I got you.
As the IGL too, right? It's just like, okay, you know what, guys? I'm taking matters into my own hands. I'm just going to hop on to say we're going now, or we're not getting there at all. But for BBL now, match point here for their map pick. 6 rounds down is a tall mountain to climb. Still have that lockdown available. Haven't been able to actually get that out quite yet. And this time, for the first time, we're seeing them take this mid control. They hear the alarm bot, so not looking to aggress too far.
No, but look how deep they've gone again. Like, Petra is having a series, and that's terrifying. Vanya's trying to get a little bit proactive though, which I quite like. Trying to take some space elsewhere, do a little bit of work for themselves. Good lockdown as well. Nothing to directly counter that unless one of the players wants to sacrifice himself, which maybe is Mary. I'm wondering if she decides to cross that corner to try and take the fight. Vanya already expecting glance. There's Mary with the attempt, couldn't quite get it. A little unfortunate there. Tried to go to deny the lockdown, but unable to do so.
It took a second too long for Ava to get that pick, though, I do think. And the Nightfall just straight up invested in this 3v3 situation. G2 are worried about it. Vanya just has to stick. And somewhere, somehow, 17 seconds on the clock. Vanya, she holds on here for BBL. Still at match point, 5 more rounds to go.
Remaining.
Not over yet. Roxy almost had that too. Like,
yeah, that was scary.
Just a little unfortunate in for her, at least, or very fortunate for Vanya, however you want to cut it. Just that angle was just right to work with. Now we look at what we have here. Rolling Thunder, we have the Knives from Mary. On the other side, Showstopper as well in play, quite far off from some of the other ults. The scary factor is that for G2 at least, if you're a BBL fan, they're going to have that ult cycle, right? So they want to try and bring that Showstopper in. Felt like a bit of a waste there. Maybe expecting G2 to be bunched up or something. Not what they wanted at all.
They're still going though. Alkia is just going to continue to aggress. And punished for it, of course. G2 very patient in this play. Overextension coming out from BBL, overheating. Seems like they're almost grasping at straws in that kind of sense, finding some sort of opening, trying to flip the script. And G2, they just sit back, relax right now. However, at the same time, they only have spawn.
Yeah, roll your mind back to our earlier conversation. Every time they're on that slightly lighter buy, they try and take space on C-Long. And once again, they try and do the same thing. Yes, they throw in at least an ult with it, but G2 seem very aware. Now, Vanya is in the right place this time. Felipe tries to be a little bit more proactive, get ahead of it. Last time she's been tucked in the corner with Sheriff, the judge. Vanya is the only thing standing in between basically G2 and their win right now, and she's still there. She has not left this site. They have no idea that she is still in this position. She's going to slip through the smoke, spots no one. Where the hell is she? But they must have heard something. They must have seen something. Petra's had enough of what she's been up to. Vanya's gone down, leaving just one alive, and this would need some heroics to pull off. A 1v3 here. No easy task by any means. And they seem fully aware of the position now. Yeah, first shock dart to come in. This one's going to get tougher and tougher to try and work out.
Time's just going to tick down, right? Seas does come out, doesn't really catch much. And in this 1v3, Ava's just not able to find any space on site. G2 just have to hold here as 3. Get those trades down, and there's just no room left for this round to go into the hands of BBL. G2, of course, Petra to close out the map, 13-7 here, and it's an upset. BBL's map pick.
Yeah, I think the big picture in my mind to this, it's preparation. G2 seem all too aware of some of the tendencies, maybe some of the things that are really catching them out in that previous game, or just some of the other games that really made BBL the team they are, right? A strong contender, someone who certainly caused upsets. But to be able to beat someone twice like G2, you've got to be able to go to those depths, that next layer, to be aware of your weaknesses and then find that new solution. G2 seemed all too ready for what they were bringing out.
I think also for the side of BBL Queens, it was a bit of a struggle there starting out on the attacking side. First, the kinds of split pushes that they were going for were not split at all. The first 6 rounds of the game, it was very much so 5 people pushing in towards the same site, not necessarily in a blitz kind of sense, but regardless, they continuously lacked that early control of the other side of the map, and G2 would punish for them for that again and again until they decided to finally make that change halfway through the first half.
Yeah, credit where it's credit's due though. Vanya, that 1v4 was inspired. But then again, the insta answer back from Mary was amazing. And then Petra had basically a whole half to herself. She was just absolutely going off. That was actually a really nice map one to watch. I wish I was more familiar with their first time of meeting, see if it was a real counterplay that they picked apart some of the tendencies that BBL had. I think we'll be able to see when we get to Ascent, which will be map 2. So do not go far away. This game is just heating up. Hopefully we can go the distance here. If not, it'll be G2 reinventing themselves.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from Jade? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
G2 Gozen put themselves in the lead by winning their own map pick. Inami, I know you were a very big BBL Queens stan and you try to sell me their stocks, so how are we feeling?
Listen, every single best of 3 that BBL Queens won, they always drop to the first map. So if you followed my advice, I think you're safe.
Do you smell that, Tom? It smells like hopium.
I'm not the sort of person to gloat, but as the person who did say that G2 had this in the bag as, prior champions, all that yada yada. No, I'm kidding. But genuinely, they played a fantastic game. Like, I think from start to finish, you could see why this team are feared. Like, be it the fantastic post plants that they showed towards the end of the game, be it the clutch capabilities or the crossfires that they have. Like, this team is someone that goes in the shop, and basically any mistakes that are made, they fix them over time. And they've gone into an opponent's map choice, a map that a team is 6-0 on. And honestly, for BBL at times, it looked like they relied on some clutches themselves to just drag them through some of the rounds, because I don't think G2 Gozen broke that much of a sweat.
Yeah, let's start off with looking at some of the replays, Inami, because when we came into this game, we said G2 has some very clear strats, one of them being Marigold kill.
Yeah, it seems like that strat worked so well for them, but let's talk about this round, the round 10, where we expected after BBL having the momentum, winning so many rounds, that they'll be able to win this one. But then Petra Sheriff comes in, and yeah, it was very sad to see how they lost this one, because it should have been a BBL round, right? But yeah, the Petra coming in strong this map, overall being the MVP of the game, so...
Yeah, I think it's a map as well where whenever BBL got going, something like this happened. Like, it would literally be, like, as it was mentioned by Inami, it was 2 rounds in a row. We finally started to see that sort of hype for BBL. Okay, this is where the Queens truly step up to the mark. And then this happens. They just get boomed by a couple of Sheriff shots. And you can even see it in the moment. The G2 players go, they retrieve those rifles, they play together in the retake, and they're right back into that same structure after these explosive plays happen. It's almost like you're not given a break by someone overfacing or someone making a mistake. They just go, okay, we now have a chance at this round, let's get back into our form. And that's what makes this team so devastating. Even when they do something incredibly risky, moments later it's like they're a well-trained unit again. And then obviously I think we just let this one roll. I don't think there needs to be anything said.
Yeah, total silence. Watch this. Sorry, I can't be silent. It feels weird.
Yeah, it was just the Marigold kill strat. I guess that works out for them. And that's something that I love about G2. It's that they are so aggressive even on defense. They don't let their enemy even breathe at any moment. So unfortunate for BBL this month.
All right, to see like you're joining the G2 train. I do love that. I mean, looking as well... Did you put your arm up? Because there's a little bit... No, you didn't. You just made the sound. I'm disappointed. Anyway, exactly. One thing, though, that I was not disappointed at, and I think as well, Tom, you were praising G2 Gozen for it continuously, was their post plans. Which, when we're looking at round 17... there's a lot of lineups there as well. Like, they did their homework.
Well, yeah, I still remember when this team first moved over, or the team that was in previous FPS. I saw Petra come in on a Sova, and she didn't know any lineup. She was sort of just winging it, and I was like, give her a month, and she'll be one of the most fearsome players in the world. And this is just sort of what it gets down to. Even in the initial stages of this retake, firstly, you've just got a wonderful timing shot from Mary, which must have just been utterly painful. You're like holding the angle, oh, not holding the angle, and Mary's taking your head off. But this is sort of the mix they have. They've got a couple of players aggressive, looking to take fights, looking to slow them down on the other side. And then you have, I want to say the rats. I think that's the best way to put it. The players sat all the way back, doing their little lineups, the people who have sweated out everything, so that even if you somehow get close, Petra and Roxy have shock darts, nano swarms, and everything they could ever need to end this round in its tracks. It makes it impossible, because not only do they have this sort of force that's ready to fight you, there's then also the afterplants as well.
Yeah, I'd be really sad if that's what I had to play against, because you're like, yeah, I can stick it, and I can't.
We love him.
Line up Larry's in the server. Let's get it. But one of the players that we highlighted from the side of BBL Queens that were like, she needs to go get it, was Alkia specifically. So it felt like this map in EMEA was maybe a little bit more dormant. So going into the next one, we're expecting great things.
Yeah, we're hoping for great things, right? Because this Alkia, she's the player that got 3 aces in a row earlier on. She's a player that we've been speaking about a lot, but seems like this map, she wasn't really connected to the server. The very low ACS, her KDI wasn't like so good, and we've seen her shut down so early on that she wasn't able to do anything. And if BBL Queen want to take us to map 3, she needs to do better.
Yeah, luckily though, the map that is coming up next is the one where she did get those 3 aces. So it's at least going to be a more of a home turf for her. I think she seemed to struggle a little bit more on the Raze, and I think the Jet is where you truly see that true stardom. But that is the real worry here, is that so far G2 seem to have done a good job of shutting her down, closing her out as someone who needs to be in this series. With Ascent coming up next, if she's missing again, that's your sort of pinnacle. That's the tip of the spear. That's the player that you're following in and the player you're setting up. So if she's not there, it's game over.
Oof. A lot of high stakes for this one. But Ascent, we do call it the Turkish playground for a reason. And last time we saw BBL Queens absolutely pop off. It's their map pick. It's their game to win. Everything on the line for BBL Queens on this revenge arc from G2 Gozen. We're going to be heading over to Ascent, the second map of the series, with Ash and Pansy.
Yeah, this map probably not going to be too comfortable, I feel. It's going to be the one that maybe you're going to see that push come in, right? Like BBL, as we said, as we know, this map, Ascent, has always been a comfort zone for almost every Turkish team we've ever seen, any Turkish player we've ever seen. And this is certainly not a bad map for them by any means. Do you see this being the map that they bring this back to a 1-1, or do you genuinely believe that G2 could 2-0 this?
I think it's kind of hard to say, because the last time they played up on Ascent together, that was a 13-9 win for G2 Gozen, right? And it was the retake protocols that looked really good for BBL on their defensive side that helped them make that score a little bit closer, because it was a 9-3 half for them. But BBL, this time around, they're starting out on that attacking side first, and we've seen how G2 are kind of rolling with it right now, and BBL need to have a hot start to have a chance to take this to a third map.
Yeah, and I want to see how BBL respond to having the loss brought to them in map 1 as well. Yeah, the desk kind of noted they've had a couple of games like this where they do bound back, so they shouldn't be too worried just yet. See if there's any changes or anything interesting with the agent composition. I doubt there would be massive changes, if I'm honest. I feel as though what's worked for them should probably work again.
We'll have to see what is pending on the side of both teams here, but overall, you've already got some locks coming in here, and the one switch up to note, actually 2 switches to note. For BBL, they're switching their controller and they're putting Philippa on that breach as well. Previously, it was the Omen and the KO, so that's a big difference maker to kind of change this pacing and have that extra stall and setup ability to help Alkia find success on site.
Okay, this could be a nice adjustment. That could be tailor-made. If they can get the synergy right, that could be very nice. Now, for G2, I wonder if that changes many of the plans. Again, if they've prepared or kind of continue to consider how it was last time, their historical approach to this map, that could potentially change the dynamic. We're going to have to wait and see, because this is the one that really does matter now. BBL put under the pressure here. Yes, a fiery individual team, it looks like. We need to see if they can come together now that they've got a lot of this kind of experience coming into play from G2. Some of those deeper capabilities coming out to play. This is a tough matchup for them. They've got their work cut out here, but G2 still have to keep themselves to the same standard. Map 1 was not easy, even though the scoreline wasn't, you know, it wasn't a close scoreline really on paper. Those rounds, though, were close.
What we're really looking for, though, coming out from BBL is just tightening up on some of those protocols. You saw individual plays coming out, and the adjustments into the mid-game were a little too difficult, but already Alkia hot with the fart start here over towards B-Link. She finds 2 somehow in mid, and G2, they're just sitting ducks here in spawn.
Yeah, they are there. That aggression seems unrelenting, continuing to power forward. And Vanya's not particularly fallen back. Like, she shouldered this up. G2 have to clear all the way through. It's a little bit of chip damage, but not enough to really take him away. Yes, putting Mary down to about that 50% marker. But that does put it back to a 3v3. So there's still above a minute to play with. Get a little worried when I see that.
Minute to play with, but you got to look at the health on the side of G2 right now. Mimi's barely scraping by Petra and Mary. Easily a one tap to the head or a body shot there for Mary, right? And for BBL, Philippa, she's got that fault line still on lock for the choke point here on B. 45 seconds in the clock.
There we go. Philippa. Okay, good for the first.
One enemy remaining.
Now Alkia can hold
Spike
that as well,
down
kind of
B.
punish the cross. Really nice push and pull between the two, and Mimi we need a lot here. Not gonna get it. Beautiful work, and those knives now building towards that 3 away this early on. That's fantastic work. Terrifying to play this sort of aggressive game because you just set the tone, don't you? That's just like an instant callback, an instant like, hey, we're gonna just come into this flying. G2 have to respect that, though. I want to see what their protocols look like now, having to keep in mind that BBL are not going to be afraid to push this.
I'm curious to see if that swap from the Raze to the Jet here for Alkia as well, just to enable her fluidity and being able to get out of situations for free with that tailwind will be a difference maker, because she didn't really find as much success on that aggression there over on Haven with the other pick, and with the early 0 point to come out, caught off guard here. Mary's already on site. What?
Well. Oh. That was...
something.
It was something. It wasn't what I expected, but it was indeed something. There could be a little bit of danger here, because G2 have gotten quite close. They've already gone out of the choke point, right? So they're just going to death ball around the map. Now, they're going to leave one player tucked in towards Switch, which is going to be Petra. Does she get cleared? No. So the interesting fact becomes that she gets played into this, right? She has to pull the trigger at some point. There it is. Beautiful. Well controlled. They also know there's still one player probably on the site, which is Alkia, considering they noticed them earlier on, but Vanya doesn't allow fun to happen. No fun allowed. The fun police turns up in the middle and gets us into the next round. So a little bit of chip damage done there, but keeping 3 alive is important. They can kind of build around that buy.
Yeah, I got those SMGs still available for any of those close contact plays, and looking over towards the side of BBL Queens on... Okay, wait, actually, they are starting out on the defense first. I guess I got my notes mixed up when I was looking over at the picks and bans earlier on. So, the stronger side for BBL, and a tech pause actually to come out on this 3rd round.
Oh, of course. Of course there's a tech pause.
I'm just standing in for Hypok today.
So it's me.
Maybe it is you, Pansy. I'm sorry.
That's really upsetting. Like, I really... Oh, man. I had quite the day today, you know. I was running around. I forgot to pack socks, actually. I was... because I'm out in Berlin for a couple weeks now. Just, you know, playoffs and all that stuff. I haven't noticed, this isn't my normal house. I am sat in the Colosseum on my own, essentially. It's quite creepy. But, yeah, forgot to pack socks. I had to go out earlier, buy some socks. It's very busy. I've had a terrible day. How's your day been?
You know, it's been pretty good. It's earlier for me, so I mean, my day started when the stream started, right? Didn't have...
Yeah, what time did it actually start for you? What time were you up today?
I was up at 7:45 today a.m. I'm Eastern Coast, so ET time.
Okay, so it's not terrible.
No.
Okay.
I've just been watching VALORANT all day. I'm vibing, to be honest.
How did you start your day? Watching video games. Good. Look,
Love
gets
it.
you through the day. Unfortunately, it was a very short technical pause. And the one issue with like online tech pauses, though, right? Once one happens, feels like there's more on the way.
Yeah.
However, we're just gonna keep our fingies crossed and hope for the best. G2 do get the buy coming out. Rifles just about everywhere. I don't have game audio anymore. Do you?
I don't either, but we're gonna roll with it anyways. Hopefully the players do.
I just don't know if it's me. I'm like, did I break something? But yeah, we'll see what this bonus can do, right? They've got the SMG still out. They've got a couple of upgraded pistols. So this would be quite tricky for BBL if it's just a traditional round, but they're going to be proactive, right? They're already taking that B main space, trying to maybe get a little bit of backline pressure.
And you see the scale up coming out here for G2 for tree control, but it's Molly's aboard. And you also have Vanya with Util down with that Astra, being able to provide that cover. And for G2, could easily get just timing here. Mary still kind of finds the kill anyways. But it's a bit of a mess. And now Spike looking to get towards this A site. BBL fall. Have to play the retake.
Spike planted.
Yes, they do. Plant in. Again, you want to keep minimum 3 alive for the money, right? Like, that's the main thing. You have to be repurchasing all these rifles. Let's see if they can do any of that damage. Double stack towards Hell.
Flash out though.
And yeah, this I'm waiting to see if any of those problems start to mount. They seem very aware of this double stack towards Hell, but it's going to be kind of hard to displace them because Mary and Glance are doing such a great job there as well. Yeah, they didn't really get to anywhere they could threaten that stack towards Hell, so no real threat to be found.
Much needed round though for G2 at the very least. You know, carrying over those 4 weapons is important. Going into the next one with BBL now being on their anti-eco, and Alkia is pulling out that operator here. Last time we saw it was Rika actually picking that up over on Haven, but now that the Jet is in play here for Alkia, she will be watching in towards B main, checking out that angle. But for G2, that's where they're looking to play a bit more passively. BBL maybe looking to sneak into Wine after finding that A main's clear.
Yep. I want to see what happens with Alkia here. How much pressure can she cause? Doesn't get noted, right? So that's still going to be into effect to an extent. Petra unable to confirm that secondary layer to this. So you're going to see that backfill of space. Alkia going to be trying to, slowly but surely creep through over towards B main, see how much she can hold on to this. And again, if G2 aren't diligent, she gets at least a shot. Now, there is old Tommy the Turret on duty. And we have to see if they can break that utility put in place by Rika. So that's going to be the name of the plan. Try and get rid of that alarm bot. There it is. Right, so position noted. Flash ready for in case anyone's facing from market. No one is. I was holding back a little bit deeper. And the spike's still by spawn, so this is all just posturing.
I like this reposition coming out from Ava though. Does tuck into logs, but like you said, reposturing now towards this A side, right? But A main is in control of BBL right now, and so is Tree.
The timing just not into effect at all. They weren't able to really pressure that A main position, so it was just the perfect crossfire, perfect positions, super complementary. The players by main could turn around, support if they needed. They were never under threat at the same time. There just wasn't that crunch there. If you're going to deal with that utility in middle, that's perfectly fine, but no one was there to really greet it. They didn't pull anyone away from positions. Again, you can see this Philippa happy to be shouldering this up. The timing on the paranoia a little off on that regard, so it allowed them that full focus to kind of switch between these two fights, divide and conquer. At 3-1, this is going to send G2 back to the drawing board a little bit here. They need to work it out. They are just on the precipice of kind of filtering over to that, starting to get their ults online. I think Mary's one off. Couple away for Petra, Glance is pretty close by, Roxy not a million miles away. Obviously similar scenes for BBL, so we can see that first ult cycle start to come through, and a brawly beginning over towards A, but the spike's over by tiles.
Again, BBL with this extremity control, right? Operators posted up, not revealed with Ava, the one to swing, break that turret. And now G2 look to reclaim here in towards mid. Don't find too much. Instead of just a safe rotation, but look at the rotations being pulled out by BBL. Leaning now towards that A side, very much so reliant on Alkia, knowing that she's going to hold things down with the operator. There's nanos as well to delay if things go awry.
What do they have to force her off the angle? One paranoia, our drone. They've got to invest something, a shoulder. That's enough apparently. Mary Sheriff is enough to take the operator out of the game, and a quick dash over towards the site. Nanoswarms finally get popped, so yes, Mary's a little ahead of the others. The others will have to wait, but there's still a smoke towards CT. You can see a deep Nanoswarm to be put back towards that CT side. Rika is there, though. The spike finally going to make it towards the site, but they are close by now.
Yeah, a lot of pressure to be put on. The operator, though, is in hand here for Roxy. She's holding on lane with it, with the blades from up for Mary as well. You know what she's been able to do with that in the past. The flash, though, pushes her back a little, but BBL still unable to capitalize.
The two main proponents of what G2 could have depended on have fallen. It was the knives for Mary and it was the operator for Roxy, and now it's all down to Mimi. Making something out of nothing in this round, sure, but it's not going to be enough. BBL going to come back in with 3, pull off the retake, get the defuse, no sweat for them at all. Comfort in the end, really, as going to try and build up that ult. The Hunter's Fury, get that online, and they recover basically everything they wanted. Again, a nice little reflex round basically there, just purely off the back of Mary finding a stupidly good shot, but by all accounts, BBL were well equipped for that. Sadly, Roxy not able to make much of that operator, having a bit of a quiet game so far. Want to see her kind of maybe build in a bit. Yes, it's the attacking side. I'm not too fussed yet, but I'd like to see her warm up. She's one of those players who can be super clutch, but not really seeing that here. BBL taking a firm lead. This is the first real buy back in for G2 in some time, so Gotta see if they can make it count.
This is the start that I was talking about that BBL did need, though, to just keep their skin in the game a little bit longer, stretch out this second map, and turret taken out early, but that's also the operator revealed. So that means now that Alkia will have to flex around a little bit, reposition herself to find a bit more value. As G2 use the dark cover to slowly scale up here in towards tree, maybe a pop flash into contest, and right now, BBL, again, they always get this A main control for free, and they just roll with it.
Found them. Killed my bot.
Okay, but this time they're actually trying to explore a little deeper through market. They have been noted here. And keeping like Alki is very close by to the edge of that smoke. Massive entry work from Petra. Yes, a trade on the shorty, but she found both. I don't know if that was a proper like setup in the corner. It looks like it was, and she just absolutely melted them. That's wild. I mean, Petra's been good for it in the past, so if she's going to keep entering like that every round, fair enough. But as it stands, let's see if they can withhold this retake with 3.
I do wonder if they continue on forward with it, though. Sure, money situation's good for BBL right now, but that's still an operator in hand. And you don't want to toss over towards Mary if she would take it on that attacking side. Fault line to come through, and still BBL look for the retake.
Yeah, they're going for it. They got a lot to do in very little time, though. Alkia's got to be good for this. Okay, that's the first. Where's the follow-up? Flash not great. And the shutdown comes in. Mimi waits patiently and strikes. Perfect play in the end, as G2 will get their second on the board here. A bit of a drought prior to that, but they took a lot of casualties to get there. That wasn't as clean as they'd love.
I think it could have been a different story had BBL maybe started to step forward a little earlier. Time had just run down too far, but now G2, what they have in their pockets are a lot of ultimates, just one away from the lockdown as well there for Roxy. So recipe for an execution, but there's also a recipe for a response coming out for BBL. The Cosmic Divide, Rolling Thunder, nearly a lockdown of their own, and that Hunter's Fury is going to make it a difficult defense to break through or post plant to hold. And again, mid-control protocols coming out from G2. You see the dark cover up in towards Cat, and G2 continue to scale up for this mid-market split.
Yeah, they want this split every single time, it seems, but they still need to be careful on the way in. Already Rika's readjusted position, sitting towards stairs. A 1-for-1 trade's not going to be quite enough. That's great from Petra, though, to take down Ava, who was tucked in that corner. Could have been maybe good for 2. Now into a post plant, you'll have a 3v3 basically here, unless they maybe quicken the pace. They do have the Hunter's Fury, which could be a nuisance, but I actually like what G2 are trying to do there. Slip back into a better position, and it's going to be Petra posting her Hunter's Fury this time around. Catching one on the way, that's massive. And now the 2v2. Mimi gets spotted though, shoulder out of place. Dislocated from the other. Petra going to know both players, I'm pretty sure here. Vanya has to adjust position. Petra's being such a nuisance to play against right now. This is one of the better games I've seen from her, and it's going to carry on. Petra on an absolute tear, and she wants all of it. Vanya looking vulnerable. As Mimi holding towards lane, and Petra allowed to prowl.
Seconds left.
Joining the other side, maybe a double swing to just deal with it, as Vanya trying to take those couple of first cautious steps.
This could be huge, though. It's only 20 seconds on the clock, right? And G2 still need to find that plant or find Vanya. She's got the first, but not the second. Petra with the ace here keeps G2 alive. What a way to do it.
I'm like, they haven't planted. Get a little nervous now, but it's all good. Petra's got a plan. Don't worry about it.
This has been her series. Like, the shots she's been hitting are impeccable.
Petra's actually just cracked.
The slow-mo ace.
Yeah, they've done enough to at least force BBL into a timeout now. Yeah. But again, I think it's only to really address this mid-split we started to see come through. Maybe they need to put a body behind it at some point, because playing it out from kind of CT market or even towards maybe like lane a little, it's just not holding it back, right? They're happy to do these 3-2 splits and it's working. It's like you've got a couple of options. Either you try and take the fight towards B main, right? Get proactive on it, put a player behind it. Sure, could work, could give you a really dirty position to hold the cross sight towards, or you put a body behind it on mid or something else, right? Because right now G2 have a little bit of a rhythm that they found that's been working, but I'm waiting to see what BBL try and come up with as their counter to this, because they had the upper hand on it for a fair amount of time at the start.
I mean, they did find a bit of success against that mid-market split push coming up from G2 previously. It's just that G2 were really stubborn about ensuring that they're actually going to find success off of it. 2 rounds later, and BBL now on to an eco round. I'm surprised that we actually haven't seen that Cosmic Divide come out from Vanya a little earlier on. just an assist in finding space when retaking towards site. But otherwise, right now, BBL, they had that hot start, need to slowly start to come back now because G2, you can definitely feel that the vibes are high for this team. And still slowing things down, very different look, and BBL, their response is to take the mid control.
Okay. And G2, like, Roxy has a couple of players to handle. Oh, there's a few more. Yeah, Vanya's right there. Now Petra has to turn, spots one. There's got to know there's more. This is super messy, though. This is brawly enough that BBL will happily take that. So where do they go now? You've got to make your move. You've got to head towards somewhere together. The rifle isn't here, fortunately for them. These sheriffs have been just as deadly.
Be really interesting to see if maybe Rika tries to find positioning in A main, but it's not going to be the case. She's still holding there, lockdown in hand, but needs to reposition. That door is closed as well. She's into Jenny now. Hunter's Fury to cause some chaos on site in this 2v2. But now it's all up to Ava. She does have Recon in 5, Owl Drone to boot. That's suppression though. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. That takes a couple more of those precious seconds away. Smoke up for Glance now as well. Fragment still to play for Mimi. And Ava's starting to clear, but okay, Hell's clear. That's as much pretty what you're gonna get out of this. So how do you try and disrupt these two players? Mimi's down low enough that the shock darts could do a lot of damage, but it's a bit of a guesswork, right? Still paranoid about where they are, trying to buy time with that fragment. Ava will take a tag on it, draw the first player in, gets a spot towards it. Now she's considering where they both are, but time's running low. Has to make a move, 7 HP now. And Glance, good enough for it. Got dicey, and bear in mind, that wasn't a full buy. BBL contested that hard.
Extremely. So those sheriffs doing so much work. It was. I like the idea of the zoning up top and for the drop, coming out with that Hunter's Fury. But that one way was also a big reason why G2 were able to run away with that round in the 2v2. Glance just ensuring that there would there's no safe hold to half at the very least to buy yourself a little bit extra time there. And now G2 split across the board, playing for picks now. Again, you're gonna see 0 point here towards A main. Finds a bit of extra information, but the one way still comes down anyways. And it's constant conditioning with this dark cover here on Cat.
This is what I'm looking at, is that attention towards B main control. Maybe this is the response, take full control on extremities.
Blocking sight.
As now you're seeing that once again, the similar routine, but it looks like a bit of bait from G2. They aren't following back up with that spike. I'm a little worried for Roxy here though, because if she goes down, that spike gets left so far away and it's got to be a little careful. We note it, the Alkia is exploring that option, but very, very passively. Hasn't overcooked this, hasn't overstepped. But they need to use utility. That's smart, that's pretty heads up. Doesn't actually get what they want at all. Glad to see them using a flash, but Roxy turned ahead of it. Alkia had the perfect angle, doesn't get forced away too far either. Still has the dash to play with too, so at this point, they've made a bit of a meal out of this. This split is now looking great, though, from Mary. Perfect timing to punish. If you're going to play that aggression towards B main, you always have to double down on it. You can't fall away and play into the split. Now, G2 should get the free plant here. They shouldn't have any danger in this.
My curiosity lies in why BBL didn't pull another player earlier on to watch that mid control. But right now, it's just running into the crosshairs of Mimi. Nearly a lineup, and Mary's still in the corner.
Yeah, Vanya, very low HP. Mary will get checked here, but just swings out a second ahead of it, so she'll be fine. Position very noted. Should know there's another player around here. Needs to play this ahead of it as best she can. Bring it to more of a doable scenario, but they are losing in numbers now. And the final one to fall will be against the final boss, which is Petra. Keeping herself alive, and G2 do take the lead here. 5 rounds now. Not by a large margin, just one ahead of their opponents. But again, for BBL here, I almost wish they doubled down. I know you can't push into that flash, but trying to fall back to lane after having no control of market, after knowing they've been doing these splits, it's just short-sighted. I'd like to see them maybe explore that option of punishing further, taking that full B main control so you can fight out of it for that cross as soon as they want to get in from market. But sitting in between those two options didn't favor them. BBL's money's left shattered.
Look at this pivot, though, coming up from G2. full force here already towards that A side, and BBL, they'll take the rest of the space, right? You're already dashed up through mid there from Alkia, has all the information. BBL comfortably play this retake situation. Lockdown in hand, sure, they're on a broken buy, but there's that Cosmic Divide too. So great tools to try and pivot this round, but look at Petra's positioning.
Oh dear, Petra wishes to be Eco Cobra now. Here we go. How many did you get? 1, 2, a third? A third indeed. Lovely work for Petra there. Again, they did have a little bit of a buy behind this. It wasn't completely without any teeth to it. You know, it's a little bit scary. But again, that positioning from Petra was so good that the Bulldogs barely got to fire a shot, really. Yes, it took them down to 3, but there was no real threat to anything beyond that. So now G2 taking a second step, slightly stretching that lead now, starting to get a grip on the game and keeping that economy in the right place. And I want to see BBL find that response, though. Where, you know, again, this is what we've been asking. What's the depth here? On map 1 on Haven, it felt like once the scale started to tip towards G2, BBL just didn't quite have that control, right? They lost out a little bit of what they had. Now they've got to buy. They have to have a plan. They're very close on a couple of big ults as well that they could bring in here.
They're running it back. I mean, look at the mid presence again, right? Probably another dash through, but actually the dark cover, enough to slow things down. Instead, a general hold from BBL, expecting that maybe G2 would go back into that mid-market B split push and leave A as that weaker site.
Okay, Petra trying to find out some information. Doesn't get too much off the back of that, but it does get them the site, or at least the first couple of steps towards it. They haven't really committed through A main just yet, but we do have that late lurk coming towards Cat. Let's get a fine glance. This should be quite indicative that there's still a lot of presence around middle, but Alkia couldn't quite get away. Fortunately, Philippa is there to at least do the damage. Wonderful work holding them back. Cross-Cody watch, the door gets an attempted close, but doesn't get too far. Now with the KJ ult there, that flash is so good, but how do they deal with this ult coming in? They don't.
Yeah, they don't. It's just over. I mean, BBL, they take that 5th round, but I really got to point out Philippa in that one. Sure, you had the flank coming in through mid on Cat, but it was the aftershock that facilitates that, pushes Glance out of position, and then Philippa's just going in with those flash points, helping set up the team, finding frags alongside of it. And this opportunity now for BBL to try to tie things up for half.
Now, I do like the adjustments from BBL, though. The pressure on the backlines is great, kind of playing down middle. And I think G2 can read into that somewhat because of how fast that flank to Cat was. So I want to see if they try and do this again. They're kind of posturing, kind of showing that they've got a little bit of presence towards A main. I wonder if they're going to hear any of this, kind of giving away any audio, because if G2 try and take towards middle, there is a threat. So yeah, this is all posturing, right? Because again, look at that spike.
Yep.
Absolutely nowhere near this lockdown. So does BBL fall for it, right? Like, what's the timing like? Because they're still curious. Vanya's still looking towards B. Vanya is watching for this, which is wild to me.
Look at this positioning.
Petra's been great on these entries, though. Not this time. Now they've seen the spike, they've seen the whole plan.
Oh, that's got to hurt if you're Glance. That is a tough position to be in now. BBL, I mean, spike in hands here. G2 are going to have a hard time finding that. Both Cloudbursts down for Mary leaves her with no cover to work with. Realistically, it's going to be all up to Mimi to try and set up Roxy, maybe finding success on some sort of backstab as well.
Yeah, Mary and Mimi have to keep their attention drawn here because they're not sitting super vulnerable towards CT. So when all that madness kicks off, Roxy has to try and slip towards stairs, right? Can she find that punish here maybe? Sees the barrel, she's tempted. Divide's about to go up, so what can Roxy do, really? That's about it. That's what you needed. Roxy going to find 2 and open up a chance, an avenue, an approach. Philippa's still going to hold them back at the door, though.
They're running.
It's not over yet. A 2v2, and you're absolutely right. They are running, but they got to get running fast. 15 seconds. They need to get that plant knife out. Mimi trying to catch the cross, punish anyone trying to escape from the site, try and deny this. They just need the plant down. That's the biggest concern right now, and there it is. And this is perfect. Mimi! No! Misses an uncharacteristic shot from her. Puts it all down to Mary in a 1v2.
Vanya, 7 health, though, on the clock, and I like this positioning coming out from Mary. I don't think that G2 or BBL will necessarily notice it, but this Rolling Thunder coming out could be that changer.
They still check on her?
That was a hard clear. Oh my god.
Out of all the possibilities, out of everything, they expected that. That's wild to me. Like, as said, you'd think maybe, okay, she'll sit towards maybe beam, you know, A main, sit towards maybe, you know, door, kind of swing from the contact, posture up on towards maybe You know, Heaven, no. She's sitting by window entry. I'm 100% on it. That's actually crazy to clear it with that much confidence, that much utility.
It's like, you got the rolling thunder off,
very heads up.
you seal it with the fault line on top of that, and then it's just nothing you can do, right? But
no, that's straight GG. That's straight up GG. But 6-6 though, we've actually got a competitive game, and this was kind of what I guess the desk was saying, and you echoed, that this should be a closer map between the two.
yeah, I mean, they've seen each other before, and right off the bat, BBL, they go in with some counter picks, right? Switching things off with their composition to shake G2 up in that kind of sense, make those protocols a little more difficult to read. But again, now G2 on the defense, looking for the same kind of mid control as BBL did on the pistol.
Mary missing the shot, makes up for it with one, but the body block. Mary still standing, but everyone else falling. Oh, Mary's still firing, but can only do so much. Vanya answering back with 3 of her own and going for an audacious play down middle. It's not enough to get them the round.
I can't believe she lived that long.
I know.
Unhittable there, but now it's a gamble stack here for G2, BBL. We'll see how they end up posturing at the end of these last few seconds here into the buy phase, but G2, it's going to be Mary with the Stinger, looking to find some value, maybe charge up that Blade Storm early on. Otherwise, full eco round, and BBL might just walk straight into them if they commit.
We'll see. I want to see how diligent BBL are at this, because, you know, not walking into stacks, taking the right amount of time. They weren't particularly afraid to face that either, so this is quite telling. That's on showing so much, and then it's like, no, that's a stack. I don't want anything to do with that. I'm heading the other side. See you guys later. I'm out. We'll plan at B.
Hey, they're meeting them, though.
They actually will get there about the same time, which is... Okay, some of them have actually slipped through towards the site. I swear it was an A-stack, guys. I swear to you.
The reads are crazy. Oh, that recon, though? That's all. Okay, we're just running around. We're doing laps. It's a marathon. We're going around the whole map. I do like the call, though, from Rika to actually stay and maybe cut off a rotation, get a late flank in, and instead, it's just the sound cues needed, right? BBL.
The double pump, yeah. Okay, back you go. If you're G2, you're just tired. You've just done a whole lot of cardio for nothing.
Left.
No reward. For BBL, yeah, great. We're in the right place. I like that. BBL are loving it. They got the freest plan of their life. They just had to run back and forth a little bit, make some sounds.
And there's damage done over to the side of G2, right? Earlier on. Everyone has chip damage, essentially, except for Roxy in hand. No weapons, really, to contest either. For G2, you're mostly going to be looking to cut down any weapons out of the hands of BBL in this situation, not allow them to get away with too much into the bonus, but BBL, they caught a sniff of it. They're backing off.
Honestly, G2 might just want to give it up to the spike as well.
Yeah.
Just to deny all orbs, everything else, it's not a bad idea. Mary, willing to put life on the line. And now, yeah, it looks like they are opting. Give it up. Petra.
Petra. No. No, Petra. And she doesn't even... Oh, so that's just the Stinger carried over. Man.
Petra, were we AFK? What have we been doing, Petra? You think about the next round and you forgot this one was still going.
Too busy IGLing for the next one already.
Roxy, I think, has just been the MVP and just dropped her out.
Oh, man. Nicely done at the very least, but a little rough there with the Stinger in hand here, right, for G2 and BBL. Now looking for that ace split. BBL's not afraid to make any noise either. Very rarely have we seen, like, quiet contact plays so far from them. They're just stomping around.
Shot, but can't escape. Kind of pinned to this. Now G2 get proactive over towards A main and see if they can maybe deal with the split the BBL were bringing. Mimi's success has boded well. Allows Mary a little bit more time to adjust and look towards the site. But again, keep in mind that Rika won that fight. But by this point, she's on her own. She has been able to upgrade towards a rifle, but G2 are in such a terrifying position because they've got the spike, right? The two defenders are on it. A little bit of an awkward position as well for her to swing in. She has been noted. Petra's closing in on the gap. And just a well-handled round. BBL just kind of trying to run it in. Mary happy to take the fight, happy to oblige. how much more damage can Rika do? That's the question. Is there any potential to do more damage here?
Ooh, Shock's looking scary though. Maybe a little bit of chip damage, but not much else otherwise. 35 seconds to work with in G2. Not getting too hungry, playing very patiently at the moment, and you just gotta watch this cross. Rika though spots the elbow and the double up. It's very clean there for G2. 7 to 8 now, starting to close that gap. One away from tying things up once again, neck and neck.
Roxy's having a tough game. I kind of feel bad for her. Like, some of these instances, it's just unlucky. And now she's in that, like, position of, like, she had to drop out Petra, or she opted to drop out Petra again. And now she's left on the Bulldog, and it's just like, it's that, like, never-ending, like, money-screwed cycle. But quiet game from her. Again, this is the first time I'm looking at this roster that when since she's joined, obviously, with Giuliano, Zaz, you know, the classics leaving. That new era, the new generation coming in, Roxy being somewhat part of that. Not as young as your Mary, for example, but you know, still, I do want to see her blend with this roster a little better. And I honestly would put this in the box because I know that Roxy's a good player. I just want to see how well she kind of continues to work together. Now, this I much prefer actually from BBL. Using the shot darts to clear towards middle, show you know, a little bit of an audio cue towards it. But the backfill here from G2 actually wasn't bad. But Philippa, fantastic shots. Bailing them out from that because Mimi and Mary had the right idea, but then Philippa just outdoes them.
Still looking for space though here, G2. In a 3v4 situation, all of A lobby into the hands of Glance, and Petra is trying to push out here, getting a little greedy. Somehow, she still gets away scot-free nearly. 78 health at the very least, and we've got the stairs positioning. Glance saw that. This is great for Glance. Could even cut off the spike. Now they're falling back.
Yeah, with Roxy falling, you might as well continue that effort. Maybe able to catch it. That's the spike loss, so that's the one bonus here. Glance has to go huge. Paranoia to play, and still a couple of smokes too. This should play in Petra as well. They can divide and potentially conquer here. Spotting at least one, she's lost the angle, right? So that could be the spike back into play. How can Petra come into the equation? Can she be valuable through market? Not really. Already the nano swarms there, smokes are there, everything's been put into play. Look and see if she can do some damage to her. Well, not to be. Glance now by her side. They've got to be able to work their way back in from this. Have to break down the door. It's not subtle anymore.
Nothing on that spike right now, though. Dark cover out, and it's a double up here towards stairs. Recon would be big from Petra to find the information necessary, but BBL might be able to tuck from it.
Okay, first couple of steps made. We can see that temptation beckoning. Big punish. Better positioning from Rika, though. So not really too much of a threat to come from that. And BBL kind of course correcting here. This is much better from them. G2 struggling to get a bit of a grip on this game, it feels like. The answer back has come in. I wonder if there's a timeout for G2 anytime soon, if they're happy to keep rolling this out. Maybe not as ideal as one. Glance had a real opportunity here after getting that spike dropped, but BBL doing really well. As said, course correction, fantastic from them.
I mean, G2, they're doing really well for finding space, especially in those extremities, fighting for that mid control. But overall, BBL, they've had some standout individual performances as well, right? Philippa able to take down 2 when that push is happening. It's very much so a reason why G2's struggling right now on defense, because that space is being contested too hard mechanically, and now alone on site here for Petra. She's stuck back site, might be able to hide for a little longer. It's not gonna happen.
No, Petra is very dead. Again, this is Sheriff's, and the only danger is this one. Mary, not gonna find it this time. Not even that much chip damage done in reality either, so no real threat to BBL. Keeping 4 standing, ults now building and making it to double digits. Map 3 becomes a real possibility even at just 10 to 7. Unless there's a timeout for G2 pretty soon, I don't know if they've got much of a read on this game. They still look a little stumped how to deal with BBL in this. So for now, let's see what they come up with here. Hopefully their money's in a better position to give us a really good round.
Yeah, I think something that's interesting is Breach has been slowly slotting into the meta after what we've seen from VCT Americas, VCT EMEA, and for Ascent at the very least. You know, he wasn't that commonly picked here, and I think for G2, that's part of the struggle is the setup utility coming out from Philippa has been difficult to deal with in the way that she's able to bail out her team, set up and zone on towards site, and now the attacking side of Killjoy ult comes out from Rika. Does well to zone. Mary's still pushing in, looking for one. She finds it.
Okay. Yeah, good work from Mary there to at least do a little bit of damage on the way in, because they had to respect that. They had to back away from it. So, try to take away one, not bad. Into the post plant, though, they still got 4 players alive, and Vanya's been the MVP of this. She has been nasty. Divide's still there. The first couple of players starting to pour through towards market. One is towards market, you can see waiting. Never there. Yep, will be the first port of call. Focus towards CT though, even though the contact came towards market. And the flank on the flank. Rika's positioning to be huge here. Thankfully, there is utility in play. So they're actually saving their asses in this. And there's the death. Rika didn't expect there to be utility towards middle at this point. Ava's not going to be able to catch a crush initially, but for a second time of asking, BBL completely deny this retake from going anywhere. G2 held at the door.
The synergistic utility coming out from BBL on their executes, on their post plants has been beautiful to see. It's just the way that they're able to bail each other out of situations, zone into each other's utility as well, and play these crosses. G2 very much so, I feel like they're finding themselves lost in the fray of things at the moment with the additional chaos that I feel a breach does provide to a team compared to that KO.
There's a timeout. I think it should have been earlier. I think it should have been maybe for the last buy round, but let's see what they can do with it. The problem is that now they don't have the money to form a decent purchase. That's that's long gone from them here. So that's gonna be 12 for BBL. I feel like map 3 is feeling inevitable, which would be Lotus. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's still life in them yet, but you look at this half. Hard to deny, right? If you're going off of percentage chance that should be going the distance.
It's uncharacteristic as well coming out from G2 Gozen, right? Ascent defense was their strongest half in comparison to the attack. And we normally see them following really strict protocols, their retakes being beautiful. However, the last time they faced up against BBL, G2, on their defensive side, the most success they actually found was just shutting BBL down right off the gate. Their retakes, while they did come through every once in a while, weren't their strong suit. And I feel like part of that is Mary is getting shut down early with her early points of contact. This time, she's not meeting anyone in towards mid. BBL instead grouped up as 5 here in towards A main, and G2 green light here to take all this mid control.
Yeah, they're going to trumpet a smoke towards main to allow a couple of seconds to try and close that gap, but there's utility here. Rika not going to be caught short on that. And really, be hard to find much damage in this. Let's see. Had to respect the smoke though. Need to do their due diligence. And now the the alarm bells start to ring. Felipe quickly gonna not be worried that anyone's walking around that corner. She's walking back towards this. This is kind of interesting. The knife gonna confirm, I'm pretty sure only 2, not the additional players. So BBL just snaking around this map perfectly.
You gotta find that space soon, though. I'm happy that BBL's not actually pivoting over towards B because all that KJ util could have just bought them so much time, but it's still 35 seconds isn't a lot to work with when you're looking to clear out sight, get the execute down alongside that plant.
Yeah, I do get a little worried when it's 25 or so, and they're not getting fights, they're not getting what they want here. Door does get taken down. Where's that plant, though? Okay, coming in now. First opportunity to draw blood. Good bit of damage done. Paranoia is pretty big, but they need someone to capitalize on it, and no one has. BBL still holding back this madness that could have been flooding towards them, but now it's tentative steps. Neva does well towards Mimi. Leaving just one, and not for long either. G2 not able to find really one body to put into the bag. This is BBL now. 5 standing, good money. Any ults close by? Alkia not far away, and I think the Hunter's Fury pretty much one off as well. So they're on the cusp of getting those online if they get it even into this round if they need it. But G2, this is what that timeout was for. This round in particular, they better have a plan.
I mean, you've got null command available at the very least, so Mimi has to play for more of that survivability in the early round. That's why we're seeing her a bit further back on site on A, likely to fall back to Dice after throwing out the initial knife. Otherwise, BBL, they switch up from that 5-person push that they're originally looking at. Now splitting across that map, 2 to 3. A bit more passive in towards mid. Still stars across the board, though, just to put that additional pressure on. Petra is going to be really annoying to deal with if BBL go for any sort of B push. But look at the spike already now. Moving back towards A, and the ebb and flow is coming through. G2 taking A lobby control.
Even those early trades, it's still pretty effective for BBL, and they're still just looking for that next pressure point.
That's Mimi down first too,
towards
right?
Mary. Yeah.
Timing is everything.
Yep. Oh, the swing's timing is perfect for Mary. Big punish on 2. They take away Vanya, they take away Alkius. This is actually quite hard to hit the site now. Philippa's still standing, so they have like some utility to work with. But it's all on glance. When does she turn and consider it? When does she get worried about this? She slipped back towards site. Gonna play over by Jen and drifts across and actually doesn't get punished for the first time. It's the second time. Still out in the open, Philippa's there. Now, we've got a 1v2. Roxy's who's had a nightmare of a game, and Petra with a nightmare of a weapon.
You can't.
Far from ideal and certainly winnable. Philippa has a whole lot of utility to put into this. This could be map 3 right here. That does reveal nothing, and Philippa stands, delivers, and punishes G2. A sloppy game from G2, really, and BBL impressing here on map 2.
Philippa didn't even have to use any of her utility in that 1v2. She just holds. That recon bolt was kind of what sold it, I think, a little bit there for G2. Very much so a false sense of security as they swing out from rafters. And right now, BBL Queens, they look clinical on Ascent, and G2 very much so struggling on this defense. And like you said, Roxy's had a bit of a quiet game, even the last one that we saw on Haven. And normally, she's one of those players that has pretty high impact frags.
Yeah, I think impact frags is the main key word here. I don't need to see her at the top of the board. It's not about that. She always used to be such a nuisance to play against. You'd see G2 back in the day struggling to play against her. She'd always have impact, big presence in clutch scenarios, always on that lurk. Really fantastic player. Here, very quiet. Now, yes, we've seen Petra having a good game, Mary having some impact in glance, and this round could have potentially turned the tides, but it wasn't to be. It was the other side. And I've got to say, Vanya to me has just been a consistent heavy hitter throughout this series. Terrifyingly good at the game so far, it seems.
It's definitely for sure. And man, now we're taking it over to that third map. It's going to be another rematch map too. Lotus is a map that they faced up each other against there over into the group stages last time, though. That was BBL taking the win again. So I'm going to be looking forward to seeing how the AD does break this down right after a short break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from Jade? He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
BBL secure their own map pick, and with that, we're gonna be heading into the third and final map. Inami, it looks like your hopium was very well placed because you said that they always lose the first map, which they did, but then we go on to Ascent and they secured a W.
Listen, it's not hopium, it's stats. Every time they lost, they won the next 2 maps, so I'm expecting another win next.
Oh, that's also stats?
Mm-hmm.
Well, fair enough. Speaking of stats, let's have a look at Vanya, because she was one of the players that Mimi highlighted in her interview herself, stating that she is one of the most incredible and cracked players to be playing against. Tom, 20 to 10. I mean, 5 first kills on the Astra. What's going on?
Oh, no, it was just an impressive performance from her. And Philippa as well. I think that's the thing that's sort of crazy about these statistics. We sort of highlighted going into the game, Alkia is someone that needed to perform, and she did okay, but comparatively, you've got your Breach popping off, an agent that isn't traditionally run on Ascent at all. In fact, most teams avoid it like the plague. So the fact that she's managing to bring in an agent that most teams won't really be playing against, perform to an incredible standard, and then have these 2 normally very supportive agents right at the top of the board is huge for this team. It has given them some real life, and I think we'll come to it later on, but some of their post plants that they played together were just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, talking about players who pop, like we saw Petra having an ace in this game, having so many 4Ks.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's just so beautiful to watch a player like Petra, considering she's also the IGL. She's bringing so much to this team, and even if they lost, her performance was just insane.
Yeah, another thing that we really saw this time around was not just individual performances, but also mind games. That was something we've seen a couple of times, Tom. And if we have the replay ready, it would be great to have a look at the Ring Around the Rosies round.
I think we might be kicking off. Is this going to be the ace?
The ace, yeah, it has
Yeah.
The ace, yeah.
I think this is Petra's ace, because this was one of the things I wanted to talk about. It's like we sort of kept this clip in there because even though it wasn't a win for G2, a lot of the early rounds were going in the favor of BBL. They looked very strong, and it just seemed like Petra stood up to the point where it seemed like this game was going to turn on its head. Like her managing to get an ace in this round, she had a 4K a couple of rounds later. She was putting up real numbers, almost trying to drag the team through as the IGL, as the Sova of the roster. And it was one of those games where I feel like BBL had to hold their nerve. And I think that's what's impressed me most about this team. Like, they're a team that weren't invited, had to come through that open qualifier, had to fight all the way from the very beginning, and ultimately may have not had the same expectations as someone like a G2. But even when they had these blips, even when they lose a round to an individual player, they still have the ability to make this game look fairly dominant, even when those players are popping off.
Yep. And the Ring Around the Rosies round, I think that's the round that we're going to be looking at next in Inami, and it highlights the mind games that we've seen in this game, but also IGL coming in clutch from the side of BBL, and it was pretty fun to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, something about BBL is that the entire team really trusts the IGL, and that call and that play was just so beautiful. The fact that they were able to fake that they were going back to A, and then the entire team moving there, and then later on we just change our mind and go back. That was so beautiful to watch.
I think in a moment you're going to see just like an absolutely unreal dart from Eva, which basically saves them from certain doom. Like, yes, it's only classics, a stinger, but G2 were basically going for these all-in gambles, and there was just a single Sova dart, which gave them the information they needed to avoid this stack, that then they try and fake it out with just, look at it, 4 players tagged up by a single dart, but they just use that to the time. And I think that's something that I really liked this game from BBL, and you'll see it in some of their post plants in a moment, that a lot of the time they make quick mid-round decisions, and that calling is what basically won them this game. They were able to push and pull G2 to the point where a lot of the highlights we had throughout this game was Mary pushing through a smoke and finding a kill, Mary pushing up short and finding a double, but every time there was a trade, every time there was a reversal, and when it came to the late round, that is where this team really shined.
And it feels like as well, it's been a bit different from what we've seen on Haven. I think on Haven as well, Inami, what was kind of the light that we saw coming out from BBL Queens was that aggression, but ultimately it did go in favor of G2 Gozen. So it does bring a question of, I guess they picked Ascent because they're just that comfortable on it.
Yeah, it felt like they were more comfortable on this map, but it feels like we were talking about how it's a Turkish map, right? So we expected that the Turkish team will come on the top, especially since it's a map where she did so great last time. Even if we didn't see Arkia doing as good this time, but it feels like her team like backed her up and they just covered where like it was missing and they were able to bring back a good show.
Staying in the vein of BBL Queens' excellence on Ascent, their post plans as well, Tom, something you've already highlighted. But round 18 was just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what we've seen from them on Ascent.
Yeah, again, it's just one of those moments where they almost don't give an opportunity for their opponents to actually set up. It's like they're looking to try and get back in. They have a slight disadvantage in this sort of retake, but they start to use their utility in their favor. And this is not one where there's sort of like any real weaknesses coming in for G2 on this retake. They've already managed to get themselves an opener, and it's just all about that utility. And that's the thing I really enjoyed about this squad, is they're more than happy to sort of re-aggress, retake ground, reposition whenever it was needed. And I think they just showed throughout this match that they can basically battle and brawl if needed.
And Lotus, Inami, is the map coming up next. It will be the decider. So in terms of expectations for that final one, from what we've seen on both Haven and Ascent from both of these teams, where are you leaning towards?
So if we go back to the history, Lotus like in the same was the last map picked against G2, and they were able to take that win. Also against KC, we saw them almost win. Like we saw some throws. We saw KC winning like an illegal round, honestly. So I feel like maybe BBL learned their lesson, and hopefully we won't see the same mistakes now.
Well, Lotus will be the final playing ground for G2 Gozen up against BBL Queens. Our dominant performance, G2 Gozen over the last year, taking on the newcomers in this final map. We're going to be heading over to Pansy and Ash to break it down.
Thank you so much. And yeah, it's kind of wild to me that we've actually gone to the third map here. We're going the distance. Map 1 seemed that G2 had the plan. They had the read on BBL. Game 2, BBL seemed as though they've never had a problem in their lives and they ran through G2 like a knife through butter. But map 3 now, where do you sit? What do we see? Do we see map 1 again? Do we see map 2 again? What do your expectations kind of lead you to believe?
It's kind of a hard call. I think going into map number 3, what I'm looking towards is the fact that BBL Queens, they're starting on the attack again here on Lotus. And the attacking side was a strong suit for both G2 and BBL in their last matchup. Both of them very much so struggling a bit more on that defense. What I'm curious about, though, Pansy, is are BBL going to come out again with some changes to their composition, or are they going to run back what we've seen before?
That's what we're going to find out. And anything you'd like to see switched up, tried out? What would you prefer to see? Because I'm seeing Mimi on KJ.
That's interesting. Not something that you normally expect coming out, but it's a double controller here on the side of G2. I think that them starting out on the defense side first, I really like that pick coming out from them, providing that extra cover when needed. And then for BBL, you're going to see a bit more, I think, faster play coming out from them, especially with Philippa and Ava on those flash initiators. You aren't going to see the same kind of pressure that you see coming out with slow plays, with those lurky plays when you have that Viper lurk available.
Well, this has gotten interesting, hasn't it? So already Vanya's been my MVP, at least for BBL throughout this series. I do want to see if Roxy can have a better game here. I need to see her kind of wipe the slate clean and come into this and have that impact, because for the eye test alone, this is the first time I got to see her in G2 myself, and I want to see more because, as said, seeing her in Guild, the great, fantastic player, want to see it transfer here. Beyond that, though, need to see everyone on the same page, because BBL are no slouches at all. Every single one of their players has shown value. So let's see what we have. Already BBL argue the ones on the attacking side, and Mary taking a little bit of space over by Mound on C.
Immediate respect shown over towards that dark cover, though. Just rotating off and providing some cover for themselves, and quite contact up towards this A side, where G2, you've got Mimi set up with this KJ utility. I like the alarm bot just to ensure that BBL don't get too aggressive with Alkia trying to push up towards stairs. Does give that information in, and BBL, they have sight.
Yeah, you can kind of anchor the sights a little bit easier. We're able to do that. Mary is ready with a paint shell, though, so if that plant does come into more of a standard area, That will be sent into effect. Doesn't find much for it, really. Vanya, curious positioning as well. Should have a bit of a drop on the first fight. Yeah, finding Mary by complete surprise, and BBL doing serious damage. Roxy falls, as does Glance. The plant finally going down. And all that's really left is Petra. A 1v4, yes, some damage done. One flash to invest. Uses the fake flash to get a little closer, but look who's in position, Vanya. Vanya's everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, who is Vanya?
She's great at wrapping around. I mean, I feel like the Omen definitely slots into that, right? Kind of a bit of his lore in that kind of sense, his personality shining through Vanya's gameplay. But G2, sure, it's just the pistol round, of course, but we're at 1-1 right now. Faced off against BBL previously, it was a tight matchup, and G2 is really going to need to lock down on this defense. The side that they struggled on a bit more. The retakes were good, but the holds were not.
Okay, so classics all coming out, just Sheriff for Mary, and that's about it. So BBL, move that B piece here, take over the space. No real threats just yet. I don't think anyone's coming through that smoke anytime soon, especially with that nano swarm being put exactly where they were trying to access from. So I'll buy a couple more seconds, and Vanya waiting below the ledge, still with Paranoia to play. Just going to do it off the back of any contact or audio cues. There we go, sends it up. And waits patiently for anyone to show.
Well, it's timing here, though, and all the pushes do come through. Vanya just to clean up, and now it's just one left here. Glance trying to find something. Provides herself some cover. Paint Shell's just going to push her back, and Glance, I mean, she's going to have to die either way.
Yeah, you're kind of hoping for the spike at this point rather than giving away all orbs, so you'll try and slip back in, but Alkia was waiting quite patiently for that and catches Glance just at the end of the smoke dropping. So 2-0, very clean start as well, so this isn't bad at all. They'll take this. Very easy to come in with quite the deadly arsenal for the bonus round. They'll be able to stick on those weapons. And you can see Vanya there, lovely positioning on that smoke. Really catching them just as they came through. Seems that she was fully aware of that Paranoia sent up earlier, the smoke to follow. There was really very little chance for G2 to find that springboard into it.
G2 also have been very much so favoring this B main presence, right? It gives that opportunity to enable fast rotations through the spinning doors, but it's just quiet holds so far. Some sprays on towards the C side, warning BBL to back off, and now Mary following up on that Trailblazer. Does not see anything, not looking to overextend though. And for BBL, they're just waiting on a little bit of timing. Util will fall, and Alkia's alone on site.
Yeah, that was some nice stall, but I want to see if Roxy's fully aware that Alkia's been able to slip ahead of the others. They're both there now, so it doesn't really matter. She's had to fall away from this. Wasn't quite able to really deny enough. We've been seeing it even in the VCT. The difficulty of anchoring these sites is incredibly difficult. And Alkia just taking space. 1v1 in Petra deeper towards CT. Spike's finally gone down. And at this point, they're going to need something, a match to strike against any part of this map, because they're a million miles away, being distracted from so far. And Eva's not even allowing them back inside. G2 completely stumped in this. They have no access.
No, I mean, Rika also just caused more chaos than she was worth, right? That slight bit of presence.
Yeah, you just leave her alone.
Just run in the opposite direction. She's got a Sheriff in hand. You got to beat that timing and play with your team. You can't get picked off like that. Mimi's going to try to save this weapon, though, and BBL want to take her out.
Standing.
Very quick from Mimi to try and hold on to it, but these are going to... BBL are going to get the best upgrades in the world. They get to come in with Bulldogs and leave with Phantoms, Vandals, whatever they fancy. See if Eva does get it. Yes, okay, perfect. So they get 3 rifles fully equipped to walk away from. I think Mary got to keep hers, and that's it. G2 are in financial hardship here.
They definitely are. BBL, though, that savings account, that 401k is booming at the moment. They're going to feel really comfortable, like, into the later part of this half as well, so long as G2 doesn't come back with some sort of reverse sweep. But for G2, right now, they've switched things up now. Roxy moving away from that C side instead, looking for mound control, and Mimi's posted all the way forward. What a shot as well for the opener.
That's crazy that she actually hit that. Smoke in. Turret's gonna be taken down. And now this one's just gonna buy time for some of the other players to try and get that support. Mimi in a whole lot of danger here. Starting to lose track, but another great shot. Eventually overwhelmed. Too many players, too many bodies on the site to deal with. Glances here though. There's that Vandal in the hands of Mary. That's what we could be looking at. The flash. Let's check. Fully checked towards low. I don't know if they heard the drop there. Not even worried about anyone towards the top side of heaven. The last two players still looking to commit towards A, but taking their time, kind of pausing for thought.
Stuck too. I mean, Philippe alone on site with that spike. Turret finally recharged to at least watch this peek coming out from drop, and there it goes. But it's danger zone time, and that fault line doesn't quite hit. Mary's just going to clean up here, and G2, a much needed round found for themselves on the back of Nico.
Yeah, that was actually just brilliant play going out from Mimi there at the start. Those two picks she got, ridiculous. And then obviously just buying enough time for Mary to come over. Vandal comes into effect. That hero rifle that we still had saved over from the previous. That's huge. Again, this map truly tests those extremities. And someone like Mimi just succeeded. That's a huge tick in the box, right? A solo player. And this is where it's going to be difficult if Roxy has another bad game. Like, she's been off form here. This could be very tough if she is on that C side and she is the anchor. You can already see almost like a bit of a second. I wonder if there's going to be like a paranoia or something sent here in case there's contact, because they've still got 3 players ready to swing off this.
Yeah.
So it's going to be the dog to check.
Scout destroyed.
There is presence, okay, and you still got the Omen sitting near enough by Waterfall. That's just a second smoke.
Really nice refresh too to just keep that space in the control of G2 as well. BBL not able to find that early information that they do tend to look to garner, but that is the green light here towards that B side. You know that Roxy's not over on C anymore, and that those 3 players, Glance, Mary, and Petra, are constantly playing together. So right now, Roxy, nice read to try and back off, but it's not in time.
Noting the player towards the smoke. BBL going to get the plant. B-side's theirs. There is... the fact that Rika's still holding this is just filth.
She's just a thorn.
I don't think Mimi's made a step.
Perfect. Can't use that.
Yeah, the timing that time worked out for Mimi just a little better. Petra there as well.
Oh, this flash.
Good timing on the flash. Paranoid just came in a second too late, but still the trade-outs. Numbers becoming a little bit of an issue here. The lockdown is in effect as well, so this does force the hands touch. But with Vanya still alive, there's still a chance, and Alkia still standing. There's certainly still a chance.
Oh, that nade to delay as well, and Mimi has no health, no time to work with. You just got to get out with your gun at this point, try to back off, and Alkia's not even going to let that happen. 4 picks there for Alkia. BBL doing so well to pick apart G2, and that's even with shutting down Rika on that flank, on that lurk.
Yeah, this round all goes to Alkia in my mind. Fantastic impact here. I know the devs were kind of talking about her previous to now in those last couple of games, highlighting her as something to watch. Didn't see it too much in those first 2 maps in comparison to maybe here. Hopefully getting to see like what she's like when she starts to heat up, because we've seen what Vanya's like, and that just seems out as well. It seems inhuman at times, kind of how Vanya's playing, the positioning so good, everything so well-rounded. But if Alkia gets warmed up to this, you've seen the mechanical capability. I'm wondering how she fits into this though, if she has that hot game. So this could be quite good fun. Unless you're a G2 fan, then it's probably not as much good fun in that regard. You do have a couple of ults on their side. They do have 2 impactful ults as well. The Seeker's there, and you know, Razor's ult as well coming in. How far off from the others are? Okay, Roxy's still quite far away. TP for Glance. But even on the other side, Philippa is not a million miles away from the Rolling Thunder either. So you've got a couple of ults starting to come through here.
You definitely do, and a halfway round to come out here from G2 as well, right? And for the side of G2, it's going to be interesting to see if we do have the Seekers and Showstopper come out to facilitate some sort of retake situation. Instead, though, Gamble stack here on that C side. Roxy actually going to stick around, meaning B is very weak, and the previous presence from Mimi over on A is enough for BBL to throw out, you know, all necessary utility, and G2 nowhere in sight, and BBL, they're just running down what they've got in pocket. Even the Seekers.
3 for 3.
Yeah, and considering how far those Seekers have gone, they know that the site's completely clear. They know they've got time to get some quite deep post-plant positions, make it very difficult for them to come back in towards. These positions as well are rough to clear. We saw last time around Vanya succeeded from this spot. Might get that again. Mary, would be, I'm sure, would be fuming if that's the case, but let's see. It was Mary last time who fell. This time does check it. Okay, learning from the last mistakes, but down below, still a player there. Mary completely none the wiser. Got to send the showstopper, but didn't reap the rewards for it. Now they're starting to dwindle in numbers, but these sheriffs are still standing, but Alkia is not allowing this to happen this time around. Roxy can't do anything in this scenario. Too many bodies. Makes an attempt at it, sure, but not a chance in hell at the end of it.
Thankful the paint shells did go out there for BBL in that situation. The retake, that's down to the wire. G2 slowly trying to find their groove here on Lotus. Again, this is a super attacker-sided map as well, right? I mean, the rotations you can pull as an attacker, the lurks as well. But for G2, I think it's interesting the way that they've been stacking sites. You know, you leave the Viper to solo, that being Roxy. Mimi very much so like her setup on the A side so that she can just ride around. But I don't know, the C long control is always really nice coming out from G2. Denying Mound early, but BBL, they flash out.
Yeah, first time we've seen BBL kind of fight for this, but Mary catches them just on that timing as they back away. We haven't seen them use utility to try and clear up to the orb last time. They kind of got held back by the smokes, a little bit of spam. So you can already see the evolution coming out from BBL, kind of almost playing with the intent that players are there. And well, for G2 they were. There was 2-3 players there. Now, somehow, it's actually worked out for G2 in that, because it looked like BBL came with that right mindset of clearing it with, like, good diligence. They were left on 4 players, but they've got a lot of utility to play with as well. They've got a lot of ults to put into this if they like. And these B hits have been so good for them as well. Keep that in the back of your mind, because they've been doing wonders with this. And the B side takes are brutally difficult.
On top of that, Philippa, she's always saving that Rolling Thunder for the post plant. Actually, very rarely uses it on the actual execute. Instead, prefers to send it out into defender spawn and buy that extra time. Exactly what's going to happen. But instead of the plant here towards B, BBL continue to push through. They're wrapping around towards that A side.
30 seconds left.
This positioning, though, for Mary is going to be a nightmare. And yeah, Mary dividing and conquering, taking over 2 of the players that are trying to lean towards the site. And now look what's left. Ava, though, still going to try and work towards it. Does take down Mary. First step achieved. Roxy's position. How did they predict that so well? That's crazy that they check on Roxy like she was nothing. And now a 1v3. Difficult. Flashback up in 2 seconds. Doesn't get the chance to use it. Glance there just a second before. The defuse will come in. But BBL, they still hold the upper hand in this by all accounts. By all accounts. If Mary didn't get that first pick, that could have been a totally different outcome.
That is for sure, but at the same time, I'm wondering, okay, BBL, we're feeling maybe a little bit too cheeky with that play to come through. You know, you're still in a 4v5 situation, and B site was completely open. That plant could have been secured. You just post up and save that Rolling Thunder for the post and stave off that pushback in. G2 now are the ones with every single tool in the box. Viper's Pit as well here for Roxy. The positioning is going to tell you that it's not going to come out right away. Maybe save it for a post plant, or if BBL show heavy presence towards one side. But again, this time splitting up, BBL not sticking together, pressuring over towards A or B and C. Viper's Pit does come through here too. BBL know that B relatively clear. That pulls the rotation over from Mimi.
Yeah, and closing down towards Roxy is difficult in this position. Just keep her head down, though. Got to be careful to not show above it. Trying to spam out. You can see them trying to connect there. As long as Roxy doesn't do anything crazy, she should be fine. It'd be very hard for them to try and get through this pit. Now, this is a lovely counter, though. Make it difficult for them to deal with this.
Yeah.
Now, we'll force her away from the ult. Unless they want to try and counter it.
Might force her away, but you've also got Molly's. You've got the alarm bot here coming out from Mimi as well for that stall potential. So easily to get out here for Roxy, right? Just fall off on site, play that full retake situation. 40 seconds on the clock. BBL, they do have sight. And Rika, she's always waiting for this flank.
Yeah, 2 players here as well, but the boom bot can be sent on in, so that will reveal position. Pain Shell to follow, Paranoia there. They are investing a lot into trying to deal with her, but the slow's there. Pain Shell did land though, so Mary's going to take her down. Next step to be had though. Vanya's still good for one quick trade. Mimi on the case. This time around making more of a fight of it, but they're not completely free on the site. Look at Roxy though. Makes a meal of it. Now it's all pretty much down to Glance. 1v1, 10 seconds. And I'm still surprised the plant wasn't even down at that point. It feels like they had sight for so long.
It did feel like a long time, but at the same time, that pit was still up for a little bit. And G2, they put immediate pressure on, especially with that flank impending. I think BBL got lost in the fray, in the chaos there on site, and that's a timeout to be called. I like this actually coming out from BBL, looking to slow down any momentum that G2 are trying to build, especially being pushed onto an eco round where G2, you know, they invested 2 ultimates, but they still got that lockdown. They still got that showstopper.
Yeah. For BBL, they can play around trying to get, I guess, the showstopper on for Alkia. Well, they should be able to get that anyway, I feel, out of this round. There hasn't been a huge fight on the orb really towards C. I think you could probably get that in hand. A couple of times they've invested behind it, but we've still got the option by B as well. So there's some options there for BBL that they could try and explore. We haven't seen a proactive fight on B for a minute now. So that could be a high priority for them to try and get Alkia situated. That's a pretty impactful ult. I guess you could look towards getting the Rolling Thunder building as well. It's not a bad idea. But for BBL, just taking a second here, because again, it feels like G2 starting to get a grip on it, but this has also been BBL kind of off the back of that overzealous round, then getting kind of put down a little bit off the back of that, you know, money not completely stable. It hasn't been really them doing much wrong, I feel, at this point. Maybe just wanted to fine-tune some of their options, talk about what they want to do financially going forward here.
Mary's also come alive, you know, within the past half of map, right? Over on Haven, that second half, she was looking a lot better, and then after Ascent as well, starting to light up when she was a bit more quiet. You know, the player that we're usually looking out for. Showstopper is up, like you had mentioned, Pansy. The Roomba will go in as well, little Boombot to check out. Trailblazer only sees Alkia though, and Spike now posturing back to re-clear in towards spawn because Rika wasn't that lurking presence this time, knowing that G2 has been pushing out to punish her.
Okay, looking towards the A site though. Mimi's been quite good at being the anchor on this. We've been giving her credit for that one. This is the crazy part, that you have 2 incredibly talented killjoys. You have, you know, now Roxy and Mimi. I think Mimi's one of the best in my mind, but see if Roxy can find that form in later games. But for now, we look towards how she handles the site approach. She has to stall. She has to buy time. Yes, Mary's made it, but there's others, and they can navigate above.
What?
All of that stall. Where did that go?
Behind.
What? Oh my, how did Mimi survive that? I thought she was dead to rights. And Mary even gets a kill off the showstopper. This seems ridiculous this round, but Rika is still alive and trying to fight the good fight for BBL here. No recovered weapons, struggling to close the gap, so they adjust towards B.
Playing those closer quarter angles with the weapons on hand too. 12 seconds left on the clock. You got to go for a plant. It's going to be for Waterfall, so more room for BBL to kind of bob and weave behind G2.
What do they have? 1 flash? 1 nano swarm? This is going to be tricky.
They want the backstab, though. You've got
Maybe
Seekers.
Maybe they get the timing just right.
Seekers could come off the initial pick.
No more Viper.
Timing's just right on the reload. But they give away the game somewhat, but they eat the flash. Glance gets forced away into the corner. Should recover vision now. Shorty to hand, getting hold in the back of the door. But Vanya's just found Mary. It's still game on. There's those Seekers we're discussing. There's that nano swarm. All of that fine amount of utility being brought in. And how is this still a fight? How is it still a fight? That was way too close for comfort, considering what they came in with. But G2 take another step on the board to closing the gap here. But BBL are ferocious in this. This seems ridiculous.
I actually can't believe Mimi moved back. Okay, so we have, oh my god, on the back wall there. No. What a
sidestepping. Yeah.
This near round conversion, that's like way too close for comfort there for G2. It just tells you how well BBL have been playing to be able to almost...
BBL are out of their minds.
It was an expensive round. A lot of invested to an eco round, though, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Like, BBL are making them work for their dinner. Now, ult-wise, though, BBL one away from the TP, not as influential as you'd like. They've kind of run out of those big influential ults. Now, Mimi's becomes even stronger, right? Because let's say you're soloing out on A, you get a little bit more stall, you can play for retake if you want to, loads more options for her to explore. And she has the upper hand, and there's nothing they can really do to handle it. So on the other side, G2, though, I guess not a million miles away for Petra. Maybe tempted to look for that ult, but trying to bait in Mary, basically. How much do they get away with?
It's another question of clearing that corner, right? Petra trying to be that distraction, avoid the hard clear to come through, but it doesn't matter. BBL, they've fallen prey to it too many times. They're not going to let it happen again. Petra now has to run out, trying to buy herself some time, but that paranoia is going to keep her on site. She finds one.
Alkia running so close is still visible, but they get the effective trades, right? They got everything they needed, so they should be able to head towards site, get the plant. There's this lockdown. This is the one that could be pretty influential, unless they have some utility left. One nano swarm, not really going to be enough to dissuade this from going through, so they have to make their minds up. Play forward, fall back. They try and play forward. Mimi can at least punish one. Now they've got to fill that backspace. One has been detained. They can start this diffuse, or well, you can see the attempt on the TP there, but it didn't work out too well. Tuck your head down and try and get that diffuse. Job done. G2 closing the gap now, tied up all even apiece. But BBL, that entry work was fantastic. It's just that lockdown became so powerful.
Massive Red Bull clutch coming out there to equalize here for G2, and what a way to do it. That lockdown was the big difference maker there. Otherwise, could have been a completely different story. And now for BBL, it's a question of, okay, what do we have to work with? One away from that Rolling Thunder to come to fruition. Rika, only 2 away from the lockdown, sure. It's a couple points, but there's also 3 orbs on this map, right? And so far, BBL, into the later order of this map, at the very least, they've kind of shifted over into prioritizing those ult orbs, trying to feed into their ultimates to give them that extra utility to work on towards site.
Yeah, that was a very brave and brazen attempt to get the Seekers on, which they do have. So Petra's got those. And it looks like they're starting to read into BBL's tendencies to kind of like look towards B. They'll test the extremities early and then kind of lean back towards that B piece that's been very, very good for them. Alkia takes a little bit of chip damage on the way in, but nothing too much, nothing enough to write home about, and they'll get the plant. So for the retake, you look at what they've got, and you look at the Bulldogs, the Guardians, the Seekers. It's not a lot. They are outgunned in that regard.
Seekers do come through, though, to find information here on site, and Alkia's all alone. Everyone else on BBL into main, and that one person into A-Link.
Mimi's flank could have been huge for them. Didn't quite get as much as I'm sure she would have wanted. Now the rest of G2 trying to slip back in. Vanya, though, backfilling the space perfectly, and that's the weapon difference coming into play. The Guardians, the Bulldogs can't quite compete on those fights. The Vandals held so precious by BBL here. Keeping 3 going forward, and they can work around that buy, but just about tipping the scales back, and I like this backfill. After the back of the Rolling Thunder, they take that space back from them.
Really, really nicely played there coming out from BBL. I mean, especially investing those 2 players into, or 3 players in towards B main, knowing that there's usually a 1 to 2 person flank coming in if it's a B site hit on the retake coming out from G2. Right now, last round of this half, G2, look at their buy that they have to work with.
Yeah, straight garbage. Mimi's already been punished. That's the site looking super vulnerable. Lockdown's ready to go. Yeah, this is looking really good. That should just really seal the deal, right? That should secure it. They've got to respect that.
Trying to wallbang it. I like the effort, the attempt.
A nice try. Yeah. Like, this map is... Some parts of it are made of paper, so it might have worked.
Always been interesting. A little bit of a fumble there. Petra's the only one with an actual weapon and gets it taken out by the paint shells as well. Pansy, there's no way.
No.
Cover going out.
Oh, good. Anya just toying with them now. Time just slipping away from them. This feels like a formality, and it is. BBL, wondrous job here. Starting to take control at the end of this first half.
Switching sides.
And here we have BBL with the upper hand, but there was resilience, there was resistance from G2, because it felt like they were slipping out of that game for a while, right? That start was astounding from BBL. A little bit of a read from G2 here, a little bit of form from Mimi coming in, Mary having that impact. But man, The one player that's still missing in my mind is Roxy. I want to see her join that rest of the group. It's baffling to me.
Especially with her being on that Viper pick, right? It's a switch up from the role that we're normally used to seeing her on, that being the Killjoy. And you want to see, you know, maybe a shift in gears because you have a fresh look at the game. You have different util to work with. Right now, an interesting wall to be put up actually by G2 to cut off that B site already puts a little bit of pressure on, and the response from BBL is they just, you know, sit back, play that alarm bot instead, go for this mound control. The one way here from Vanya allows them to just tuck nicely into that double stack if need be.
Time to hunt.
Towards B, and Mary somehow so deep. How the hell has Mary gotten here?
Nice going C.
Mary is on their side of the map. And they haven't checked the close
They're
player.
not
This is
looking
bizarre. They have no idea that Mary's there, but they also lost out to Rika. So how the hell... If they just checked their corner and you still had Mary in that position, you'd have won the round. Rika's just bailed them out for BBL here. Like, that's ridiculous that Mary got to that position.
That's just, yeah, no. I mean, it's a hop, skip, and a jump over top of that alarm bot. You saw that, you can see on the minimap even, it shifted from B main, followed her in, but Mary was just too fast. Mimi's low, though, and no cover to be found here. Still hitting towards this B side. Just quiet contact up. Don't want to reveal anything over towards the side of BBL. But right now.
You still need Mary to do so much because
Yeah.
Mimi's on 10 HP. Mimi's basically her nano swarm and the turret. They almost need Mary to overexplore. So yeah, this is quite nice. They might expect the timing though. They might expect this a little bit because this is what's necessary in these scenarios. But they're both facing it. What are you meant to do there if you're Mary? You tried the best you could, but with 10 HP now for Mimi, that flash is somewhat cleared sight. Not completely. There could still be doubts about it, but
I like this position. Well, Alkia knew. I like the position. Alkia must have liked it too.
I mean, I guess you could figure out the turret's still online, so she's got to be close. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Some of the reads that BBL have are out of this world. They are super smart. It's crazy.
It really feels like BBL definitely has the number of G2 in some of these scenarios. And to be fair, I mean, they have gone head-to-head before, and even though there's been massive roster changes, right? Back in 2021, that was Ava still, founding member of BBL, up against the founding members of G2 Gozen, being Petra and Mimi. So a lot of experience, a lot of time in the server in that kind of regard to understand each other.
It's... this is one of those games that is just incredible to watch. For BBL to be this diligent and this confident and find these timings is just wild to me. Mary has once again found an opportunity, but it's instantly replied with. Vanya is nuts at this game, by the way. It has to be said. Absolutely out of this world at this game. From map 1, map 2, map 3, still so much impact. Yes, Alki has come online a little bit here, but Vanya has been present from the start. Even in the losses, she's been present. Everything she's done has been incredibly diligent.
It's the consistency of it too, right? It's not just, okay, pop off map and then you're quiet for the remainder of the series. It's always being a loud player, one to look out for. And that's why you hear G2 talking about how she's one of the best players in the business right now here in Game Changers EMEA. And selling a little bit of information here, BBL, this is a great fault line to delay.
One enemy remaining.
Philippe is unfazed, completely in charge here. This would take a lot for Mimi.
30 seconds left.
Oh, door's opening. There's a chance. Reiki all too aware. Yeah, takes down Mimi. Not going to fall foul to that. So, BBL, one away from double digits now, getting so close here. This is G2, keep in mind. You know, the ones to beat, the ones to watch. Yes, there have been roster changes. Obviously, Giuliano slipping away, Zaz moving away, and seeing the new replacements. I mean, Mary's been a godsend. We've seen that over in Berlin. Roxy, haven't seen it here in this game, but there's other opportunities, obviously. This hopefully isn't a trend we see, so not too worried. Just one of those games, you sweep it aside. However, this half's only just getting started. We've got the bonus kind of here, which is going to be Alkia with the rifle, 2 Spectres, or is it 3? 3, okay. And then, what, a ghost. So this could be interesting. If they're up to anything unique, are they trying to do anything? Okay, they're trying to push over towards rubble. They're going to hear these steps. Petra, no subtlety to it, but still focused towards Roxy. Flash goes in. Pain shell to follow. That could do some big damage here. They have to play out of this.
Oh, Petra's so low too, and being the Sky pick, she can't heal herself. And then that's Trailblazer invested into a re-clear here. At the very least, G2 get the information that rubble is clear. BBL have backed off, fallen towards site. And now scaling up here towards C. Rika still watching, still waiting. There's nanos abound on here.
Spike down, C.
And now Glance strides in. There should be a plant coming off this. With the smoke still in play, you kind of want to get going to that fast. Alkia looking. Not going to find anything off the spam, just the wall, if anything. No real opportunity of the lineup to work out unless she swung way deeper into the angle. But wanted to clear close. Petra forced to put the flash away. The first couple of steps taken by Alkia. But it's Mary with a great angle. Pain shell to follow to try and divide. Does actually trickle down towards Alkia, so she's being forced away. The pop flash a bit too close to the wall there, actually. So still able to come out of that on top. Had the support as well, I believe, from Mimi, Petra, everyone there. Good little post plant for G2, but BBL that time not quite finding the timing they wanted, it felt.
No, definitely not. I mean, we saw some contact plays up on site, right? Kind of quietly walking out, which was a bit of a surprise to me because Ava and Philippa both had their full loadout still available. 2 flash on towards site, 2 aftershock to zone and use that fault line, and none of it came through. Instead, you know, just kind of tossing that eco away, now moving on to a full loadout round where G2, Mary's got that showstopper, sure. May have been a Rosa previously, but we've seen what she's able to do with it. And it's this faster lean towards the seaside that BBL consistently fight on mount.
Paranoid didn't quite find glances. Still a fight there. Yeah, Rika not feeling like she wants that one. So falls away from this, but happy to take the early challenges. And an open fight, that's maybe a little too audacious even for my taste.
Healing over here.
Just gonna regroup, get that heal in. Now for G2, they're scaling back that spike. Falling now back over towards that seaside, and BBL very passive hold on A here, where you've got Mary just trying to make all the noise possible. The BBL, they have a really good read. You can already see Ava's being pulled away from A. 50 seconds left. You hear the utility. This stall is great with the aftershock.
Yeah, but Mimi now getting the lockdown. Perfect time for that because there's very little to deny it. Philippa can't do that anymore, so has to respect that and fall away. So they have to give up the site here. Now they can try and slow it a little bit, make it a little bit trickier on the way in, but there's nothing they can actively deny it. I wonder if anyone from G2 gets brave here. I wouldn't. Keep in mind how good BBL have been at just how sharp they are individually. Plants come in and they hold off of site. They instantly fall away. They're only leaving one player on site for now. Looks like Mary. That's really about it. Joined by Petra, so the duo's still there. Pain shell coming in towards the side, but Petra holding close. 3 seconds on the flash, gonna try and swing it. Lovely work towards Vanya. Takes down the, I guess, tip of the spear these days, but Alkia instantaneously trading, just buying time with this ult. Eventually posts it, actually catches one. Waited as late as she could for that, and Glance needs to keep this area safe. She can't do it. Now there's problems. The spike can be tested, they're low HP, but they line up, and Roxy, she hasn't had many kills, but a valuable double comes in eventually. And that'll do well to get around on the board for G2. BBL just unable to close in on that back line.
What a post plant coming out from G2. I mean, Mary especially buying time with that showstopper, forces BBL to turtle in, be a bit more wary on that retake and run down that clock. But now BBL, they're forced onto another eco round. G2 very much so coming alive here on the attacking side now that Mary gets to control that tempo a little bit more. And again, Petra, one away from those Seekers, could potentially come out here if things don't go into the favor of G2, if BBL somehow finds some early picks. And this time, a different wall being thrown towards this A side. That should be enough information for BBL to know that G2's scaling up.
I quite like the idea of BBL just getting scrappy in this round, seeing how much damage they can do. Yes, it's Marshals and Sheriffs, so it's not the end of the world, and they still got a couple of rounds to play with in hand. So already taking down Petra's not bad, but keep in mind G2 are on the side. So Mary gonna lock down the back lines, fighting over towards Heaven, deep towards CT. Mimi, sharp as ever, not giving them too much of a chance. Gotta be careful, a bullet just whizzed past her face there, and actually goes down. That's a rifle now, maybe recoverable. No one can really contest the cross, so good fall to hand, but how much can one player do with this? Would they even consider investing in the ult with so little time to try and play on this retake?
She knows that glance is here. There is a flash point and that fault line, so even if not able to win the round, could try to take all of G2 down with her. Philippa finds another, but Roxy with the trade. Closing out the round here for G2. One more round left here before we're tied up once again.
But still pretty expensive. That was Sheriffs, and I think they upgraded some of the light armor, which is fine. So pretty pricey round. BBL still sharp, right? Still a little scary even in those lighter buys. Well, not quite really enough to go off into that 1v2 at the end. And the pump the brakes here, taking a second, pause for thought. Look what BBL have to play with.
I was about to say.
They have almost every ult needed. Yeah, missing the Seekers, but again, not the end of the world. You have 3 very influential ults ready to be invested here. The options are, where do we put them? Where do you want to invest this? Because G2 have none, right? So they can't really use them to slow, deny anything. So it's purely on BBL. How do they want to paint this picture? They have every option available to them.
The communication is especially important because you don't want to overcommit ultimates. Either use them all into garnering one round to the double digits, but at the same time, I also wouldn't be too mad if BBL did that, considering how pivotal of a round this is for BBL. Back on that buy, they're in the ping pong economy territory where they're going to be on those ecos and saves every once in a while. With G2 scaling up, making this comeback happen, this is G2's opportunity as well to stave off double digits for BBL and to break their money even further.
Here we go. I want to keep my eyes on BBL here. What do they get up to? What do they do? It looks like maybe a scrap over towards C at the start if they commit towards this. Early utility there could be quite nice, could force them to fight. Yeah, it absolutely has, but now G2 have to be ready to take this fight. It's 3 players on the other side. This is going to be a bloody battle if they continue this. That dog's to see everything. Alkia decides it's time to let rip. Just dive in there. Spots out more. It was actually not the showstopper to get the kill, but Vanya. And they send G2 running. This is a perfect play coming out from BBL. So aggressive. Very, very heads up the way they're approaching this, and G2 being funneled in towards that A site.
Oh, Rika's going to be so annoying to deal with, though. There's a nano to guard herself, and she gets Mary. That's the spike down. Lockdown available. Unlikely to see it popped here, but Roxy's going to have to go and re-clear, and it's all Rika. G2. Nothing you can do in this situation. Mimi's got Heaven control, but that's about it.
Yeah, 1v5 is a lot to ask, even if it is Mimi. Yeah, not going to happen. The timing, just to check out there. Wonderful. BBL, what a round. 5 standing. And didn't have to invest masses of ults. That was really just the showstopper. It wasn't even the one to get the kill in the end. It was Vanya, but regardless, I love this play coming out. Again, it felt almost welcomed by Roxy's utility, right? The utility goes in, it forces anyone who's kind of in front of Mound or pushing Mound to have to commit towards it. But then by the time the fight came, BBL was like, cool, we're just going to double down. We'll commit to this. You want a scrap? We'll take a scrap. BBL making it to 10 is huge. They still have the money. They still have 2, near on 3 big ults ready to go, and maybe another battle over towards Rubble.
Buys them the time that they need, and now G2 on that back foot as well, right? G2 can't find this round, money's broken, and a potential match point on the line. Now, Spike left all the way in spawn. BBL are already walked up. They'll see it in just a moment.
This is a mistake and a half. Okay, it's fine. TP used. All good. Yeah, it happens. The Seeker's slowly going over towards C, but they are overextending towards CT to try and clear. Rika is back there, but how deep do they try and clear this? Rika's position is super difficult to clear. But yeah, so Rika actually wins that fight against Petra, but in the meantime, the plant's gone down. So kind of exchanging the side of the map. And Alkia does take a boatload of damage in that 1v1. Roxy Doesn't get a heal off the back of it though, so it's left on 11, and Rika behind enemy lines. If Roxy tries to come over and support, she's dead, and she is. And now the problem's on the side. We need Glance to deliver, you need Mary to deliver. And on the other side is Rika and Eva trying to work this back through. Great flash to allow them to close the gap, but the barrel shows, and Mary pounces. And now just one, but maybe one's enough. It's time to dwindle. It wasn't clean for Mary there, but it was enough to get across the line. A step back for G2 here, coming back into the game, but I wonder what it's done to their money.
Costly round at that, but it's a round much needed, right? Otherwise, BBL were looking at that potential match point and instead keeping money a little bit tighter. BBL also saved the lockdown in that situation now, right? So if G2 Gozen do manage to find that plant, Roxy sure pops that Viper's pit, but you're going to see a response for lockdown at some point within the next 2 rounds. And on top of that, Rolling Thunder from Philippa has always found so much impact, even if it's just zoning.
Early work, got to be careful here. Aggression around the map, they're trying to close this one down. Herding G2 towards that A site.
The ebb and flow is so nice coming up from BBL. Like, the positioning right now, able to fall back when needed, and just the passive play coming out from Rika too, looking to delay.
Yeah, they're happy to play retake on this. The lockdown will just kind of almost ensure that fact, but that's fine. And now they go for it, but do they commit? This is almost too easy, right? It almost seems too accurate, and I'm actually seeing them slip back away. I kind of like this.
Look at the timing.
Now, do they go all the way to C? And the counter lockdown, brilliant. That's perfect. If you're G2, you're feeling good about this, but look at Vanya's heads-up play. What? Double checks, make sure. Didn't feel right, didn't seem like that was normal. That was maybe a missed timing. Maybe they didn't hear a step. They didn't note the spike being planted. They go, that doesn't seem correct. What's going on here? Vanya double-checked, made sure, triple-checked, and found that. And now the counter push is huge. The ult comes in, sure, but oh, this is wild from BBL. Readjusting so well, fighting Roxy straight through the ult. No problem there. And Mimi left completely out in the cold. BBL have countered that so perfectly off the back of, once again, Vanya.
10 seconds, and Mimi's just got to run for it right now. Try to get that spike planted here onto that B side. But it's immediate pressure BBL are going to put on. No nano even towards Waterfall to slow that down. And Mimi's essentially chopped liver in this situation, right? Round 11 here for BBL. Reinvestment back into the Seekers of Ava as well. And G2 have nothing to work with going into the next round.
That could have been the biggest round to shatter them. Honestly, that was one of the big swing rounds. And you thought the G2's approach looked good, right? That kind of like initial approach, you know, towards A. They kind of got the read right. They pulled them over. They invested the ult. Like, everything's good. Everything's great. Now they're in problems. And that's why there's a timeout, because they ran that and they have no idea what to do now.
I think what's been really nice coming out from BBL is the pressure on Mound put on very early by Vanya and Alkia and Ava at certain times, right? Kind of flip-flopping depending on who is sticking around that situation. And it's great because with the Omen pick, you shrouded step out after the initial paranoia, you get out scot-free. And then since then, BBL have kind of just switched up the tempo on it, limit testing even further after the initial conditioning, pushing beyond that barrier, beyond that double stack pass Mound. And G2, while they do find map control elsewhere, it's always that swarm coming out from BBL. It feels like they're coming at you from all sides.
And kind of rolling back to individuals, right? We've been kind of singing the praise of Vanya across the series, Valkyrie as well. But I do need to see a little more out of Petra, Glance, and Roxy now. This, you know, it's been the Mimi Mary show, at least on this map. Glance's assists are off the charts, but that's not really the point. I need to see kind of Petra from map 1, map 2. I need to see Glance's impact. Roxy is clearly just having an off game, if there's no two ways to put it. So I just need to see them step up, because everyone from BBL is having their impact. Yeah, some of the players a little more than others, obviously, but look at this. Alkia just going for a walkabout. Destroys Mary in a second. Now it's only pistols. This should be 12 for BBL. They should have map point, match point, series point from this. Rifle in the hands of Roxy. What can you do with it?
Big question mark, right? Petra does manage to get that ult orb. And instead of actually saving, I would have thought maybe Mimi wouldn't grab the one outside of C, invest that into the Seekers instead, with it being a lot closer to being online. it could have been a pivotal point here in this eco if G2 could find a pick or two. But BBL, they're so good at playing discipline, just playing their numbers and ensuring that the trades are going down, and that's where I feel like G2's been lacking.
Yeah, G2 not able to find much of an advantage. Smoke towards CT, so they should be able to get a plant here. Should. Yeah, I think Roxy can at least get that down. Might. Oh no, can't get away in time. Thought she might be able to, but actually I think that's a rifle lost on the site, which is the bigger issue here. I don't think that's quite recoverable. Oh, tell a lie, it went a million miles away. Perfect, falls into hand. Mimi only able to snap towards one. Good trades, great spacing. BBL, even though, yes, they take casualties, the positioning, the spacing, the trades, really nice. Everything feels calculated. Like every little bit of threat, no worries. We've got the players in the right place.
I mean, the chemistry is really nice coming out from BBL right now. The vibes are definitely high, and for G2, looking just a little bit disjointed. I feel like there are some rounds where we've seen G2 even going for like, okay, there's one person swinging. Pause, there's another person swinging. Pause. It's the synergy just hasn't been there in those moments where it's been key. Very much so relying more on those solo plays coming out from Mary and Mimi.
Yeah, and now, well, we're two away from the lockdown for Mimi, one away from the Seekers for Petra, so they've got a couple on the cusp, glance one off. On the other side, similar scenes, you got Alkia one away, I think it's two for Ava, so yeah, and I guess Vanya's one away from hers, but not going to be as impactful, but yeah, BBL, once again, they love taking space on this map, they're willing to fight the whole way through, like there is no fight that they back away from. Roxy might be screwed here. There's the flash, so position noted, and they'll hound her down. They're closing this map up as best they can, trying to stall a little here. We've seen a lot of intent behind BBL's pushes.
That's the other thing. Roxy's been throwing up these lurky toxic screens, and BBL disrespect them, I feel like, every single time, not even giving an opportunity for that pressure to come through. And Mary, aggressive in towards CT, does find Philippa. It's a 4v4 situation, match point on the line, series point on the line here, Pansy.
Oh, but Petra and Glance just got punished so hard. BBL coming alive in the final moments here. Alkia closing the gap, looking to send it. Finds Mary for free. Just straight and utter destruction. BBL blowing up G2 here in map 3. Map 1 looked like G2 had the read. It looked like it had a grip on the game. Map 2 much, a bit more scrappy, but BBL showing all that diligence here. This was BBL's map for sure.
The biggest struggle being the fact that not everyone on G2 was necessarily pulling their weight in that matchup. Sure, assists across the board for the bottom 3 players, but overall, just not finding the impact frags that we're used to seeing coming out from players like Glance, from Roxy, from Petra as well, who was, the front runner being that IGL in the first 2 maps. At least, though, G2 Gozen, their run's not over. They just dropped down to the lower bracket. Well, they will be facing up against Sen next.
Yeah, the first game of the day was the elimination. This one, not so much. But, man, what a statement to make. There's, new blood on the block. There are new players out there who are so terrifying. I mean, this is the revamped, the new look G2 without Giuliano, with, new players coming in, kind of redefined roles that maybe suit them a little better, giving Mary a little bit more freedom. But man, this is scary times now for G2. But again, I thought they'd have the answer to this. Map 1, it looked like they'd prepped perfectly, right? But here, they genuinely got outplayed, which is a real rarity historically on paper, on record. They absolutely did in this instance. That was a masterclass in how to play that. Like, Vanya, to me, has been terrifying to watch, honestly. But for you, who stood out for you quickly before we go back to the AD?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's been really tough, right? And for G2, looking forward to seeing what they have up against Ascend, but absolutely insane that BBL, the first team to ever take 2 series off of G2 goes in. I'm excited, Pansy, to see what the AD has to break down.
Let's go.
Thank you, Pansy and Ash. Lovely casts as usual. But BBL Queens, once again, Inami, they secure themselves the win against G2 Gozen, making them the only team so far in Game Changers EMEA that is completely undefeated.
Yeah, listen, I called it. Losing the first half is just our thing, okay? We just lose it on purpose to give you some hope, but then later on to win. But yeah, it feels like this team has came prepared. We talked about their best performance before. At best, they were top 7 and 8, but now they're coming in so strong. They're top 1 or 2. And let's talk about Alkia in this series. We talked about how she didn't show up in the first or second map, but in the third map, she was the MVP.
A consistent factor, however, Tom, from the side of BBL Queens was specifically Vanya, and that's a player that Mimi, as well as we said, had highlighted earlier in the interview, saying she is cracked, and that showed throughout every single one of the maps that we've seen today.
Yeah, for sure. I think showing a real depth on the controller with different agents available to her. I think putting up absurd statistics on those agents, and if I believe I'm correct in saying, also leading the team as well. So it's like, I feel like we talk about hard carries, and you might look at the youngster Valkyrie in that map and call her just that, but I feel like this is a hard carry in itself. Being able to lead and put up these sort of numbers is a true rarity. And the thing that's impressed me most with this team is their structure, is their crossfires, is their quick thinking in their rotations. And most of that, I can assume, will come down to her.
Another thing that we highlighted as well, Inami, from the side of BBL Queens was their post plans. It was something we spoke about last game with the util coming through, and that's no different this time around. There seems to be that consistency on every single map that you throw them.
Yeah, we talked especially about the round 17, how this team plays off each other, off each other's contacts, how they use of their utility. And yeah, here like they just go to B plant. Suddenly it's a 3v5 situation, but they're able to like just always be on the top and always make sure they win it.
Yeah, I think they're very good at sort of spotting for players coming in from behind. Every single time there was a flank from G2, it seemed to just be dealt with. But again, it always seems to be Vanya repositioning, finding that sort of off angle, and then just having those trades out with their teammates. That's what's so good about this team. I feel like in the micro, they are so good at just having these crossfires, repositioning very quickly, not allowing the utility of G2 to force them into any awkward fights. And we saw this time and time again. It's one small example in one map, but they did this again. We highlighted it on the previous map of Ascent as well. They're happy to reaggress and adapt, and in the moment, that's very, very difficult to do, and it takes a strong leader to be able to do that.
And the strong leader as well in terms of the mental Inami was something that we kept going, because none of these maps were a one-sided affair. They were all incredibly close. It was give and take. They're fighting down to the wire to be able to close it out. And it takes a certain amount of strength to be able to do so.
Yeah, and again, all credits go to Vanya. She talks about it on their little interview that they had before on their channel, about how like she's able to always keep the feelings inside. She doesn't show it to her teammates, so even when things go bad, she's able to like cheer them up, to like give them the energy. And this is something Alkia also spoke about. When she feels down in game, when she feels like she's underperforming, few words from Vanya and she's able to come back strong. And yeah, I feel like it's really important to highlight the role of the IGL in this kind of games.
Alkia wasn't a player that was underperforming this time around, though. I mean, Tom, we haven't dedicated a highlight package to her.
Oh, yeah, I feel like it would be rude not to at this point. I think a multitude of different 4Ks when it came to this matchup in particular. Like, you're talking about 4 2Ks, 2 3Ks, 2 4Ks, and an ace. In this map! In this map! I know, not even in the series, in this map! Just a ridiculous performance. Like, there are not many players where I'm going to sit there at the end of the day and go, okay, on that map, she was the better Raze in comparison to Mary. I don't think there's any normally. So the fact that she's been able to put up such redonkulous numbers and consistently win them rounds on her own, like, that is a rarity in this game. So props to her.
Did you just say redonkulous?
Redonkulous. I'm 28 years old. Leave me alone.
Yeah, your age.
That was hella lit, bro.
Get him off my desk!
What's up, fellow kids?
You're trying to get down.
Oh, damn.
You need to maybe be online a little more. I mean, Inami, Alkia, when we're talking about her performance, great. We're talking about Vanya, incredible. But it feels like as an entity, as a 5-man, this roster with their coach, I don't know what they have for breakfast. I asked them, like, what's your ritual before the game? I guess playing volleyball with your... What is this?
Well,
Octopus?
listen, I have this now, and I will start playing it too, so, yeah.
Well, we can ask Rika herself how she's feeling about today, and maybe she can show us with the little octopus as well. So hi, Rika, welcome. Oh, hello everybody! It's a family affair. I know you guys can't hear me, but you guys should be really proud of yourselves. Good job. Well, let's jump straight into it. We're gonna have this one here. Let's jump straight into the fact that the first map maybe didn't go your way, but you guys fought tooth and nail to be able to close this one out. G2 Gozen have really proven themselves to be such a formidable opponent, and it was give one, take one, but so far you guys are the only undefeated team in Game Changers EMEA. What does that mean to you?
It's such an honor for us, and it's so nervous. It was like when we give one map, it's just some totem for us. I mean, if we lose one map, we are always winning this series. It's always like that. It was 1-1, but it was very nervous and enjoyable game for us. And GG well played to them. And we are undefeatable right now. And at the end, I hope we will.
So, in the past, your team had, I believe, the best result in Game Changers was 7th to 8th. Like, that was the result for BBL. You have now guaranteed, you've locked in 2nd place as a bare minimum. I think you're looking like the favorites right now. What do you put that down to? What has been the main thing that has changed with BBL to get you from a 7th to 8th to now at least the 2nd best team in Game Changers?
Because there's 3 people who was playing together, and after Philippa and I joined, everybody can be so good one by one, like individually, but at the end it's a team play, and we all believe that we are doing our job so well, and it is why we are winning this, why we are this far. This is the change, I think. The team play, chemistry, you know?
Yeah.
Well, my question to you will be like, how does it feel to be the only team to beat G2 twice in a row?
It's just so honorable, yeah. It's the only thing you can say, I guess.
Well, since everybody's here, would you guys be okay? So you can count down 1, 2, 3, and then all of you collectively just give us your best Forza BBL.
Diyor ki 1, 2, 3 sayıp en büyük Forza BBL'in şeyini, motlusunu söyleyelim diyor.
Forza BBL motlusu. Forza BBL diye bağıralım mı? Ya da 1, 2, 3 BBL diye bağıralım mı?
Forza BBL dedim mi?
Okey.
Okey.
Ellerinizi koyun ortaya. Bitirin.
Ya. Oo.
Getir.
Oo. 1, 2, 3 BBL!
Forza diyemedim.
Thank you guys so much for that. I absolutely love it. Enjoy your celebration, enjoy your evening, and we're gonna see you guys again in the grand finals.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye
bye. The vibes are absolutely immaculate, to say the least. Today, I mean, G2 Gozen is still with us, Tom. I know you're their biggest fan. They're dropping to the lower bracket. They're up against Ascent. They have an opportunity to, you know, the next game isn't until next week. So there's quite a while to sit down and reflect and look at potentially what went wrong. So in your case, being a spectator, seeing what has happened over the last couple of games, if you could pick out a couple of things, or even one thing, what would that be?
Well, first thing, I don't know if you know this, but no one has ever beaten G2 3 times in a row. So
okay, I love that. Yeah.
No, I think that some of the performances today are a little bit quieter. I don't think you're going to see Roxy like as quiet on some of the maps as we saw today. I think it's a real rarity. So I'm only going to make the assumption that she'll be back stronger. going into best of fives, again, they've always had a very deep map pool. So I would be surprised if they're not able to make that climb back up to the grand final. And as said, like, they are champions of champions for a reason. Like, you can, until they're out, you can't feel safe from G2. So BBL, they've won the day. They've beaten them twice, but they're going to have to do it one more time, in my opinion.
All right. Well, I'm going to stick with this. It's not a map pool. It's a map potion. I'm trying to make it happen, but I don't know if that's going to work out.
Nope.
But let's have a look over. Guys, you're supposed to be supportive. We're like on the desk together, like at least acquaintances. I know we're not friends, Tom. You said it yourself. But like, come on. Why are you gonna do me like that? Thanks, Inami. At least one person likes me here. Let's have a look at the tweets, because of course there has to be a celebration on social media as well when you beat G2 Gozen. Not once, twice. I mean, I pretend I do not see it. See, this is the lingo that you need to pick up, Tom, so you can, like, as you say it, get hip with the kids. All right?
Don't say that.
Is this a blushing emoji? Is that what I'm looking at?
Yeah, and like the nails, the lashes, you know.
She's
Okay.
slayed.
Some people are gonna say.
I think I've got the lashes. I don't know
slay?
about the nails. Not yet.
Yeah, you have like a really luscious lashes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No ball jokes.
Should we
promise,
move swiftly on?
Yeah, let's go on to the bracket to see how exactly we got here, because you're wondering maybe if that's the case, what exactly happened. So let's head over, please.
Yeah, let's just stew in it. Let's stew in this a little bit longer. Beautiful. This is what I needed in my day. Damn, that's a really pretty bracket. I love the bracket.
Yeah.
Wow, that
it's
G2
gorgeous.
and Ascend, that's going to be a good game. Maybe Jade will get an extra birthday gift and be able to beat them in a best of 5. We'll see. And then the winner of that's going to face off against BBL. Isn't that exciting?
Tom, you do know that you only have your birthday once a year, right?
Yeah, but it's still her birthday now, so she can wish now when she
Her
blows out the
birthday
candles
month.
for something in the
It's
future.
her birthday wish. Yeah, because like if you could have your birthday twice, you'd be like 100.
Yeah, you'd be like Ryan Central.
Why am I here?
You know, I'm just like, get me off this desk. Well, before we close it out, I would like to ask you, Nami, if there are any words that you would like to share.
Yeah, I want to say that I called it. But yeah,
Okay.
this seems to be like the stage of miracles. We saw Ascent going first time to top 3. We saw BBL coming to top 2. So it feels like this is like Game Changers are getting more and more exciting. We're having more competition, and you love to see it.
Can you outdo that speech?
All I want to say before it is said by other people is I didn't curse G2. Leave me alone.
Yeah, sure. He goes G2. If you're wondering what happened, you can check his Twitter. There's like a 30-second monologue about why this wasn't gonna happen. But thank you guys so much for tuning in for this week. It has been incredible telling the stories on broadcast. We're gonna be taking a little break because tomorrow is VCT EMEA, so make sure you tune into that. And we're gonna be back on the weekend. Pencil it into your diaries because you do not want to miss it. Bangers coming your way. Take care, and we'll see you then.
30 seconds left.
Come to my world.